Hi everyone. Tonight I wanted to talk to you about Leslie Van Houten and something strange that I found in her parole hearing from 2020, something that Debra Tate brought up. That was what I initially wanted to talk about, was this thing that Debra Tate brought up in her at her 2020 parole hearing that sounded quite weird. But when I looked into it, this seems like it might actually be nothing. And what was really startled me was what she actually said at her first trial and how it changed later. And also the psychiatrists that assessed her at her second trial are both the same psychiatrists that assessed Tex. They both assessed Tex at their first trial, and Joel Fort assessed her at her first trial. Joel Fort was the only one most of the defendants actually spoke to. Right, because Charlie had told them not to talk to psychiatrists, and so the only one they spoke to was Joel Fort, who was hired by Bugliosi. Come on. So for the prosecution. And he lied. He said a lot of weird stuff. Anyway, right, I'll get to this. Right, it's down here. Where is she? Oh, it's up here. There's also the fact that, just to my knowledge, 4 years ago, 2016, a romantic in nature relationship with a man that was convicted of a double homicide in 2 different states committed suicide. That's what ended the pen pal romantic in nature relationship, which tells me she still has questionable taste, or perhaps is attracted to the same kind of person. That one for me personally is huge. That one for other LaBianca families is huge. Right, yeah, so she brings up the fact that this relationship existed has disturbed the relatives, and that it shows that she isn't. Right, so what that basically said was, sorry, where's Streamer? What that was basically saying was, Leslie had a pen pal relationship that was romantic in nature with another killer, a man, presumably. I see. Does it say it's a man? With a man, yeah, a man who was convicted of 2 counts of murder. So they don't say who as well, so it's hard to know who the man was. But we know he committed suicide. So because I initially thought, would that be Bobby? But Bobby's not committed suicide, has he? So it wasn't Bobby. But Leslie, in 2016, was writing to another killer, had a romantic in nature relationship with him, and it ended when he committed suicide. But the reason, when I read the rest of her parole report, I think this might actually be nothing, is that they go on a lot about how she does support programs for other prisoners. And a lot of people might not understand this, but people that are doing life in prison are really high risk of committing suicide. And so they do all run support groups for each other. And so like a really long serving life prisoner like Leslie Van Houten probably is a pen pal to lots of other lifers, and she's trying to give them support. So the fact she had a sort of romantic in nature pen pal relationship with this bloke doesn't necessarily mean that it was just for her own gratification. She might have been just trying to support him and convince him not to commit suicide, but sadly he did, because a lot of people who are doing life in prison commit suicide. Right, so I think this might be nothing really, but that is still weird, isn't it, that she had a pen pal relationship with a guy that was another murderer. And like Debra Tate says, that does seem to suggest that she hasn't changed much, doesn't it? But yeah, and so to fill out the stream, I decided to go and look at her trial transcripts, because everyone says what she said at her first trial is completely different to what she said at her second trial. And when I went and read her first trial transcript, I couldn't believe what she said. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, right? Right, I'm going to start with just what she said about the night of the LaBiancas, right? But then I'll get to what she says before this, which is even crazier, right? Now, she starts talking about what happened at the LaBiancas, right? Right. They're saying August 3rd at the residence owned by Mr. Polanski. Did you have anything to do with any of those homicides? And she says no, of course, because she wasn't at Sea Road. Did you have any idea they were going to take place? And she says no. Did you participate in any way in planning or carrying out, assuming there was a plan? No. Those homicides? No. So she's just sitting there going, no. Now, on the next night, this would be August 9th, did you along with Katie Krenwinkel, get in an automobile and go someplace? Yes. Now, before you got into that automobile, incidentally, Was it a 1955 Ford or an old model Ford? It is the yellow one that was in the pictures in the case. All right. Before you got into the automobile with Katie, just before, did you know anything about the homicides that had been committed the night before? I watched them on the TV that afternoon. Did you know the identities of any of the perpetrators when you watched the news on TV? I don't know what a perpetrator is. The people that did the killing? No. Now, before getting in that automobile, did you hear Charles Manson or Tex Watson discuss the doing of other killings? I didn't hear anybody discuss the doing of other killings. When you got in the automobile with Patricia Krenwinkel, did you have any knowledge or idea or suspicion that there had been additional murders planned that evening? No. Did you get in that automobile with a change of clothing? No. Did anybody tell you to take a change of clothing? No. Had you taken acid sometime before you got in the vehicle? Yes. After Bobby was arrested, I was taking quite a bit of acid. Do you remember whether or not you had taken acid that particular day? Don't guess. If you don't remember, say so. I have looked back upon it a lot, and I believe that I did. It was either in the bunkhouse or the kitchen. I asked Patricia to go to the stash and get some acid. And Patricia is also Katie. She switches her name there. So your best recollection is that you probably did take acid before you got in this automobile. Yes. Did you bring any weapon with you of any kind when you got into the car? No. Incidentally, who was in the car when you got in it and it started off down the road? Linda, Tex, Clem, Sadie, Patricia, and me. Was Mr. Manson there? No, he was with Stephanie. Right, so she's denying that Manson was in the car, right? And everyone knows that Manson went to the LaBiancas. If you studied this case, Manson went to the LaBiancas, went in, tied them up, told them they wouldn't be harmed, then left and let the others in. Right, but she's denying that Manson was even in the car at her first trial. Was Mr. Manson there? No, he was with Stephanie. How do you know he was with Stephanie Scram? Because he spent all his time with Stephanie when Stephanie was around. Was Stephanie something of a newcomer to the family or the group or whatever you want to call it? Yes, a very pretty young girl. Had she been a long time or was she a recent arrival? No, she was new. Sorry, went too fast. When she came, she had a big crush on Charlie and demanded all his attention. Did Stephanie's crush on Charlie create any competition or jealousy among the other girls, to your knowledge? Not with me. If it did with somebody else, I don't know. Now, getting back to the automobile ride, did you see any of the other people in the group with weapons? She pauses. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yes, I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to think. I don't recall seeing any, but then again, a lot of us wore knives. You know, there could have been somebody in the car with a knife on. When you say that a lot of people wore knives, was that what was the purpose in your wearing knives from time to time? Different things. I know a lot of times I wore a knife for protection because when I had been in Haight-Ashbury, I had been attacked many times. I did it because of fear. And also, when I'd go on the runs with vegetables, I'd use it to clean off the food. To the best of your recollection, however, on this occasion, did you not have a knife? No. And then it gets hard to read. Now, did any of the people in the automobile tell you where they were going or why or what they were doing? We never explained ourselves to each other at the ranch. To you, this was just another automobile trip that you took on occasion. Sure. Was this a fairly frequent occurrence at the ranch? You would all pile into the car and go someplace? Now and then, you know, if a group of people felt like driving, just going down into the Monster, which had been in the city, and drive for a while and look at all the different lights and see what people were doing and what fast pace to, it gets really hard to read here. They were coming at until it started twirling our hands in circles, and then we would go back to the ranch. Well, yeah, so she said, what the hell? Just for a cruise, maybe we would go down in the Dream, go get an ice cream cone, different little things. Did it give you some sort of sense of satisfaction to drive through the Monster and to see how all the other people were living and comparing their satisfaction? What do you mean satisfaction? All right. Just a feeling of not superiority, perhaps a feeling of relief to realize that you didn't have to live this way. All these people were living in the Monster. No, because as long as it existed, it would be part of me. Do you have any recollection as to how long you drove around on this particular evening? No. Did Linda do all the driving? She was the only one with the driver's license. Did you know how to drive at that time? Sure. Was it somewhat of a rule that only people that drove were ones with driver's licenses? It wasn't a rule. It was just, a policy maybe. No, but it's just a simple fact that if you drive without a driver's license, you will get stopped and go to jail. And if somebody in the car has got a driver's license, then they should drive. Did anybody else drive that evening besides Linda? Not that I know of. Do you remember where you went? No. We went all over the place. Were there any discussions or conversations that you can remember during your trip all over the place? No. As far as you were concerned, was it just a sort of jaunt through the big city for no particular purpose, just to drive? Did anybody give anybody else directions? In other words, did Tex or Clem? Not that I remember. Mr. Keith, that was over a year ago. I am not going to play like I remember something that I don't remember. I don't want you to do that. I don't remember any conversations at all. Just to the best of your recollection, did you stop at any place along the way that you can remember? All I remember is that we drove and we drove and we drove and we stopped at a house. And that was the only stop you made you can remember. We might have stopped at a gas station. We might have stopped at a place to get a pack of cigarettes. I don't remember. Could you describe generally the place where you finally did stop? No. Was it a residential neighbourhood or commercial? Yes, it was a residential neighbourhood. One I hadn't seen. I wasn't familiar with it. When they actually lived in the black... No, I don't think... Was she with them when they had the black bus? Probably not. But the black bus was actually parked next door to this house. I don't think she was with them when that happened, though, so maybe she wasn't familiar with it. Did you ask some questions of Linda as to why you stopped at this particular area? No, I never asked anybody why. Did anybody ask Linda any questions about why we stopped? No. Did anybody tell Linda to stop at this particular area? Not that I know of. What happened after you stopped? Linda and Tex got out of the car. Do you remember whether or not one of them or both of the rest of you in the car why they were getting out? No. They did not say anything to the best of your recollection. They might have. Like I say, I don't remember. So she don't remember a lot, does she? What did you say Linda and Tex did, if anything, after they got out of the car? They walked away from the car. Did they go towards the house or down the sidewalk or what? I'm not even sure what direction they went in. At some time later, did one or both of them reappear at the car? Linda came back and she said that Tex was going to stay. So Patricia and I said, well, we want to stay too. So we went up to the house. She said, go up that driveway. We're about to get into what happened in the house. Did Linda tell you what was going on in the house? No. Did she tell you anything at all about who was in the house or what they were doing? No. Did you ask? No. I can tell you what I figured, but I didn't ask. Well, at that time, were you? At that time you strike that. Right. The lawyer has to rephrase his question, right? You did walk up the driveway with Katie and go in the house. Yes. While you walked up the driveway towards the house, did you have murder in your mind? No. Or harming anybody? No. Or robbing anybody? No. Or burglarizing the house? No. When you entered the house, did you just walk right in, you and Katie? Yeah, the door was ajar, so we walked in. Did it appear to be the front door? It most definitely was the front door. When you got inside the house, what did you see? Tex standing, a woman sitting, and a man sitting. Did you notice anything unusual about the man? His hands were behind him like this, so I'm guessing she goes like that, yeah. Did you notice whether they were tied or not? I don't remember if I saw the strings or not, but it was apparent that they were. Was anybody saying anything? But she knew they were tied with strings as well, which is, yeah, if she didn't see anything, how did she know that? Was anybody saying anything? No, we all just looked at each other for a few minutes, a few seconds. Did Tex say, her? Excuse me for interrupting you. That's okay. No, it's not okay. I'm sorry. Did Tex say anything when you walked in the house? No. Did either of the two people on the couches say anything? The woman looked at us and she said, we will give you anything. Had you said anything, either you or Katie? No. Just out of the clear blue sky, the woman said, I'll give you anything. Yes. Did you hear Tex threaten the woman or the man? No. Did you or Katie threaten the woman or the man? No. So the first thing that you can remember that was said was, I'll give you anything. Yes. Then what happened? So Patricia and myself and the lady went into the bedroom and the closet door was open. So we were looking at the clothes. Excuse me. And then she said, I won't call the police. I won't call the police. She kept saying that. Now, wait a minute. Let's go slowly. Did the woman show you her clothes? Well, the closet was open and all of the clothes were there. Did she have a lot of clothes? Yes, she had some very pretty clothes. Did you think the woman was going to give you some of the clothes? Yes. Why did you think that? Because she said, I'll give you anything. All right. Did the woman appear to you at that time when she said, I'll give you anything, to be panicky or afraid? Well, if she felt at all what I felt, sure she did, because I wasn't even sure what was happening. Were you afraid? I don't know if afraid is the right word. I was uneasy. Yeah, there was, that feeling that you get. Well, I think I know the feeling that you get, but I cannot put it into words at the present time. At any rate, I take it everything did not seem quite right to you. No. Something seemed wrong. Yes. So that you and Katie were looking at her clothes. Yes, and she was standing behind us. And then while you were looking at her clothes, did something happen with respect to a table lamp? Yes, she picked up a great big table lamp, and she picked it up and it looked like she was going to throw it. And I looked through the corner of my eye and I saw the lamp coming down, so I blocked it. What happened to the lamp? I got it away from her and we fought for a few seconds, and I got her on the bed and I ripped the pillowcase off the pillow and I put it on her head. And I don't know if I used the lamp cord to tie around her neck or her hands, or if I even used it. Now, while you were struggling with the woman, did Katie go someplace and then come back, to your knowledge? Yeah, Katie came back in the bedroom and she had a whole bunch of kitchen utensils. Were there any knives amongst the kitchen utensils? Yes. Did you manage to quiet the woman down? I kept saying, please be still. And then at that time, had you threatened to hurt or harm her in any way? No response. Obviously, you had been fighting with her, but we were struggling. Did you have any words with her while you were struggling? I don't recall words. Or did Katie have any words? I don't recall Katie speaking to her. At some time while you were struggling, did the woman start yelling for somebody? For somebody? Yeah. She just kept saying, I won't call the police. And it seemed the more she said police, the more panicky I got. That is what I meant to get at. Whilst you were struggling with her and she said, I won't call the police. Yes. Did she say that in a loud, screaming tone, or how would you describe it? I don't know how loud it was. It could have been loud enough for everyone to hear. And then again, it might not have been. I don't know how loud it was, even though she was stood right there. Incidentally, had you heard anything unusual going on in the living room or some other part of the house while you and Katie were with Mrs. LaBianca? It's hard for me to say anything like that because at the time I was, wrestling with a woman. I don't know what was going on anywhere, but what I was doing, and as far as sounds or things being said, all I remember is that the police. I don't remember, like if somebody said something else, I don't remember. I see. Now, when you heard Mrs. LaBianca talk about not calling the police, did that give you some reaction or do something to your mind or make you afraid? Yes. And what did it do? It's difficult to describe, but what I have seen the police do, they instill a very big paranoia fear inside of me. And the more she would name it, the more I would be frightened that they would come. And what did you do, if anything, by reason of this paranoia or fear, as you put it? I asked her to lay still, and then I picked up the lampshade again, and I took one of the knives, and Patricia had a knife, and we started stabbing and cutting up the lady. So yeah, you see, she totally admits she started stabbing whilst the lady was alive. Up to that time, did you have any intention of hurting anybody? No. Mrs. LaBianca in particular? No. Did you stab Mrs. LaBianca as well as Patricia, or did Patricia do the stabbing while you just held her? I stabbed her. I don't know if it was before or after she was dead, but I stabbed her. So she then says she doesn't know if it was before or after she was dead, but her initial statement is that she started stabbing her when Patricia started stabbing her, so while she was still alive. Did you stab her sometimes after she appeared to be dead, Les? I don't know if she was dead. She was laying there on the floor. Had you stabbed her at all before you saw her laying on the floor? I don't remember. Is it all kind of a nightmare to you now? Not a nightmare, it just isn't clear. It all happened so, I cannot describe it. After it was all over, did you and Katie go in the next room or back into the living room, should I say? Mr. Keith, all I know is what I have done. I don't remember what room I walked in next. Well, tell us what happened next then. Then I got a towel and I started wiping everything off. I just got obsessed with the thought of fingerprints because, in the movies and things, when things happen, you always get a towel and wipe off fingerprints. And Patricia came in and I was inside drawers wiping off things that had never even been touched. I was wiping off. That was all I was going to. That was all I was doing. Going through everything, fingerprinting, wiping everything off. And she came and she took the towel, and I'm not sure what I did. I just have a flash of me. I just have pictures of me. I was standing in the hallway and I went into the living room afterwards and I saw a man laying there and I saw writings on the wall, and then we left. Now let's back up a minute. Did you see Mr. LaBianca lying in the living room? Yes. Was Tex in the living room when you saw Mr. LaBianca? I don't know where Tex was. I know he left the house with us, but from the moment we got in the bedroom until we left the house, I don't even know where Tex was. Did it surprise you to see Mr. LaBianca, apparently dead too, in the living room, having been stabbed to death? No. Why didn't it surprise you? Did you have any pre-knowledge or foreknowledge that he was going to get killed? No. But when you have lived with a group of people and your thought becomes so complete, when one thing would go on in the bedroom or in the house, it would just happen automatically in the next one. It didn't surprise me at all. It was like we were all running on the same thought. She's describing folie psychosis. I'll explain what that is in a minute. They've told her how to describe it. And even if this thought, we were going back to the original thought about Bobby, it could have been. I never thought about it, to weave the places together. Were you thinking about trying to save or aid in some manner Bobby Beausoleil when you were stabbing Mrs. LaBianca when she was on the floor? I wasn't thinking anything like I was stabbing Mrs. LaBianca. Yeah, I wasn't thinking anything while I was stabbing Mrs. LaBianca. Now, before you left the house, Les, did you have anything to eat? No. And she's lying there because they did. They stayed for ages and they ate watermelon and all that in the kitchen. Did any of the others, to your recollection or knowledge? Not that I know of. You didn't have a change of clothing, did you? No, we did not take a change of clothing. So I take it nobody changed their clothing after this happened. Not that I know of. Did you catch a ride somewhere? Yes, we hitchhiked back to Spahn. The three of you together, yes. Did you talk to Tex at all, or did he talk to you about what he was supposed to be doing in that house? Why he did what he did? None of us talked about it much. Tex kind of was somewhere else, you might say. Do you believe, having ingested all the LSD and other drugs that you have taken, that Tex was under the influence of some narcotics or hallucinogen? I would say he was. Do you know what particular drug he took? No, but I had heard Sadie mention something about STP. What is STP? I don't think I've ever had any, but I heard it's one of the farthest out psychedelics you can take. It lasts for days and days. Now, I've never heard of STP. I wonder if she's got PCP. She actually meant PCP. She just doesn't know the name of it. And that's on that list of scary hallucinogens that I've got an article about. Well, at the ranch, we were all pretty much in our own worlds, but Tex really got into his own world. Now she's not talking about the murders anymore, so I'll finish reading it here. She's just talking about Tex. Where am I? Sorry, did that drag on for ages? Right, what is happening in the chat? Right, so that is what Leslie basically said at her first trial. And that's absolutely crazy, right? She denied that Charlie was even with them. And she lied about how long they stayed afterwards. She pretended that she hadn't seen any of the writing on the wall, or she didn't even know Lino was dead until she walked past and all that. So, yeah, it all sounds very much like she was covering for people, doesn't it? And sounds like she's lying, definitely. Well, she's definitely lied because everyone knows that Charlie went there as well and went in there and he tied up the LaBianca because he even admitted it himself and all that, didn't he? Everyone knows that. So that was like the really crazy thing. I thought, what? You said Charlie wasn't even there? And in a minute, I'll get to what she said, right? Before she even says all this, she tells them that she was there when Gary Hinman was killed, which is not true at all, is it, right? She didn't even go to Gary Hinman's house. I'll read that out in a bit. I was just going to see what people are reacting. Yeah, murder fetish. Yeah, this is another thing that comes up about Leslie Van Houten as well, right? She tries to play it down in court, but I'm trying to find sources that show you her talking gleefully about murder because she apparently did. And so, yeah, she's probably what they call a thrill killer. Sociopaths sometimes get a thrill out of stabbing people. And I think that Leslie was probably one of those. And she's just denying it, obviously, because you would in court, wouldn't you? No one's going to admit to that. And yeah, so that makes her very disturbing. And And it's disturbing that she's the one that everyone thinks is okay now and that she should be let out. And there's loads of, that celebrity John Waters is still appealing for us to let her out, saying that, oh no, she's changed now and she looks back on what she did with horror and revulsion. I bet she does, that she got caught. If she'd never got caught, she'd have carried right on doing the same thing, I'm sure. Horrifying. So yeah, in a minute I'll get. No, I couldn't believe it. The stuff she was saying about being at Gary Hinman's house, and she wasn't even there. She didn't even go. Everyone knows that the ones that went to Gary Hinman's were Mary Bruner, Susan Atkins, and Bobby Beausoleil. And then at one point, Charlie and Bruce Davis turned up, but left quickly. And then apparently later, Bruce Davis went back to help steal the cars at the end of it all. But the only people that were actually there was for the whole time was Susan, Bobby, and Mary Bruner. And she denies Mary Bruner was there, even though Mary Bruner totally was. And she says that she was there. I'll read it out to you in a bit. It's absolutely crazy. I couldn't believe it, because it doesn't help her in any way. Because Bobby was already on death row. Bobby had already been convicted, and she didn't testify at his trial. So as I was reading it, I was like, why the hell are you saying this? You've just made yourself look worse. You've implicated yourself in another murder that you weren't even involved in. And it didn't even help Bobby, because Bobby had already been sentenced to death anyway. And she didn't testify at his trial. So why the hell did she do that? It's mad. Right, I've got to find it. Why the hell did you say that? And I'd never heard that she said this as well, because I've never read the trial transcripts. And this has made me really interested in reading the bloody trial transcripts now, because the shit they said was so crazy. Right. So what does she say? She says, right, so you went with Bobby and Sadie to Hinman's. Yes, it was more like a house. Did you meet Hinman there? Yes, I met him. Did you have any idea at the time you went to Hinman's house for the purpose of... Did you have any idea at the time you went to Hinman's house of the purpose of the visit? It had something to do with business, but I didn't know what kind, and I didn't ask. Was this business between Bobby and Gary Hinman? I guess so. I didn't even ask that. Then how come Sadie was along? She went? Bobby said something, because Gary knew Sadie, you know. I guess Sadie and Gary had been close. I don't know. All I know is Bobby asked me to go, and I like to go anywhere with Bobby. And she didn't go, right? She never went to this house. It's absolutely crazy that she's saying this. Why did she say this? Because it didn't help Bobby. It didn't help her. There was no reason why she lied about this. She just made herself look even worse. So I gather you met Mr. Hinman at his house or apartment, whatever it may have been. Yes, we met. And what happened after you got there? Was he alone? Yes, he was alone. What happened next? What went on? What went on? Sure. We got there. We're carrying on a friendly conversation. And then I was helping Sadie do something in the kitchen. There was an argument. Was there an argument between Bobby and Gary Hinman? Yes. Bobby and Gary started fighting, and Bobby punched Gary pretty hard. Then Sadie got on the phone. Charlie and Bruce came over, right? And it was Mary that phoned Charlie at the Gary Hinman house, right? But she's saying that Sadie phoned and Mary wasn't even there, right? Where did Charlie and Bruce come from, if you know? I imagine Sadie called them. At the Spahn Ranch. You know, I was trying to keep Bobby calmed down. I never seen him go off like that before. You don't know the subject matter of the argument they had? No, all right. Bobby knocked Gary's tooth out or loose or something. Well, he punched him pretty hard in the mouth. Then, eventually, did Charlie and Bruce Davis arrive? Yeah, they came. What happened next after they arrived? They came over and all of the men went into the living room and were talking. And again, I was in the kitchen. I spent a lot of time in the kitchen because I didn't know what was going on. Then Bobby and Bruce and Charlie came into the kitchen and they were discussing something. I don't know what. What, even though they were right in front of you, you've got no idea what they were talking about. Okay. And who came into the kitchen? Let's go slowly. Bobby, Bruce, and Charlie came into the kitchen. They were having a discussion about something. Yeah? And did the discussion continue in the kitchen? Yeah, you know, they just, you know, how people are. They just come in and talking. I see. I wasn't even paying any attention because it wasn't any of my business, and I didn't want to make it my business. Where was Sadie at the time? In the kitchen with me. Then what happened? Then Gary came in with a gun and he shot it, and the gun went and it missed the group of men and it went into the kitchen wall. it was like cabinets. So I guess in the course of him shooting, it looked like he was trying to hit Charlie. Charlie had a sword, and I guess Charlie, jerked it out and went to defend himself, and he cut Gary's ear. So this sword, was this a pirate-like sword? Yeah, it looks like the one they have been bringing up all the time. And did you see Charlie wear that sword from time to time before this? Sure. Did Charlie play pirate once in a while? Now and then, yeah. That was one of his roles in the Magical Mystery Tour. Sure, I even had a pirate outfit. You played pirate from time to time also? Well, I like to be with the guys sometimes too. I mean, you played the role of a pirate too. Yeah, that's when I would wear my knife. I would wear my knife other times too, though. Well, anyway, Charlie had the sword and he took it, like I say. Anyway, Gary got cut, and then what happened when Gary got cut? Well, Charlie just stood there looking. It looked like to me he wasn't quite sure just what had happened. And Sadie was all freaked out because Sadie has always, had a heavy thing for Charlie. So I said to Bruce and Charlie, just go, just go, and I will do everything. I can take care of this situation. So let's see. Did Charlie and Bruce go? Yeah, they started out of the house. And Gary went running, not running, because it was a small house, but went after them again. What are you saying to me? Ah, right. Sorry, that was something about the stream. It's not. Right, because right. Did Charlie and Bruce go? Yeah, they started out the house, and Gary went running, not running because it was a small house, but went after them again. And Sadie went towards Gary. I'm not sure just what she did, but somehow she banged him on the head with the gun a couple of times because he ended up laying in the living room. Did you see how Sadie got a gun? I didn't see it because, it's a small hallway, and I didn't really see. You did not actually see Sadie then hit Hinman over the head with anything. You just know he was hit over the head. Looking back on it and figuring it out, she must have, But as to what my eyes actually saw, I did not see it because you weren't even fucking there. Where was Bobby when this was going on? Bobby was still in the kitchen with me. It's a small house. So evidently, did Charlie and Bruce leave? They left right then. They were already out by the time Sadie had done that, and they did not come back. How about Bobby? Did he leave? Bobby stayed. Right. How about Bobby? Did he leave? Bobby stayed. How long did Bobby stay after Hinman was hit over the head? Well, you see, Sadie was going to try to help Gary get better, and we spent that night, and we spent half the next day, and I kept, Sadie would tell me, cook some broth or do this or do that. And I kept trying to ask her, well, we should get some kind of medical help. But Sadie was sure that Gary could get over it, and she just would take care of him, and she chanted over him. Did you want Gary to be admitted to a hospital? Is that what you were saying? Well, I will tell you, I did not particularly want to look at what had happened to him. So, I left that up to Sadie's judgment. She kept saying he would be all right, and I wouldn't go into the room. I would just stay in the kitchen and help out. Did I understand you say you heard her chant? Yes, she was doing all kinds of things over him, I imagine he could talk. I heard them mumbling to each other. I imagine Gary would tell her if it was bad enough. Do you have any recollection of what Sadie chanted over Gary's body? No. Why did you use the expression chant? Did it sound like she was chanting? Yes, continuous repetition of the same thought over and over, They do it when you meditate. You do it with beads, You go over like this with your beads and you chant something over and over. Were you on a trip when this was all going on? Or don't you remember? Or were you on a constant trip? I don't know if I was, but, I was not accustomed to such things going on. Had you ever viewed violence, or strike that, had you ever viewed violence of that nature before? People getting cut and bloody stuff? Yes. No. All right, you stayed there overnight. Yes, we did. And then it came to the next afternoon. Did you stay in the kitchen? Also, there was a patio. His house had a main living room and a patio and a kitchen. Bobby and I spent what time I was in the kitchen, and Bobby and I would spend in the patio. Bobby stayed on. Yeah, I know he felt kind of like he was in a weird situation, And so the next afternoon I told him to leave and that I could handle it. Did Bobby do anything about getting medical attention for Hinman? He was going to leave a couple of times and I would tell him no. In other words, I didn't want to bring any police into it. And from the way Sadie talked, she made it sound like Gary was going to get better fast. I hadn't seen how bad the cut was. All I saw was blood. Coming from Gary's ears, yes. Do you know whether or not he was bleeding from his scalp, his head? Like I say, I didn't look at it. All right, the next day, did something else unusual happen? Yes, something very unusual happened. What happened? I told Bobby to go, and Bobby left, and I'd been having some discussions with Sadie, So she tells them that Bobby had left, right, before Hinman was killed. So she just appears to be trying to protect Bobby. But it didn't help Bobby. This wasn't said at his trial. Bobby was already on death row. So why did she do this? And I was just about ready to make the move to take Gary to the hospital. And I don't recall what I was doing at the time, but I heard a bunch of weird, strange noises. And when I got into the living room, Gary was stabbed, and there was some writing on the wall. And Sadie was still, It was a very ugly thing that I saw, even though you weren't there. Was Sadie there with him alone? Of course. Do you remember what was written on the wall? I didn't at the time, but now I remember. Now you know what it was, but at the time, did you pay any particular attention to what was on the wall? I just saw writing. Did it appear to be in blood? Yes, it did. What was Sadie doing when you walked in and found Gary stabbed and the bloody writing on the wall? She was still chanting. Did Gary appear to be dead, or didn't you take that closer look? He was lying there, not moving. Then what happened? What did you do, and what did Susan do after you walked in and saw this? We left in a Volkswagen bus. And whose bus was it, if you know? I believe it was Gary's. Do you know where Sadie got the knife from that she used to stab Hinman to death? Most likely she was wearing it, I don't know. Did you see Sadie put the knife someplace that she used? No, I told her, it would be wise for her to get rid of it. But you don't know whether she did that or not. Obviously she did not. You mean the knife was found at some time later? Yes, and Bobby was arrested for the murder of Gary. Now you got back to Spahn Ranch in a Volkswagen bus, you say? Yes. Do you know who the owner of the bus was? Like I said, I believe the owner was Gary. Did you know at the time you were driving back? Well, I don't remember who told me, but someone told me, that was okay to drive. Who did the driving? Do you remember? I did. Now, when you returned to Spahn Ranch, did you or Sadie, to your knowledge, tell anybody about what happened to Gary Hinman? I went immediately to Patricia. Was Patricia your closest friend at the time? Yes, Patricia and I, we just did about everything together. If two people could be complete sisters, it was Patricia and myself. By that time, to your recollection, Les, had Linda Kasabian arrived at the ranch? And they're not talking about the Bobby bet anymore, but my God. Why the hell would she say that? Why would she confess to being at Gary Hinman's? Was that not showing up on the screen while I was... No, it was. It's okay, yeah. That's all right. Jolly good. Yeah, as you can see, that's a bit crazy, isn't it? So she sat in court and told them that she went to Gary Hinman's house, that Mary Bruner didn't go, that Bobby had left and she saw Sadie actually kill Hinman. And none of that's true because she didn't even go. She didn't see fuck all. She was never there, right? So how did she see all that? Hello, everyone who's just arriving. I've just read out loads of stuff. I'm not going to read it out again. You'll have to look back at the playback to see what I read out. But basically, Leslie, at her first trial, completely lied really badly. She denied Charlie drove them to the LaBiancas and went in and tied them up, which everyone knows is the truth. She fucking played down how long they stayed at the LaBianca's house, and she said she didn't know anything about Lino's death when obviously they all did. They were all walking around the house and saw it all, didn't they? So she was totally playing down what she... And she admits, in the first trial, she started stabbing the woman when Patricia Krenwinkel did. So she did stab her while she was alive. And then the really crazy thing was, today, I was trying to find where she says... what she says in her second trial about the killing of Rosemary LaBianca. And loads of the volumes of her trial transcript appear to be missing. It's really hard to find the ones where she talks about it, right? So there's stuff they don't want us to read about her other trial, obviously. And there's loads of, well, I'll show you this page in a second. Where is it? Let me get back to here. Oh, where's my bloody window? Right, sorry, found it. Excellent. Now I go... Yeah, this is the awkward thing about StreamYard, but I found using other platforms, I can't do the thing where I share your comments on the screen so easily, so I've got to get that working. All right. So this is the page of the documents of her second trial. And look, well, volume number 1 ain't there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13's missing. 14, 15. 15 all the way through to 27 is missing. 28, 29, 31, 33. So volume 32 is missing. Look at how many volumes of it aren't there. Right? Loads of what we... if anyone could find where she talked about what she did to Rosemary LaBianca, please let me know, because we tried to find it but couldn't. You roll it down to a point where you can see how many is missing. You see, it's really bizarre. That's the biggest jump there, is between 15 and 27 here. Look, so there's like, it's hard to find a lot of the volumes of her second trial. So a lot of it's missing. So we can't see what was actually said at her second trial. And we're trying to like find the Delinda has saved all the PDFs he ever had, so we might be able to find it through that. So yeah, I'll get back to you if we do find what she said at her second trial. But we know that it got played down and she ended up only being convicted of stabbing her after she was dead. But from what she said at the is that the tape? Yeah, the tapes that she made with her lawyer. The one that's got all the hiss, that is just called the Leslie Van Houten tapes, because that's really, really hard to listen to because of the hiss, isn't it? But the stuff she says on that gets really crazy as well. She's talking about all the Helter Skelter stuff and all that, isn't it? But there is, yeah. Oh, I'll have to find it. Yeah, like I say, I'm gonna I'll do more about this because this was really, really crazy. I can't believe. And Leslie is the one that everyone says is better now and should be let out. And actually, it's quite worrying if you read about what she did and how much she lied. Totally blatantly lied in court. Like, what's all that? The whole thing about her being at Bobby's. She goes on about it for ages. No, Gary Hinman, sorry, with Bobby. And she wasn't. She wasn't there. Everyone knows that. Everyone that studied this case knows Leslie never went to Gary Hinman's house. Yeah. Yeah, I've actually got that queued up. I can show you Rosemary's injuries. I'm not going to show a picture of her body. Don't worry. It's the picture of her, the body map of her. So you can see where the wounds were. All right. Yeah, because I wanted to show you this just so you can see how horribly this poor woman was killed. And this was probably by Leslie and Patricia Krenwinkel, right? So, yeah, this woman should not be let out. Never. Right, this is the amount of wounds she had. The table showing you how many wounds she had. Sorry, I've got to read it. And it says in her upper back, there were 22 wounds. In her lower back, there were 14. So that would include her buttocks, I assume. An anterior trunk, which is the front of her body, 3 stab wounds. Left breast, 1. Right lower jaw, 1. So she was stabbed in the face, the breast, the chest, and lots in the back. And yeah, and well, I'll get to show you the pictures. This is the wounds to the front of her body. All up here. That shows her breast. They're showing you a bloody body map of a man's body, right? But that would be the woman's breast, obviously. And this is the wound on her face. She had a wound on her right cheek. And this is everything that was done to her back, right? So this is after she's dead, laid on the floor. And it only says some post-mortem as well. It doesn't say all these wounds were after she was dead. Where does it say that? Sorry, yeah, I read that up here. Let me find it. But it does actually tell you not all the wounds in her back were post-mortem, only some of them. Where does it say? Oh, I'm sure I read it in here, on it. Right, yeah. The lower back. What 3 to 4 to 1 inch wounds? No, 3/4 to 1 inch wounds described but not numbered. Some post-mortem. Right, so only some of the wounds in her lower body were post-mortem. So she was still alive when they were stabbing her in the back, basically. She wasn't dead. Which is horrible, isn't it? And also in the first trial transcript, I just read that out. She actually admitted that she put the pillowcase over Rosemary's head. She was trying to tie her up with the lamp, and she started stabbing her when Patricia started stabbing her. That's what she said at her first trial. And then at her second trial, she's obviously played it all down and said Tex just forced her to stab the dead body and all that. But we can't find that, or we'll bring that to you when we find it. We're struggling to find it though. Yeah, and she's trying to paint herself as someone who's completely changed. But Debra Tate found in her parole hearing that she was still writing to other murderers and having romantic pen pal relationships with other killers, which seems a bit dark, doesn't it? Does seem like she's doesn't seem like she's changed, does it? I mean, I've spoken to people who write to Tex. Tex talks about nothing but Jesus and is really, really holy and won't ask women for dodgy pictures or anything like that. You know what I mean? He acts like he's a completely changed person. But Leslie still writes dirty letters to other killers. It seems a bit strange, doesn't it? Sorry about smoking on the stream as well, though. I can't go that long though without. How long have I been going now? Well, I've been going nearly an hour. Yeah. I think that too. I think Tex is protecting the girls. I think he thinks that if he takes responsibility, they've got some hope of getting released. He knows he'll never get released, but he's saying that if he thinks that if he takes more responsibility, they might let some of the girls out. But I don't think any of them are going to get out, no matter what gets said. Nor should they get out. The more I find out about them, I don't think they have changed and that they are better. I don't think they deserve to get out, any of them. Oh yeah, Shannon. Yeah, that's the thing. That that was Gibby. That's supposedly Gibby. Garretson said he heard Gibby saying that as she was being stabbed at CLO Drive. But looking at that, I don't think that that's even possible because Gibby was stabbed a lot in the face. It's horrible. I don't believe that she was actually saying anything as they stabbed her. She wouldn't have been able to say anything. Poor woman. It's awful. So I don't think that's actually true. I don't know where Garretson got that from, or if that was just something thrown in by Bugliosi to make it all sound more. Yeah. Yeah, and it's horrible. Like Delinda says, she did get stabbed directly in the spine, so the poor woman probably couldn't bloody move, and they were still stabbing her. Oh, it's horrible. It's really, really horrible. You know what I mean? And people say that this girl should be let out. I don't think no one should be allowed to forget what she actually did, and actually, no, she doesn't deserve to get out at all. No one who's capable of doing something that evil should be let out. Do you know what I mean? It's not on. Yeah, she can speak of her vocal cords when it's severed, yeah, and she doesn't appear to have been stabbed in the throat at all, so there was nothing near her vocal cords. Yeah, but they put a pillowcase over her head, though, apparently. Leslie says that she put a pillowcase over her head and then tried to tie something around her neck. So with that might have muffled her voice at least, wouldn't it? Yeah. That's it, Shannon. Yeah, I believed it as well. I believed that she really didn't stab her while she was alive and that she maybe just exaggerated at the first trial or whatever. But the more I find out about her, I think that she wasn't lying at the first trial. She really did stab Rosemary LaBianca while she was alive. And she was lying at the second trial when she said she didn't. Sorry, I'm flashing up everyone's comments here. Yeah, no, he doesn't, does he? Yeah, because she wasn't actually around at the ranch for very long, was she? She just showed up with Bobby. And she was Bobby's girl more than Charlie's girl, really. And all that stuff about her saying she was at Hinman's. And that seems like she was trying to cover for Bobby, doesn't it? Because she says Bobby left. And then she watched Sadie kill Hinman. And Sadie did apparently try and take responsibility for killing Gary Hinman at one point. So it looks like both these girls were trying to get Bobby off for some reason. But it didn't work. He'd already been convicted anyway, because he got tried before them, didn't he? He was already on death row. And Susan was involved, so she would have had to testify at his trial. But Leslie never did. So why the hell did she? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think she should either. Yeah, I think Leslie could easily be told to say anything in Charlie's defence. Yeah, and that tape, it's really, really dodgy as well. They bring this up at her thing, because the tape was recorded at the Sybil Brand Institute, and they say to him, "Oh, did you tell her to say anything that's on this tape?" And he said, "No, I just told her to tell me what she told me before when I didn't have a tape recorder." So, oh yeah, right. No, you totally told her what to say before you switched the tape recorder on, didn't you? My God, he had already had several meetings with her before he recorded that. Right, so they'd obviously agreed shit to say, hadn't they? Yeah. And I've heard he was with Roe Bruner. But I know, yeah, he got really into Linda, didn't he? And I don't believe that he hadn't met Linda before. I think they had met each other before. Man, there's a letter from Mary Bruner about her and Tex. Yeah, I've not read Squeaky's book. You can listen to it. People have read it out, can't you? And isn't there her reading it out? Actually, a YouTube video of Squeaky herself reading out her book. That's interesting. Yeah. No, I never heard that Tex had been with Mary Bruner, because I know Mary Bruner was the original girl, wasn't she? She was the original girl that was with Charlie. So yeah. Wow. But they weren't supposed to be having a relationship with any one single person, were they? They were supposed to all be like in a weird mutual relationship, a polyamorous thing going on between all of them. So God knows. Yeah, I got to try and get it. It's called Reflections, innit? Oh, I don't really want to have to read her book, but she says stuff like that. Yeah, that is interesting. It's worth reading, isn't it? Oh, I must find it. Right, and yes, I've showed you, haven't I, how many volumes of our thing are missing? Yeah, it's just really bizarre. And Dipman, the psychiatrist called Dipman, is the same guy that assessed Tex for his trial, one of the guys. And so is Joel Fort, but Joel Fort assessed all of them for the first trial because he was hired by Bugliosi. And he was the only psychiatrist that most of the girls spoke to. All the others didn't speak. Let's go see my machine. I'm not touching the autopsy report. I don't know why it's lighting up. That's weird. Yeah, I'll just stop showing the screen and go back to this. There. Yeah, and I can talk more about the event if anyone's interested. Yeah, the event that we went to in London, and we've got I got. These are the stickers. Don't know where I'm going to put these yet. These cost me £7.50, right? That you don't get them free. But if you buy the British edition of the book, you get the bookmarks free. That's got a weird one. Charles Manson and Scorpions, and then just the one that says, and that's just the UK cover of the thing, and that's like the face out of the middle of. And the artist who drew the cover was at the event. He's photographed with Nicholas, and he's also done a comic book about Charles Manson as well that you can see people holding up in the pictures of that event. I've forgotten his name. I should know his name. I'm so sorry if if you see this. No, the artist who did the cover art was at that event, and there's photos of him stood with us all in it. Right, and yeah, this is the UK edition of the book, which is going to be rare as hell. So buy one if you like collectible books. Buy this one. And these are the bookmarks. This is the Charles Manson's Eyes one. And then this one is just it's just like the cover art basically. And you get these free. You get a little pack with this book when you order it. That's the only way to get these at the moment. I think he might make them available separately eventually if we all mind to him enough. But yeah, but to get that bookmark, you have to buy the English version of the book. it's a free. It comes free with that. But if they've got any left over, he might sell them off separately afterwards. I don't know. And the stickers that I showed you, you buy them separately. It is a really good cover in it. Yeah. I like the cover. It's better than the cover for the other edition. Yeah, it is. And the guy, like I say, who designed it is in the photos of the event with Nicholas, and it's clear who he is. He says, "Yeah, I love free bookmarks." But the book costs 50 quid, so yeah, yeah, they want to throw you in something free with that because it's going to be so rare that they're selling it at a premium. Yeah, but the UK edition you can get it from the Crossbank Publishing website, which I'll make sure I put a link to all this stuff in the description when this is left for playback, sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, this stuff, all the stuff I found out about Leslie today, and I'm going to be looking into her more because, like I say, I didn't think that this was going to turn out to be such a rabbit hole, but no, it is quite weird. She's a weird woman, and it's scary that so many people seem to think that she's better now and should be let out. When actually, the stuff she did was just too bad for anyone who's done that to ever be considered safe to be released, to be honest. I think if she's capable of that, even if it was over 50 years ago and she's in her 70s now, she's never safe to be released. Yeah. She's a freak, yeah. And they let her out, didn't they, when she was reawaiting trial? There's bloody pictures of her going to the Oscars and shit like that. It's mad. Yeah, and John Waters still to this day campaigns for her to be released, and there's that photo of him with her in prison back in the 80s. I think it's that photo's taken, isn't it? Yeah, that's it, yeah. Because she was cute, like Cupid is Bobby's nickname, by the way, in case people don't know. People think they are not evil, well, yeah. And that's it, yeah, and I always thought out of all of the Manson girls, she was probably the prettiest. So it was easier for her to fool the shrinks. Because, yeah, another thing I noticed was a couple of the shrinks, both the shrinks that assessed Leslie, neither of them actually had the qualifications to work with criminals. Neither of them was forensic. Joel Fort wasn't a forensic psychiatrist. And the crazy thing about him is he testified in loads of court cases. Yeah, let me show you this, right? This is what comes up when you Google the psychiatrist Joel Fort's name. Where is it? All right. I'll share it. It shows you he testified, and they don't mention that he testified at the Manson case because the Manson case he told some lies about the effect drugs have. He misled the jury. I'll get into this in another stream and I'll show you it. But look, if you type psychiatrist Joel Fort, all this stuff comes up about him. Testimony of government psychiatrist Joel Fort in the Patty. So yeah, he was hired by the government. Bugliosi hired him. He was a psychiatrist you could rent to say anything you wanted in the in your trial, basically. Yeah, and that's what he did his whole life. And he presents himself like a good guy as well. He tries to put himself in with guys like A. Smith that were trying to help people who were on drugs and that. But actually, if you look at the kind of stuff he did. What do you mean there? Now, do you think that was a product of the time, Nancy? Do you think they were? Oh, right, yeah, about the man not being a forensic psychiatrist in America, right? Because Americans don't understand the insanity defense. No one would have even questioned that. This is how they got away with it, right? But really, to assess a criminal, you have to be a forensic psychiatrist, right? Otherwise, they can run rings around you. Right, a sociopath can manipulate you, right? And a normal psychiatrist isn't used to dealing with that. They just believe what the patient tells them, right? But a forensic psychiatrist is prepared for a sociopath to mess with them, right? So they look for that, right? But these guys who were used to assess Leslie had no idea that she was manipulating them. They were just normal psychiatrists. And these guys just got hired by people to fucking testify at trials, and they had no business being in courtrooms. They were not criminal psychiatrists. It's ridiculous. Sorry. Show this on the screen. She said she knew people would die that night she went out. Yeah, and in court she denied she knew they was going to die. I've heard this as well. I've heard that she was raring to go. That after she heard about the CLO Drive crimes, she wanted to be just like Patricia Krenwinkel. So she went out wanting to be involved in murders. But she doesn't say that in court. She says, "Oh no, I thought we were just going for a drive. I didn't know that there was going to be murders." Yeah. Yeah, and I haven't heard anyone say that Rosemary crawled anyway. But yeah, I've heard. Yeah, but I've seen the pictures of how she was found. She was just on the floor on her stomach, wasn't she? Yeah. So she could have been trying to bloody crawl somewhere, but who knows? Looks like she might have been trying to drag herself across the floor, maybe. Why was the case so rushed? Yeah. Why was the case so rushed? Because they wanted to sweep it under the carpet, didn't they? They wanted everyone to like say, "Oh, look, these crazy kids did it because this man brainwashed them." No, don't look. Don't question it. Just don't question it, right? Because they were covering up all the seedy drug dealing stuff that was going on around Hollywood, and rich people can afford to buy it. Can afford to buy a cover up, can't they? Terry Melcher was Doris Day's son. She's old Hollywood, isn't she? She's like the Hollywood mafia. She could afford to get anything covered up that her son was involved with. And Folger's father was a millionaire. He could afford to get it kept out of the press that his daughter was involved with drug dealers. He was probably dealing drugs, it looks like. There's a lot of rich people involved who it was going to embarrass if it came out what was really going on at CLO Drive at the time. So that's why they rushed it, I think. Sorry, where's the one that I've got on the screen? Yeah, sociopaths are good at compartmentalizing. Yeah, they can repress their feelings and guilt, and they can repress their empathy. So when they want to act like a psycho, they can act like a complete psycho. They can completely repress their empathy. That's the scary thing about sociopaths. If they are capable of violence and they don't want to not be violent, they are capable of being scarily violent. Yeah, and I've heard her said that as well. She said she felt like a shark when she was killing people. Yeah. She said it in the Diane Sawyer interview, 1993. Bloody hell, I'd have to watch that. What? She was saying that it made her feel like a shark even then. Yeah, mafia, politics and money. That was like the cover-up. That was, who... Because Charles Manson, the more you find out about this case, he worked for the mob. He was protected by the mob while he was in prison. He worked for the mob while he was outside. It's all steeped in organized crime and drug dealing, and it embarrasses the Hollywood people because the Hollywood people were involved. So it had to be covered up, basically. See, sociopaths are the perfect actors. Yeah. And I said, Dorinda said this. I've seen her say in groups, sociopaths can fool psychiatrists, right? And they can if it's just a normal psychiatrist who's not trained to deal with sociopaths. They are great actors. They're very great at making you think that they're a nice, charming person and they wouldn't hurt anyone or anything like that. But then, second, you piss them off. Yeah. Yeah, he went to prison for the mob, it seems. Yeah, because he was caught trafficking a girl across the border or something, wasn't he? And he refused to say anything. He said, "Oh, I can't remember anything." He did that usual thing that criminals do in court. I can't remember where I got it from. Yeah. So yeah, he always just did whatever the mob told him to do, because that's the way to survive in prison. If you're going to spend your life in prison, which Charles Manson knew he probably was. In fact, he said he preferred being in prison. He'd been in prison so long, he understood prison life better than he understood outside life. So he wanted to go back to prison, which is sad, isn't it? But that's institutionalized behavior. That's what treating a kid like they treated Charles Manson does to them. That's why we don't treat young offenders in such a way anymore, because they realise that it turns them into Charles Mansons. Because there are millions of men like Charlie. We only talk about him because his case was so notorious. There's millions of men who are fucking doing life in prison, and society created them by the way they treated them when they were a child. It's horrible. Carnaby Street now. Oh, I've heard that it's now all Indian restaurants or something like that. Yeah, it used to be all suit shops, didn't it? It was famous for the suit shops, but I've not actually been there, so I can't confirm that. But yeah, I've heard that it's now all changed to Indian restaurants. It's not closed anymore. Sorry, no, I was thinking about the guitar lessons up. Yeah, it tells you in the Manson file, he got taught the guitar by one of the Mar Barker gang, wasn't it? Creepy Carpus was the only surviving one of the Mar Barker gang, or one of the only surviving ones that didn't get shot. So he was mobbed right up from when he was in prison. Yeah. So exactly, treat your children well, Laura Canyon, and they bloody do. They'll cover anything up for you. But it's not working anymore, is it? Everything's coming out. Nobody trusts them anymore. It's Charlie's connection to Frankie Carbo, yeah. He had connections to loads of mob people. You've got to get the Manson file and read all this stuff. There's way more to this case than they've ever told you. If you're seeing this for the first time and you're wondering what the hell we're all talking about, right? They lied totally. The helter-skelter stuff is nonsense. The right people went to prison. They were the killers. But they totally lied about why they did it. And that's the other reason I don't think any of them should be let out, because none of them have ever really told the truth, have they? They've all just stuck to the saying that Charles Manson made them do it. So how can their remorse be genuine if they've never actually admitted why they did it? Right? They're not remorseful, are they? They're still lying all these years later. None of them have ever actually told the truth about what happened. They've all just lied consistently their whole lives. So how can any of them be displaying genuine remorse if they're not admitting why they did it? I'm hoping maybe Tex will make a deathbed confession or something. He'll have something written up that's going to be released when he dies or whatever, but probably not. I doubt any of them are ever going to change their stories while they're alive, to be honest. Because they don't want to get murdered in prison. They want to live out their natural amount of years. Yeah, it was all connected. The LaBiancas and CLO were all connected to drugs and politics and the entertainment industry and the mafia. Lino had links to the mafia and the mob. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But they've tried to cover this up for years, and no one wants to bloody believe us. But honestly, the FBI reports are all real, mate. We're not lying to you. Yeah. Waverley is the LaBianca's house, in case people don't know. Yeah, but Waverley had anything to do with drugs, maybe more extortion. Yeah, I think that they were desperate for money, weren't they? I reckon they thought they would have money in the house, and they was going to rob them, try and rob money, but they didn't have any fucking money in the house or whatever, so they got away with nothing. And also, there's the rumor that Charlie wanted Lino's little black book, and that's why he went in there, and he actually got the address book of Lino, which had all the mafia and mob contacts in it. That was what Charlie actually wanted in the house, and that's why he went in there. Right, oh God. Who's Stephen Kay? The Crypt Keeper of True Crime. You can join the stream if you want, Paul, and talk to people, because I can't do it. Otherwise, I'm just reading out what you're saying in the chat. If you've got time, just join the stream for a minute, and you can explain this to people. Because I've not even got into all the mob and mafia stuff. I don't know all this. I'm still looking at the CLO Drive stuff. Yeah, if you want to come on, Paul, say, and I'll send you the link in Facebook chat or whatever. Even if it's just for a minute, just so you can explain who Stephen, what's his name is. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Say if you can, and I'll. What's the invite link? I'll find it. Right. I'll send you the link anyway. You don't have to join if you can't, but I'll send you the link now anyway. Oh, crap, no, it's moved. Come on. There, right, Paul, you've got the link in your messages. Right. So I'll come out of that. Stop screen. If Paul joins me, we'll go to some kind of dual screen. I've set up a background now because I paid for StreamYard. I can use my own background, so you might be able to see my background when I go into the dual screen mode. Oh yeah, Nicholas can explain this. Fucking hell yeah, because he said so many cryptic things. The 3 Korean men thing. Oh, I can't remember what it means. But bloody Nicholas can explain this. Yeah, because Charlie said loads of cryptic things. The 3 Koreans. I can't remember who they are. So he never did get the black book then, yeah, because there's rumors that he did get the black book, but yeah, but his first wife actually found it, so no, they never got it. Yes, that's what I've always thought. I've always thought this is too much of a coincidence that Susie Struthers at the time knew Tex, and then she turns up at his parole hearing all those years later saying, oh, yeah, no, I forgive him for killing my mother and you should let him go. Yeah, it sort of looks like he's blackmailing her about something, doesn't it? Yeah, why would she do that to herself? Unless this book is hard to find. Yeah, we'll have to try and find a PDF of it. I wonder if anyone's ever turned it into a PDF. Because Alice LaBianca is Lino's first wife. And they were still close, apparently. They all got on. They weren't like an acrimonious split. And so he used to confide in her still. And she would have gone through all his stuff after he died. And so she found all this stuff, you know. And she's the one who's the source of the fact that Lino actually had a confrontation with Charlie while they were on the bus out on the drive of Harold True, which is next door to the LaBianca's house. So yeah, it's not true that the LaBianca's house was random and they didn't know them. They lived next door to it for a couple of months, or at least a month, I think. Yeah. So the same as they knew the people at Cielo Drive. Tex had lived at Cielo Drive. Tex lived in the guest house before the Polanskis rented it. Paul's here, excellent, right.
Hello.
All right, there.
I'm turning. It's funny because I have my headphones on, but it didn't connect them, so now I just can't hear anything.
Right. If you're getting any echo, tell me, guys, because I might have to put my headphones on. But I think my computer corrects it. So
yeah, yours is fine. Am I echoing?
I can't hear you echoing.
Okay, cool.
Tell me in the chat if you can hear echoing, because it'll be me. Oh no, don't know. Anyway, don't worry about it. They'll tell us if it's annoying audio.
Okay, yeah. So what I was saying about Stephen K. is I read a book called The Manson Women and Me, and it's about a woman who went to school with Stephen K. and Gypsy. Went to grade school with them. Eventually, she got into, I think it was some sort of psychology, and she was like, she heard about the murders, and because she knew Gypsy and stuff, it kind of sucked her into wanting to know like what this was all about. She is also her parents or her grandparents or something were also Jewish and had to do with like that sort of stuff. So I found that she tied those two things together really interesting as well, because she's looking at trying to figure out how all these people have it in them to be able to kill and stuff. But
and how viciously they did it, because people don't get this, but no, it is really shocking how vicious these murders were, how many times they stabbed and all that. People don't seem to get it, right? But no, this is overkill. These people went really, really nuts. It's really quite scary how much they stabbed these people. People don't seem to realize that. Yeah. So,
the thing with that as well is a lot of people don't look into like drug murders and like that sort of stuff, because a lot of meth murders and that sort of stuff
when people were on PCP and they kill people. Oh my god. Yeah, it gets.
They'll just like dig through them, right? Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
So
there's murders that make these murders look like nothing, right, compared to what they did to the bodies. But the Wonderland murders, have you ever looked at the Wonderland murders?
Oh yeah.
I don't recommend those crime scene photos to anyone unless you're very strong-hearted, mate. Strong stomachs, because they are awful, right? It looks even worse than Cielo Drive. The first guy you see is sat up on the sofa like this, isn't he, with his eyes open, and there's a big hole in his head. And when I first looked at it, I thought someone must have shot him with a shotgun, and that's blown a chunk off his head.
Yeah.
But I looked at the bloody murder weapons and there was no guns. That was done with some kind of iron bar or a hammer or something, and they just left a big hole in his head. It's horrific.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh, it's
it's like, it makes the CLO Drive crimes look like nothing. You can actually find the crime scene walk around video of that. It's unlisted on YouTube. You have to go through. You have to find it through a blog and click on a link, and then it flashes up a load of warnings because it really is the actual crime scene walkthrough video. And you can hear how upset the policeman is as he's walking through. You can hear him go as he's filming the blood splatter. And I wasn't brave enough to watch it because I knew when he walked around the corner, you was going to see the first body. So, no, I just clicked off it. But
no, yeah, there's some things you just can't unsee.
I don't need to see that, mate. Oh, God, yeah, but no, honestly, the crime scene photos are bad enough. I didn't need to see the video as well. You can actually find that online, yeah. Wow.
Right. So the Stephen K thing. So what I was reading was, so long story long, this woman writes this book and she's talking about it. And the thing that Stephen K said to her when she was talking to him about it was, because she became friends with Leslie Van Houten and Patricia Krenwinkel and was like pulling for them to be let out and stuff. Yeah. And Stephen K is like, he's like, I can't even believe you listened to those. He was basically like the only person who hasn't changed his story on this, or who hasn't like bent to whatever he's going to try and get them out of jail, is Charles Manson. He's the only one who has any gumption out of the lot of them or any. Like, it was crazy. And so reading it, just something you said up there reminded me of that. So that's why I started writing that in there. And then I was like, that being said, Stephen K is like the crypt keeper of true crime, because he's just like, and just such a weird dude, and so against it, just like tooth and nail, no matter what, and just with the, the helter skelter thing. Yeah, it is crazy how many other books have been written about this case, and everyone just goes off the helter skelter narrative. Mm-hmm. Loads of people's books, and no one's actually delved into the truth. The only two books I've ever read that they even go into alternative theories is Neil Sanders' book, Now It's the Only Thing That's Real, and Nicholas Streck's book, The Manson File. Right. I mean, there's people that do, well, even Chaos, he still sticks to the helter skelter, doesn't he? He still makes out that it was all Charles Manson brainwashing people and stuff. It's like, no. Still eventually gets to that. I think the other one that doesn't is Manson in his own words. I think a lot of that is just to do with drugs and stuff. That's the first book to talk about him going back up to the crime scene. Yeah. That has an interesting... Sorry, go ahead. No, I was just saying, because I believe he did. Some people don't believe that he did. Yeah. But I believe that he did. I believe that he would have to do damage control or whatever, or just to see what they'd done. Yeah. Well, that was one of the questions I asked Nicholas at the event. I said to him, when you were talking to Charlie about the CLO Drive crimes, did you ever get the impression that Charlie was shocked by what they had done? And Nicholas said, oh, yeah, he was shocked. Right? Charlie did not order them to kill everyone. That's bullshit, right? He was actually shocked by what they did. I think he didn't expect the kids to have it in them. It actually scared the shit out of him what he thought they had done. Right. Yeah. It's, oh man, there's so much. Anyway, so this is awesome. I'm glad you're doing this. I have to run off to go and do dinner. I just wanted to get you on to explain that so people could hear what you mean about Stephen K. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Right. Just coming on for a minute. I'll have to come on your show again sometime. We'll work it out. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah. We'll figure out a whole thing that we can do and just yak about for a while. Or whatever. Yeah, something that we've got lots of stuff to say about. Yeah, and we'll just sort of round table it all. Yeah. Cool. All right. Thanks for having me, Nancy. Yeah. You're just gonna leave yourself. I won't actually. Yeah, I can just. Yeah, cool. Yeah, just leave. Yeah. Cool. Okay. See you later. Yeah, see you later. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. But it's very odd. Yeah. And that's another point as well. Yeah, it does what you're saying there. It damages your brain the younger you are when you start taking drugs, basically, because your brain isn't fully developed until you're 25. So their brains were still developing. The amount of drugs that they took are going to fuck them up. This is why I don't think they're safe to be released, because they were so fucked up by the drugs they took that I don't think they'll ever be right again. Even though they might have not, been violent in prison or whatever, they might be acting like they're not violent. I think they're always capable of it. I don't think that any of them are going to have recovered from what they did to themselves with all those drugs.
Yeah. There were some of those people were more scared of than Charlie. He was the easiest scapegoat, worthless in the eyes of society. Yeah, which is true. Which is absolutely true. Because who's going to stick up for a man like Charles Manson? Who's going to come and fight his corner? He was just a grubby criminal that no one cared about. So they used him as the fool guy. And I'm not apologising for Charles Manson or saying Charles Manson didn't deserve to be in prison. But he didn't deserve to go down as the ringleader of all this because he wasn't. That's the reason why. But I do believe that he should have died in prison and that he was meant to be in prison. But he shouldn't have been blamed as the mastermind of it all because he wasn't. He just he was a criminal. He was never going to call the cops when he found out what the kids did. He tried to help them cover it up like a criminal would. But that doesn't mean he ordered them to do it or he approved of it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And his attitude to violence and the way he spoke on the ranch and all that probably did lead to them getting more violent. So he only had himself to blame. But I think he was actually disturbed when he saw what he'd done, when he saw how violent he'd made the kids, because they were little girls, man. Imagine how shocked he must have been when he saw what they'd done to Abigail Folger's face. And And Sharon Tate, when he first saw Sharon Tate dead on the floor, fucking pregnant. My God. Yes, as well. That's the other thing. Yeah. They're covering up for Tex. Yeah, because Tex was really the mastermind of all the crimes and really was the one that led the stabbing and all that sort of shit. Yeah. And Linda Kasabian got off too easy. Linda Kasabian should not have walked. I think she was more involved in the actual stabbing than she ever said. Oh, it's Beckham here. Hello, Beckham. Yeah, I've been going over an hour and a half now. So yeah, we'll just I just respond to what you're saying in the chats. So I might as well carry on for another half hour if there's still people interested. And yeah, like I say, to see all the stuff I read out at the beginning, you'll have to watch this on playback. So I'm not going to read it out again if you've just joined. But the things that I basically read out was there was something disturbing brought up at Leslie's parole hearing. That in 2016 she was having a romantic pen pal relationship with another killer who committed suicide, and that's what ended their relationship. And then I read out what she actually said at her first trial, which is absolutely crazy. She lied loads, and then she even goes, before she even talks about Rosemary LaBianca, she says that she was at Gary Hinman's house, and that she saw Susan kill Gary Hinman and Bobby had left, and everyone knows Leslie was never there. So why the hell did she say that? It's absolutely mental. Because Bobby had already been convicted at this point, so it didn't help Bobby in any way. It didn't help her. No, it doesn't say. It doesn't say. I'll leave the link to the parole hearing, right? All Debra Tate knew it was a killer, a man who was convicted of murder in 2 different states. That's all it says. So God knows who it was. And in her defense, she might have just been offering support to other lifers by being a pen pal with them. But if the letters got romantic, that's a bit creepy, isn't it? Yeah. But it may be innocent. She might not have just been doing it for her own gratification. She might have been trying to support the man. Because people who are doing life in prison are highly likely to commit suicide, so they have to be supported a lot. And it says in her parole report that she takes a really active part in supporting other lifers. That she works with a lot of organisations that do that. And like a really notorious lifer like Leslie Van Houten, telling you that she made it through the life sentence can stop you committing suicide, basically, so they do use these big lifers. Tex Watson probably does similar things, and I know Patricia Krenwinkel does a lot of work with young women trying to get them to leave their abusive boyfriends by telling them what Charles Manson did to her. That sort of thing. So they do some good work in prison, at least. They are trying to help other people. But yeah, don't believe any of them should get out, though. I don't think that any of that's enough to show that they were, better. Yeah. So I've got my cat on my lap. He doesn't normally sit on my lap, but because I went away for a few days to go to this event to get that book, my friend was just coming around and feeding him. So he missed me, so now he won't get off my lap. But we couldn't find out who the person was. find out the truth. You're not allowed conjugal visits with him now, though, if you marry him, are you? So, what's the fun? No, sorry, that's a sick comment to make. I'm not sure you don't care about that. Yeah, but no, Beckham, yeah, Beckham's in the chat. You're right, Beckham. Oh, if you got anything to, probably not. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, if you've got anything to say, you could you could come on for a minute if you want, Beckham, just to fill the air. Yeah. Yeah, I've got my group as well. If you go to the channel, it's the Facebook link from my channel is my group on Facebook. And because there's so many other groups where we discuss the case in detail, my group's mainly just for sharing the links of what I've talked about and just discussing what's on my channel, because most of us know so much about the case that it's not worth us sitting there discussing it. But if anyone has any questions, you can ask them in that group. There'll be someone there that knows the answer. Yeah, and Delinda has managed to collect an amazing amount of information. She's a mind of it. Yeah, I thought I was good at collecting documents. Delinda finds everything. She finds more than I do. Yeah. And yeah, it's because a lot of documents are being released now, because this was over 50 years ago now, weren't it? So all the secrecy on it's expiring. So the documents are starting to appear suddenly. Yeah. Like I say, apparently in the past it was impossible to get Joe Sebring's autopsy report. They tell you that it didn't exist and stuff like that if you rang the records office, right? But now we found a copy of Joe Sebring's autopsy report. The only thing, it doesn't tell you his toxicology. The toxicology results have been removed from it. He's the only one you don't get a toxicology report for. So you don't know what he was on when he died, basically, is what that means, toxicology. Oh, thank you, Connie. Yes. I washed it last night, and the haircut that I've got, I needed to cut it back, actually. It's supposed to be, this layer is meant to be shorter, but I need to get it cut. But I think it actually looks all right like this. I might leave it like this. Yes, Delinda, right? Cielo Drive, copyright struck Delinda's channel for using the picture of the gun. What? From their website? It probably had their watermark on it, so you're advertising their website for them. What's the matter with them? Yeah. Well, these communes that they had in the 60s where everyone was polyamorous, imagine that all got pretty messed up, didn't it? Because obviously people get attached to each other, don't they? And people will get jealous and all this sort of stuff. So it must have created conflict and jealousy and all that. They can't have all just lived polyamorously. That's the other weird thing about the Manson girls. You never hear about them fighting among themselves. And that's weird, because normally groups of young women fight a lot. So they're either covering how much they were fighting, or for some reason they were so drugged out they just didn't fight with each other. Or what? Who knows? No, it's not, right? I don't look like Patricia Krenwinkel either. What do I think about Krenwinkel? Oh, God. I think about Krenwinkel. I think that she was one of the stabbiest of all the girls, so she was scary, angry. And, again, shouldn't be released because of how violently she stabbed people to death. But I believe out of all of them, she seems to be the one that looks like she has the most genuine remorse as well. If you watch her speaking about it in later years, I think she's probably the one that genuinely feels the sorriest for what she did. But she was also one of the worst. She was one of the ones that did most of the stabbing. So, sorry, Patricia. I can't fucking say you should be let out because you were crazy. The stuff you did was just too bad. You shouldn't be let out. None of you should. And she had a weird past as well. Her sister was a drug addict who she was living with when she committed suicide. Her sister committed suicide, and her sister was a heroin addict who committed suicide. So she already had a troubled past before she met Charles Manson. Because they try and make out all these people was innocent before they met Charles Manson, and they bring up the fact that Patricia Krenwinkel was a Sunday school teacher, which she was. But after that, she was living with people that did drugs, and her sister committed suicide and that. So she did have reason to be a bit messed up, poor woman. And then she fell for Charles Manson. And when she got back to him, yeah, apparently when he asked her to come with him, she thought she was going to be his girlfriend. But when she got back, she found out she was going to be one of a big harem of women. And so like, she was probably trying to prove herself. This was probably why she was so violent. She was trying to make herself look good to Charlie. She thought Charlie would be impressed by how violent she was, but actually Charlie was just terrified of them. I don't think Charlie was impressed. But yeah, that's why I think she was being so violent. I think she was trying to gain Charlie's approval somehow. She thought that Charlie would think she was cool for doing that or whatever. And they all had, there's evidence they all had massive drug psychosis. They were all really messed up. And when they did it, none of them were in their right minds. That still isn't an excuse, right? Because lots of people get drug psychosis and they never don't. Well, a lot of people don't actually kill anyone like this, though it is actually quite common for people with drug psychosis to get very violent. They don't normally get as violent as this, you know what I mean? Drug psychosis alone is not an excuse. They had other motives. They were obviously people capable of violence anyway. They were sociopaths and they were nasty, violent people anyway. And then having a load of drugs on top of it didn't help, made it worse, basically, is what happened. And that's why these people shouldn't be let out, because they didn't just go crazy on drugs and now they're sorry. They were crazy before they took the drugs, is what I'm saying. Yeah. Obviously, she trains service dogs, and she does a lot of therapy groups with younger women that are going to get out, talking about abusive partners and why you should leave your abusive partner. And if Patricia Krenwinkel's sitting there telling you how Charles Manson fucked her up and made her do what she did isn't enough to make you leave your abusive boyfriend, then nothing is it? You know what I mean? So I think she does a lot of good work, hopefully getting women to leave abusive relationships, the ones who have got a chance to get out and who are going to, get out. That Zero suicide, is that the one they were playing Russian roulette with, supposedly? And but they go, oh no, we didn't shoot him, we were playing Russian roulette. Is that Zero? Is that the one you're talking about? Because I think that they probably bloody killed that guy. Because if it was an accident, why did they bury his body and leave? Why didn't they kill someone? If it was an accident, it seems a bit strange, doesn't it? I don't think it was a suicide. Yeah. And what did Zero know? Did Zero know something? Is that why they had to do away with Zero? Who knows? Yeah, that is the one. Yeah, that is the girl you're talking about. Yeah. Zero. I don't know so much about that, but that was the girls that didn't go to prison, wasn't it? That was Squeaky and who was there? Squeaky and Sandy, and was it Gypsy was there with them? Or was because Gypsy went to prison for the bloody gun shop heist thing, didn't she? And all that. So Gypsy was took away from him for a while. But I'm sure it was at least Squeaky was there, wasn't it? Yeah. When Zero supposedly, either they were playing Russian roulette and the gun went off, or he committed suicide or whatever. Yeah. I heard that they did. I heard that the basement had a dirt floor, and they dug a small hole and tried to cover his body. They didn't bury him deep, but they did attempt. It appeared they had attempted to conceal his body, basically. Yeah. But that was what I heard. I don't know if that's true. That might be an exaggeration or something. But yeah, that was what I heard. That the basement they were in had a dirt floor, and they had dug into it and made it look like they were trying to bury his body. Yeah, and it's a never-ending rabbit hole of nonsense. There's always something new to find out, and there's always new information coming out at the moment as well, because more and more files are getting leaked and found, and more pictures of the crime scenes and all this we're seeing, and we've got to try and find the picture of Sharon Tate's hair ribbons as well, because we've got the picture of her blood by the bush. Apparently her hair ribbons were found there as well, but in the picture of her blood by the bush, the hair ribbons aren't there, so they've been moved, or maybe they were further along, and so they're in a different picture, but we haven't got that. Yes, that's exactly what Charles Manson was. This was why he had all these girls around him all the time, so he could pimp them out. That was what he did for the mob. He pimped, he sold drugs. It appears to have been trafficking women. He tried to take a woman across the border, didn't he? That's what he was. He wasn't their mind control agent. He was their fucking pimp and drug dealer. That's what he was. Mum's have another drink. I needed a drink to deal with this one. Blimey, yeah. Because, like I say, it shocked me exactly what she said at her first trial. And then the fact that you can't find what she said at her second trial looks very weird. So we're going to try and find it. If we do, when we do find it, I'll do an update stream on this because that is very weird. Loads of her trial transcripts are missing off of her second trial transcript. Loads of the volumes of it just ain't there. And none of the ones that are there, I mean, I didn't go into and read all of them. I didn't have time, but from what it looks like, because there's a summary of what's in each one, and none of them look like the one where she starts talking about the murders. So yeah, that's missing for some reason. So yeah, that seems very bizarre, especially since she's saying, "Oh no, yeah, I didn't do it," and all that. Why don't they want us to see what she actually said at the second trial then, if that's true? Yeah, I'll leave this all up. I'll cut the bit off the beginning where I'm waiting for people to arrive. That's all I do, yeah, and you'll see everything. Yeah. Well, that big pool of J.C. Ming's blood outside on the porch, it really shows that he didn't die inside, doesn't it? It's crazy. It's really, really obvious that something went on at that crime scene. Yeah, well, he covered up for the whole Hollywood scene, didn't he? That was what he was paid to do. Because in Chaos, bloody Tom O'Neill says that when he was interviewing Melcher, he brought up something that Melcher didn't want to hear, and Melcher looked at the guy next to him and said, "Vince was supposed to take care of that." Right? So yeah, the like fucking Vincent Bugliosi was paid to cover up a lot of shit. Hello, Daddy. Yeah, I've already read out everything I was going to read out, but I found a lot of strange stuff about Leslie, basically, yeah. And the weird thing that I found about her, that was what I was teasing about, was that it says in her parole hearing, a 2020 parole hearing, Debra Tate found that she had been having a romantic pen pal relationship with another killer that committed suicide, which is what ended their relationship. And so that made me think, oh, that's weird, isn't it? You know, what's that all about? And so then I started to look at her trial testimony, and I was shocked by what she said at her first trial. She lied a lot. She told them that she was at Gary Hinman's house, and she saw Sadie killing Gary Hinman, basically, and that Bobby had left. And everyone knows that Leslie never went to Gary Hinman's house. She was totally lying there. And that didn't help Gary Hinman, didn't help Bobby at all, because Bobby was already on death row anyway, and she didn't testify at his trial. So why the hell did she even bother to say that? But I read it all out. I read out everything that she says about being at Bobby's house, at Gary Hinman's house with Bobby. And she denies Mary Bruner was there as well. She says Mary Bruner was never there. She replaces Mary Bruner with herself, and says that Sadie made the phone call to the ranch when that was Mary Bruner that made the. Oh, dude, honestly, it's crazy. And yeah, and when she's talking about when she went to the LaBiancas, she denies Charlie was in the car and that Charlie drove them. And everyone knows that Charlie went and he went in and he tied them up and he said, you know, everyone knows the story, right, of what happened at the LaBiancas. But Leslie lied about Charlie ever being there. It's crazy. And then when you go to try and find what she said at her second trial, half the transcripts are missing. You can't find what she actually said at her second trial, so we're still looking for that. But this is the woman that everyone is trying to say has changed now, and we should let her go. But no, look at what she said at her first trial. She wasn't a nice girl. And yeah, I'm sure she has changed. It was 50 years ago. But sorry, you still don't deserve to get out after what you did. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's my thoughts on the matter. Ross said Vance took off from 28 Clubhouse Drive right after the death of Zero. Right, so Vance ran away as soon as, yeah. The defence lied about all parts of their crimes. Yeah, this is what I said in the Charles Watson Belladonna trip video, isn't it? Right, they lied so much in court. It's absolutely crazy. They all fessed up to things they didn't do. It's the thing Susan said that she did when she didn't really do that, and we can prove that she didn't really do that. It's mental. Yeah, and this is another thing. Yeah, what Sam says here, right? Yes, he didn't mind control them. When I'm laughing about them saying mind control, he mind controlled them, right? I mean, right? He didn't bloody mind control them with the shit, that they're saying that Bugliosi said he did. But men who are like Charles Manson do something called coercive control over women, which means they bully you. Basically, they psychologically bully you into doing whatever they want you to do. So he had probably that form of mind control over them. But that's something different. That's called coercive control, and it's something that happens when you're in an abusive relationship. And they were in all of them were in a big abusive relationship with Charles Manson. He was pimping them out. So yeah, it was like a big abusive relationship. So when I say he didn't mind control them, I mean he didn't bloody do whatever the hell Bugliosi said he was doing. But he probably did have coercive control over them. And Patricia Krenwinkel talks about this. No one wants to listen to what Patricia Krenwinkel says because they say she's just bloody trying to blame Charlie. But no, you listen to what Patricia Krenwinkel says. There's a documentary on Amazon Prime where she talks about being under coercive control by Charlie and how scary he was and all this sort of stuff. No one wants to hear what she's saying, but listen to what she's saying, man. He did abuse them. He did bully them. He didn't mind control them like bloody Bugliosi said, but he was a bully and he was abusing them. Yeah, that's the other point. How would they live? Yeah, how would they survive if they got out of prison now? They're not going to live well, are they? They're going to be freaked out by the outside. They're probably going to die in more distress than they would have if they stayed in prison. So they're probably better off in prison. And Debra Tate in the parole report as well makes a good point. She says if you let her out, there's people that are going to come for her with violence. Because who's going to like the fact that a Manson girl got released, you know what I mean? And even if they do give her a new identity and that, there's people who find out where she is and will try and hurt her. They're probably safer if they stay in prison. They're safer if they stay in prison. And they're going to be more well looked after as they die and stuff. If they stay in prison, they're better off in prison than they would be if they got released anyway. Yeah. They are safer in prison. Yeah, they are safer in prison. And they'll get good end of life care as they die. They're not going to be in some charity hospital, are they? They're going to have medical care. Like Charles Manson did. Charles Manson got good medical care at the end of his life, didn't he? He wouldn't have got that had he been a homeless guy on the street, would he? So, Yeah, and he was manipulative. Yeah, it's still about Charles Manson, was manipulative of the girls. So I'm not saying he totally didn't control them at all. He did control them. He just didn't bloody hypnotize them with the acid and all this shit like Bugliosi was trying to say that he did. But yeah, of course he was an abusive pimp. You can see he was an abusive pimp. I'm not saying that he wasn't that. Yeah. Yes. You got the stuff in my backdrop. Yeah, I should show you my thing, shouldn't I? I showed him once, didn't I? You can't see him very well. Look, this is a skull with little LED lights in it. These are my Halloween decorations that I put up because this is the closest to a Halloween stream I'll get. Where did I put that? Oh, it was over here, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah, and these are just candle holders with little LED candles in. Poundland, our version of Dollar Tree, does a new one of these pumpkin things every year, so I always buy one. Oh. See, that's just got a little LED candle in it. Because if you put a real candle in this, it cracks because they can't take the heat. Yeah, and they've started doing these white pumpkins suddenly as well. That's become a new trend. Some kind of chic, isn't it? Yeah, and then there's like the more traditional orange pumpkin. Just LED light in it. It would work, wouldn't it? Probably I could. Yeah, I could stick. So he was a pimp. Like, there's some points where he definitely was, right. He had an office and that he was, there's profile photos of the girls. Now he definitely was at some point pimping them out. And he invited men to stay at the ranch by saying, "Oh, I can't make love to all these girls. Will you come and make love to them for me?" You know, he used to use the girls to lure blokes in. So that is like a form of pimping, isn't it? You know, he sent his girls out to draw in young men and shit like that. You know, he was. He was using them sexually. He was using their sexuality. Whether he was directly accepting money off men is a different matter, but he used them. Yeah. Yeah, how much Jimson wood have you got? And have you got a big patch of it? Yeah, because I'd say I've even found it growing in England. It grows everywhere. It's crazy. For God's sake, people, don't take it. It's poison. It kills you. Jesus Christ, it's not worth it. Jesus. Tex is lucky he didn't die. I show you on that live stream all the symptoms of dying of atropine poisoning, and he was showing all of them. He had limb paralysis when he says I couldn't walk there to carry me and I couldn't speak because his jaw was paralysed. You can see in that photo, he looks all fucked up. His face is weird, isn't it? It's because his jaw's paralysed. He couldn't move his jaw. And they said I couldn't walk, so they had to carry me. So that's because his limbs were paralysed. He said I went all red. That's the subcutaneous flush. Right, it's all symptoms of dying of an atropine overdose. He was lucky he didn't die. They all did use sex to get what they wanted, and Charlie did it too. And in his defence, Charlie did prostitute himself out to men. By the sound of things, he didn't just make the girls do it. He went and slept with men himself as well. So at least he wasn't a guy who wouldn't do it himself. 22 plants came up. Does it spread then? Yeah, because when I was looking for information on it, there's whole websites about ranch owners in America having to control the Jimson weed on their property because it kills horses. So there's websites about how to control it on your property and that. Yeah. I don't think she did. I think they did debate doing that with the baby. I think they probably did, yeah, but they didn't. And you can see they didn't. It's not true. The baby was cut out, so don't fucking fuel that rumor. Right, but yeah, no, the baby was never stabbed. The baby was fine, apparently. If the baby had been cut out, the baby could have lived. That's the tragic thing. You think that she did stab her as well? I don't think that she did. I think that she just said that in court. I think that it was probably Tex and maybe even Linda that was doing the stabbing at the end with Sharon. Well, we've just found a new piece of information and we can't reveal that yet. Yeah, but there's something that sends the whole scenario about Cielo Drive on its head. I've got to verify that it's real first, right? But you wait till you hear what we've just discovered now. I could get this up on the screen, actually, probably, because I could get her autopsy report up. Yeah, there's a... I won't be showing the picture of her body, obviously, but I will show you the body map showing where the wounds on her chest were. Right, I've got to find it now. Yeah, there were no wounds on her stomach. There's definitely no wounds on her stomach. Yeah, I'll show you this. They didn't stab the baby at all. The baby was fine, apparently. That's the sad thing. And I think they probably didn't stab the baby because they were debating whether to take the baby out, but they didn't do it in the end, luckily. Well, not luckily for the poor baby, obviously, because he would have lived. Oh, it's awful. So we'll just go get to the right page, put it on the screen. Right, this is the... Right, so now I've got to find the page where it describes the size of them. But yeah, sorry, this bloody window ain't right. There we go. Right, so this is the injuries to the front of Sharon. You can see the 3 wounds here. And there's another wound here. And what are these? I think these may be marks where she was drugged on the ground. So I've got to look at it bigger so I can see what it says. This one says lividity at this one. This one says lividity. It's bloody doctor's handwriting. That says faint what? So I don't know if these are wounds on her legs. I'm sorry, it's not clear. I've got to go to the bloody, find the page where they describe all the wounds. Oh, and look, this is her toxicology, saying she was clean of everything. She had nothing in her system at all. Oh, where is it? There'll be a page. Right, this is it. Like the very first page. Total stab wounds 16. To the chest 4, abdomen 1, but it wasn't near the baby. You can see where it was, right? Back, she had 8 stab wounds in her back, 1 in her right upper arm, 1 in her left upper arm, and 1 in her right thigh, the back of her right thigh. Total incised wounds to her left forearm, so that says 2. So she probably put her hand up to try and defend herself. Oh, God. Right, and this is describing which one, and they're saying one of 3 of them could be the fatal stab wound, because they can't tell what, but it's one of the 3 to her chest, basically, they say. Any one of them could have been the fatal stab wound. Oh, no, sorry, we've got a bot in the chat. Right, okay, go to him. Go get admin so I can get rid of these people. Well, it's not even people, it's a bloody robot thing, isn't it? Oh, where's the window gone with it in? Can I ban him from the chat without going to YouTube? Yes. Haha. Right. Yes, it does. It shows loads of different stab patterns. Yeah. And the wounds on the faces, some are on the left, some are on the right. It's very, it shows that there was more than one person doing the stabbing. Yeah, if you read all the autopsy, I'm not going to sit and read the whole thing out because it's, but there's loads. Yeah, it does say all this in the autopsy report. And the depth of the wounds was different, so that suggests people with different amounts of strength did it as well. So between girls and Tex, basically, because Tex was much bigger than the girls, obviously, wasn't he? 2 stabbers of Sharon with 3 knives. Yeah, because we don't know who did what, do we? Because it looks like she was stabbed outside the house first and then dragged back in and stabbed more. So who knows who did what where? It's so hard to. Yeah. But the amount of wounds in her back makes me wonder. Yeah, was it like some kind of everyone has to get blood on their hands, so everyone has to join in with this? Who knows? Who knows? It's horrible, isn't it? Horrible to think about it, but yeah. Sadie helps help him, and yeah, was she supposed to have put a pillow over his head in the end, didn't she? But that sounds like it might have been a mercy thing, though. Like, was she trying to like just finish him off because he was struggling to breathe? I don't know. Yeah. Comments aren't coming up on the screen. That's it. Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, it came up. Oh, come on. Sorry, the thing's sticking about with me. There you go. Right, it's on the screen. Well, this is it. Yeah, because we don't know how much of a fight the people were putting up. And there's another piece of information we've just found, but I need to verify exactly where it came from before we reveal it, just in case. But we found something that completely turns on its head the order they were killed in, right? And if I can verify that the source is good, then I will share it, right? Oh, God. So, like, actually, yeah, it's weird. It's weird. They didn't die in the order we thought they did. Well, at one point she was trying to run away, wasn't she, as well, Courtney? Right, when she was trying to run away, did they run up behind her? And I don't even want to think about it, but you know what I mean, it's horrible. And is that what some of the blood out in the yard is? Is that what they were doing as she was trying to run away? Did they start stabbing her in the back and then drag her back inside? Oh, and her face was slashed twice. She actually had 2 wounds on her face, not just one. Horrible. So yeah, when did those stab wounds in her back occur? We don't know. We can't tell from what evidence we've got. But yeah. But it's like I guess she was running away. Maybe they caught up with her and. Oh. Because the other thing that gets me is Sharon Tate had strong legs as well, didn't she? She did horse riding, she did kung fu, she was a strong woman. So they probably would have had to restrain her legs as well, wouldn't they? She would have been kicking at them, and kicking and all that. So a lot of them must have had to hold her. Because she's going to have been fighting for her life, isn't she? And her baby's life, she's going to have been going absolutely mental trying to fight. So that someone must have been holding her legs, someone must have been holding her arms. It's horrible to think about, but yeah. Would have taken more than one person to take her down. Especially if she was fighting, which it looks like she was. We know she was. Yeah, they do. It's true. Yeah. The outside of her face was cut. Pregnant women have a high blood volume, so Sharon bled all over the place. Yeah, that's why. And if you look at the Cielo Drive Drug Burn 2 revisited video, I'll show you the photographs of Sharon's blood outside. There was a big splash of her blood on the porch, and there was a splash of her blood by a bush away from the porch, suggesting she was running from the porch when they got her, and then maybe they dragged her back. Or maybe they slashed her a bit on the porch and she managed to get away and they got her again as she was running away. We don't know. We'll never know. But God, yeah, she was obviously running around outside as well. She did get outside. And the official narrative says that she never left the living room. And Jay never left the living room. But look at the blood evidence, mate. They did. They clearly did. There was blood evidence all over the outside showing that Jay and Sharon were outside at some point. Yeah, well, it sounds like she was trying to reason with them a lot as well. She was trying to talk to them, wasn't she? She was trying to offer them money or drugs or whatever to try and get away. So she talked to them a lot. But when she realised they was going to start stabbing her, yeah, she probably did freeze for a second, didn't she? But then she would have had one final fight for her life, wouldn't she? And it looks like she did. Poor cow. Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah. And how did she end up getting stabbed in the back of the leg as well? So that suggests there was a lot of people going for her back at the same time or whatever, doesn't it? Like they all just were stabbing wherever they could get the knife in. Oh. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you can actually fucking see the outline of Jay's body on the porch where he laid there for so long in the pool of blood. And TLB Radio have done the thing where they superimpose his body over the bloodstain to show you it. I've seen it. Yeah. It's bloody obvious that Jay was outside. Excuse the pun. Right, Jay died. Jay bled outside. He was on the porch, and they moved his body in later. You can clearly see that. And Bugliosi in court tried to say all the blood on the porch was from the police traipsing through the blood. But look at those splashes of blood. That's not footprints in blood or blood that's been dragged through on boots, is it? That's splashes of Sharon's blood and a big pool of Jay's blood, and then another splash of Sharon's blood over by the bush. Yeah. Yeah, none of it makes sense. And it's been impossible to find their liver temperatures at the time they found them at the crime scene, which is what tells you their time of death, right? But we think we've found their liver temperatures, right? And it tells you they all died in a completely right. I've got to check that the information's correct, right? Before I go with it, yeah. But it really looks like they died in a completely different order to what we told they were. Parent didn't die first. But we've just got to check that this came from a source that's actually real. That it's not just something someone's made up to make it look that way. Or whatever, yeah. Yeah, and exactly, yeah, that's it. If they had bloody heard people getting shot outside, the victims would have known someone was coming, wouldn't they? But the thing is as well, that whole thing, they were invited guests. They knew they were coming. And it seems like they walked in initially like pretending to be friends and then turned on them and started robbing them or whatever. It's unclear. It's unclear exactly what happened. But it looks like they didn't really climb over the fence and cut the phone wires and all that shit. They just walked in there. They're like, oh, hello, everyone, because they knew them. They actually knew them. You see, the official narrative doesn't want you to know they all knew each other, right? And it seems like they walked in there and quickly things got out of hand and they started arguing or whatever, and then people started getting killed. Is that in the river? Yeah, because that's not in the copy of the police report. Oh, well, that's fucking. If it's from a police report, I can say it then, right? They have the liver temps, right? And it shows you that actually Sharon and Jay died first, and Gibby and Voy died sometime later. Yeah, Wojtek died before Gibby, and Gibby and Parent died at the same time. But Gibby and Parent died later. They died the last. Right, that's the actual truth of the order they died in, which absolutely throws the whole scenario on its head. Right, we've got their liver temperatures at the time of death. Well, no, at the time that they found them, the bodies at the crime scene at 1400 hours the next day. Right, and you can tell by how cold the person's body temperature inside is, how far away how long when they died roughly, basically, is what I'm trying to tell you, right? And from what it says, right. Jay and Sharon died first. Wojtek died sometime later. Then Gibby and Parent died together just after Wojtek. Right? That's what their liver temperatures tell us. Which is absolutely mad, isn't it? Right? Because that's completely different to what we've been led to believe so far. Yes, and also states the temps outside and inside house at each corpse, right? So they were checking the real thing. Bodies are inside are colder than the ones outside. Oh, yes, so that might have affected it as well, yeah, because they were in the heat, weren't they? So that could have affected it. Well, we've got to find out from a coroner how much that would affect it, right? But the body temperatures, the internal body temperatures of them appear to show that Sharon was the first to die, then Jay, then sometime after, Wojtek dies, and then Gibby and Stephen die really close together. So that's completely different order to what we thought they died in, isn't it? That's crazy. Yeah. So what the hell was going on? What was Stephen Parent doing there all that time? Well, what was he doing there? Yeah, we found that about they found fly eggs in Wojtek's hair. But we did find that about the blowflies land almost immediately, don't they? As soon as the person's dead. So that is possible, yeah, that they'd laid eggs anyway, because the bodies were still lying there at 2:00 in the next afternoon, weren't they? So that's yeah. There were no flags in Abigail. That's fucking strange as well, isn't it? That suggests Abigail's body wasn't outside at first. They moved Abigail's body out. What? That's mad. That's mad. If there's no fly eggs on Abigail, that suggests no flies landed on her, so her body got moved. Oh my god, so that's even more evidence that bodies were fucking moved around. That's crazy. Yeah. What the fuck do people think there? If Alta Bunny was any more of a chicken hawk, Garrettson would have been in a coop and not a guest house. That's it with Stephen Parent as well. A lot was covered up about him. He was actually on probation because he was burgling schools to steal audio equipment. And they tell you in the Manson file, Sharon's stereo was stolen from the CLO Drive house, and they covered that up. It's not in the police report or Helter Skelter or anything like that. But Sharon had a high-end stereo system that was stolen. And that doesn't get mentioned anywhere, that also other stuff was stolen from the house. Her stereo was stolen. And Stephen Parent liked audio equipment, didn't he? So maybe he had an interest in burgling that. And then he didn't like it when everyone got murdered, so tried to run away, and they killed him so he couldn't snitch. Is one theory. God knows why. God knows, what else could have happened. But from the liver temperatures we've just found, right, Stephen Parent and Gibby were the last two to die. They died last. Not Sharon and Jay. Sharon and Jay died first. Then Wojtek. Then sometime after, Gibby and Parent get killed. So what the hell was going on? It's just yeah. From the blood type, Sam. They know from the blood type because Sharon and Jay had different blood types. Wojtek and Gibby had the same blood type, so it's harder to identify their blood. But they know Jay and Sharon's blood types, and they didn't share a blood type with any of the other victims, right? So they know that that's Sharon's blood by the bush, and they know that that is Jay's on the porch. And all they had was blood type information in those days. They didn't have DNA. But they know that that was Sharon's blood because it was her blood type. She was the only one with that blood type. And Jay was the only one with his blood type as well. So that's how they know for certain that that's Jay's blood on the porch. Sam, liver temps are different, right? Honestly, you have to know medical shit to know about all this shit, right? Fucking your organs, even though a dead body goes cold, on the outside, your organs stay hot for ages. This is how they know the time of death from liver temperatures, right? And Delinda said, right, they took the temperatures outside. They accounted for the temperatures outside and inside the house. Right, they did account for all that. They knew this back then even. This is general coroner stuff, right? They knew this back then. And they did take into account the temperature outside the house and the temperature inside the house and all this sort of shit, right? Dennis, where do people get this from as well? Because, yeah, I've had this as well. People think Sebring got up and walked around, right? No, fucking look at the pool of his blood on the porch, right? That's where he fell and died, mate. He didn't get up and walk anywhere. He wasn't getting up and walking anywhere after whatever they did to him on the porch, mate. He was fucking dead on the porch or left in a coma. Right, and when you look at the pictures of his body, right, at the crime scene, the first one you see, he's laid on his stomach, which is how you saw him, how they found him. And then there's one where they turned him over, right? So you can see his face and you can see how badly his face was beat. He was beat really badly, right? So they've shot him, stabbed him, he slumped down on the ground, and then someone's kicked him in the face, I theorise, right? Because fucking fuck knows what, but something caused terrible injuries to his face, right? And they left him there for dead. And he probably bled out there and did die there. Or was at least in a frigging coma, right? Was not getting up and walking anywhere. Yeah. No, he didn't stumble back inside, mate. He wasn't stumbling anywhere, right? Look at the bloody pool of his blood. He fell down on the porch and he died there. And if he had got up and started stumbling, there'd have been a trail of his blood as he was bleeding. If he was still alive and walking with all those wounds, he would have been bleeding everywhere, right? And if he was stabbed inside the living room, there'd be a huge pool of his blood around his body, like there is around Sharon's. But there isn't one around Jay's body. Look at the pictures. It's obvious. It's obvious, right? Delinda has found another police report on cielodrive.com, which does list their liver temperatures. They were just hiding it. They've been removing it. The police reports that we've seen have had bits removed and shit. But if you're lucky, you can find the real one that's got the bits left in that they wanted to take out or whatever. And we finally found it, because I've been looking for that information for years. What were their internal temperatures? Because that tells you their time of death. Yes, I think the clock has gone back. Actually, mine's probably reset itself already, so it says it's earlier than it is, because my computer does it automatically, don't it? I'm going to have to reset my one in the bedroom there. Yeah, our clocks went back at midnight here. They go back a bit later for Americans, though, don't they? Yeah, and then it's the thing about the 22 as well. The 22 bullets weren't very effective. There was also a bullet that fucking fell out of Jay when they took his jacket off, suggesting it hadn't gone in very far. Yeah, so the shots weren't very effective. Yeah, because the 22 gun was a really weak gun. So it was probably the stabbing and the kicking that actually killed him. Oh. Yeah, and that's another thing. Because if people are bloody trying to kill you like that, yeah, you would eventually just play dead and hope they thought you were dead and stopped. Yeah. But no, I don't believe that Jay got up and walked around anywhere after whatever happened to him on the porch. Look at the size of that pool of blood. And there's no trail of his blood. If he got up and started trying to move around, he would have been slipping in his own blood. There'd have been his blood all up the walls. There'd have been, there would be evidence that he got up and tried to move, wouldn't there? Wojtek was shot twice. He was only shot twice. Stephen Parent was shot more than Wojtek. Wojtek had 2 bullets in him. I think Stephen Parent had 3, and there was one found in the car, didn't he? But yeah, Wojtek actually only had 2 bullets in him. Yeah, and he was still trying to run away after he'd shot him. Yeah. So, and then he must have run up to him in the garden and finally stabbed him. Yes, there is. Yeah, the bullet's not in him. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's an exit wound in his leg. Right, I've actually done a whole video where I show you Wojtek's autopsy report, and you can see the exit wound where the bullet went through his leg. And there's one more bullet in his lower back, I think, isn't it? Wasn't it somewhere in his lower back or something? There was a bullet, but that didn't get him in the spine. He was still able to get up and run, and it looks like he ran out into the garden, and they chased him down with the knife and finished him off. Yeah, and this is there was powder burns on Stephen Parent's face, which suggests the gun was really close up to him, doesn't it? Yeah. They'd stuck it in the window of the car. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, even if he wasn't actually dead, right? He had been beat so fucking much. There's no way that he would have recovered from that injury. He would have had brain damage or whatever. He was really messed up. Yeah, that's Sharon's blood, right? That's Sharon's blood. OM, which it can also be called OM, or it can be referred to as O. Right, that's Sharon's blood, mate. Right. The blood map that I've shown shows you this, right? And we've got a whole document that lists all their blood types and everything that I've shared and all that. Honestly, I am right about this. I wouldn't fucking say it if I hadn't really looked into it and I wasn't sure that it's right. Right, honestly. Yeah, well, like I say, we can only get into crazy speculation about what, but now we know the order they died in, right? This totally changes everything. It's mad, right? Because I'd always assumed that they killed Folger and Wojtek first. Then Jay and Sharon were trying to reason with them, and they end up getting killed. And I never believed Stephen Parent was killed on the way in. I thought maybe he tried to run away when he saw them all getting killed in the garden or something, and that's when they killed him. But but now the liver temperatures confirm that Gibby and Stephen Parent were the last to die. So what was Stephen Parent and Gibby doing together? Still alive? Yeah, Wojtek dies just before Gibby. But yeah, quite a significant amount of time afterwards. Like I say, I'm not qualified to interpret this. We need a fucking proper coroner to tell us if we're right or not, right? But what the liver temperatures show appears to me to be that Sharon and Jay died first. Around the same time. Sharon slightly before Sebring. And then the next one to die is Wojtek. And then just after that, Gibby and Parent died. Yeah. Sharon was OM. And Jay is OMN. But Sharon and Jay didn't have the same. Theirs were different. It's Wojtek and Gibby that had the same blood. They had the same blood type. Yeah, what they say in the police report, they took that into account. They took it into account. They recorded the temperature outside and the temperature in the house as well. But yeah, it's been a point made that the ones inside the house would have been cooler, wouldn't they? Because they weren't in the direct sun. But your internal temperature is different to your outer temperature when you're dead, right? So I don't know enough to know whether that would have affected their internal temperature if they were in the sun. We need a coroner to tell us this, fucking basically. So we've got to try and find a nurse or the coroner or someone who can explain this to us. But from what I know enough about the internal temperature to know what roughly what that means, but I don't know enough to know about if it changes it if they were lying outside or inside or whatever. Yeah, so. He was in a car as well. The door was open though, wasn't it? Apparently the door was open. And where was his car? Was it in the shade? Exactly. Yeah, where exactly? Yeah, because I've never checked this out. What was the position of his car? Was his car in the direct sun or was it? Because I heard they'd pushed it off to the side somewhere. So was it in shade or was it in the direct heat? I've read that. Yeah, I've read that as well. But if you look at Wojtek's body, his chest was never cut open. So either Tex was actually tripping when he thought that happened, or he was just exaggerating what he'd done. Because no fucking Wojtek's the stab wounds in Wojtek's chest were not big enough for his hand to have actually gone in there. Maybe because he was tripping, he thought it was, but actually it doesn't look like it was. Yeah. The nurse wouldn't know. It's a forensics specialist, yeah. So someone who investigates crime scenes, basically. So we would have to find someone that knows that sort of stuff to be able to interpret this for us. It is in total sun where his car was, right? Yeah. So that might explain why his body was warmer inside, mightn't it? It would affect the bodies quicker outside than inside, but they had no air conditioning. Yeah, so the house wasn't cooled anyway. It would have just been hot, wouldn't it? The room temperature was 80 something inside living room at the bodies, 90 something outside at the corpses, right? So it wasn't even that much hotter outside than it was inside. So that won't have made that much difference, actually. Talking about it, yeah, actually, if it was only 10 degrees difference, that's not going to have made that much difference, is it? Yeah, a group did arrive later and stage the scene. Yeah, they fucking loads of people. Well, fucking half of Hollywood apparently went in there. If you look into it, Jesus Christ. John Phillips from the Mamas and Papas was seen jumping over the wall. Mama Cass is supposed to be the first person that found the bodies. And then as soon as they found out everyone up there was dead, they probably all wanted to go up there to get the dodgy porno tapes of themselves back, didn't they? And shit like that. So God knows who went up there. Half of Hollywood was probably all over that crime scene before the cops got there. Jake's last words. Oh my God, yeah. Don't mess up my hair. Sorry. The state of rigor mortis. The nurse will know about this, right? Rigor mortis. It doesn't set in until something like 7 or 8 hours after death, right? So I've had to know this because I've worked in care homes. It doesn't set in for 8 hours, right? So they have to have been dead for 8 hours before they go into rigor, and then it wears off again, and then it comes back. Oh, it's the nurse in the chat. Do you remember this? When does rigor mortis start? And I know it wears off once and comes back again, doesn't it? It's weird. Have you ever had to work with bodies and know when rigor sets in and when it stops? Because that's a weird thing as well. Yeah, my uncle was a hospital porter. And when we were kids, he used to tell me and my cousins scary stories about what bodies do in the morgue, right? Because apparently it's very strange. Apparently, after it's quite common because my uncle was a hospital porter, and happily, hospital porters are normally wheeling around people who are alive, but often they have to wheel dead bodies down to the morgue as well, right? And so my uncle had to wheel a lot of dead bodies around, and he said it's common for them to burp and fart. Apparently, gas still gets released from them, so as you're wheeling a dead body along, it will fart and burp. And they also can sometimes make what sounds like a moaning sound. As air comes out their lungs, they can sort of go or something like that, and so it sounds like the body's making a noise, but they're not trying to talk. It's just air escaping from them. And the craziest one he ever told us was once he wheeled a body into the morgue, and there was a body on a trolley, and there was the morgue attendant stood there. And suddenly the one on the trolley, its arm shot straight up in the air, right? And my uncle obviously completely shat himself, thought that Night of the Living Dead was happening, the dead were coming back to life. And the morgue attendant laughed at him and went, don't worry, mate, it's just muscle spasms. And he walked up to the body and just bent the arm back down. He said, after you die, sometimes your muscles still spasm. And so it's actually quite normal for people's arms and legs to shoot in the air even after they're dead. And that's there. That was a story told to me by a hospital porter, my uncle. Yeah, you deal more with the live bodies, yeah. So I didn't work with elderly people, but when you work in care homes with elderly people, obviously you have to expect to deal with dead bodies sometimes. So I've heard stuff about dead bodies. Yeah, and the bodies will rise sometimes. Yeah, that's the thing about their arms can move and shit like that. And yeah, and my uncle, who was a hospital porter, was terrified when it happened, but the morgue assistant just laughed at him and said, it's all right, mate, it's just body spasms, the guy's not alive, it's just his muscles contracting or whatever. And apparently, yeah, when they're inside the metal drawers, sometimes you'll hear a bang from inside the drawer because the body's arm or leg has tried to shoot up or whatever. Yeah. And it scares the crap out of all the people in the morgue. Yeah, muscle spasms. It's just muscle spasms after the person's dead. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, because my uncle said at first it used to freak him out, but once he got used to wheeling the dead bodies around, he got used to it. Yeah. Apparently they burp and fart all the time. It's just gas coming out of them. What do eyes move as well? Oh God, that must be horrible. Yeah, if there's a dead body and their eyes start moving. Oh shit. Yeah. But no, it does sort of happen. Yeah. Yeah, food digestion. Yeah, it was not because a lot of them didn't really have anything in their stomachs, did they? Didn't Sharon have some pizza and Gibby was the only one that had the Mexican food, which kind of lends some credence to the what was the place called? The Mexican restaurant they might have gone to, but I think Jay probably just went and got takeout from there or whatever. But Gibby was the only one who had any Mexican food in their stomach, and the others didn't have any food. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. This is it. Yeah. Often days, yeah, they thought the vampires that people were undead because their bodies were still moaning or moving or whatever. Yeah. And in Victorian times in England, right, people were obsessed with the idea of being buried alive. They had a terrible fear of being buried alive, right? So they actually rigged up all these things. So like there could be a line attached to your hand in the coffin. So if you woke up in the coffin and were still alive, you could wriggle your hand and the bell would ring and they would dig you up again and shit like that because people were so scared of getting buried alive. Because it was actually really easy to get diagnosed as dead when you weren't, before they had obviously the machines that tested your heart and that. So a doctor might, even if you was in a coma, if you was breathing very shallow, you might think you was dead and bury you alive. Yeah. Yeah, this is the good good Halloween shit now, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, this is the thing, right, Dennis? Fucking on his autopsy report, you get no toxicology whatsoever. They don't even tell you what he had in his system. And everyone else, even Stephen Parent, Rosemary LaBianca, Lino, Sharon, all the other autopsy reports give you their toxicology. Not Jay Sebring, though. They hid Jay Sebring's toxicology. Ow! The cat's attacking my hand now. What are you doing? Oh. Yeah, it gets crazy. Yeah, I also heard last week Delinda brought up something about he had had a falling out with Frank Sinatra as well. So he was a marked man then, wasn't he? So I don't know if anyone knows what that was about or anything. Yeah, he fell out with Frank Sinatra though just before he died. Yeah, it starts 2 to 3 hours after death. I've heard longer than that. Would you know that, Shannon? I don't know. We could probably bloody Google it. It probably does tell you somewhere online. But I've heard it's more like 5 to 6 hours or something like that rigor mortis sets in. But then it wears off, right? So the body goes floppy again if the body's been left for days and days, right? So there's the first and the second rigor mortis. It's weird. Yeah. Yeah, he fucking OD'd on hair dye or whatever, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, he's supposed to have made toupees for Frank Sinatra, isn't he, I heard? Because Frank Sinatra didn't want it to be known that he was bald, so Jay Sebring used to have to make him the... Is that what they fell out over? Did he make him a bad toupee? Yeah, that's what I thought, Shannon. That's what I heard as well. Yeah, you've got 8 hours before the body goes stiff. And I'm talking about if you work in a care home, so you've got to think about moving and undressing and dressing the body in another. I'm not talking about murderers here. But yeah, it's quite a few hours before they go stiff, and then that wears off once and then starts up again apparently as well. Yeah. Oh, there was the only time I ever saw a guy dead as well, and he made a noise. This is why I want to talk about this. It was really sad. I was working in like a flat, so I live in an area where we've got lots of social housing, which is like project housing as you call it in America. You know, like the bad area basically, and that's where I've always lived. And I was working in a flat where we used to like assist people, and sadly a young lad ran over and said, "My dad's dead. Please come and help me." And I knew the man. He was an old Irish man called Jim. He was a really nice old man. And we ran over to his flat, and he was indeed dead. He was sat up on the sofa, and he'd had a heart attack. And he'd had a heart bypass 10 years earlier, but heart bypasses wear off eventually, and it looked like, he just had a heart attack. And we could see he was clearly dead, but just to comfort his son, we moved him off the sofa, and we started doing CPR while we waited for the ambulance to arrive. And as we moved his body, he went like that, and his son thought, oh, he's alive, he's trying to talk, right? But but it was not. He wasn't trying to talk. It was just gas leaving his body because we'd moved him. Also, it was really sad. It was really sad. Yeah, we did, but we could see that he already was dead. But just to comfort his son, we made a scene of trying to help him. You know. Oh, it was sad. Yeah, but that was just to confirm a dead body can make a noise when you're moving it. Horrible. Yeah. Well, he worked in a wig shop, didn't he? Sold all the wigs to all the drag artists, probably, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. He fronted as a wig salesman. Yeah, that weren't really what he was selling, was it? Yeah. But there was a shop. Apparently there was a wig shop that he worked in. Where the hell was this shop? Can we get pictures of this wig shop that Tex supposedly fucking worked in? And the wig wars, this is the thing, yeah. Me and Beckham joke about this amongst ourselves. Is it all about the wigs, really, right? Are we looking at the wrong place thinking it was about the drugs? Because Rosemary sold wigs in her dress shop. JC Ring made wigs because he was a hairdresser and made wigs for people, obviously. And Tex sold wigs at a wig shop at some point. Was there some kind of battle for the wigs going on? Like, yeah. Maybe Tex was still selling wigs on the side and Rosemary and Jay were stealing all his customers. So, you had to teach him a lesson. Was he a full-blown gay man? Well, being a man from Texas, he'd have had to cover that up if he was, wouldn't he? Imagine what they'd have done to him back in Texas if they found out. Yeah. Yeah. And he lived with Dennis Wilson before Charlie even got there. And it's now actually quite well documented how bisexual Dennis Wilson was. He did, when he was messed up, admit to it in interviews, didn't he, towards the end? Andrew, they just used the foot. Yeah, exactly, yeah. They didn't love women. And what happened while he was living with Rosina as well? This is the other thing, yeah, because it's hard to find out information about what he was doing as well. But there's stuff like about she had an abortion, and he was angry. Well, I've heard he was angry with her because she had the abortion, or did he force her to have the abortion? And it was his baby, apparently. Yeah, but I know I've heard this about Tex as well, that he actually just used and messed with women, and he didn't really love women. Yeah, it was the men he was into. No, in 1960, wasn't he in fucking Terminal Island or something then? Yeah, fucking. When was what was Charlie doing in 1960? He would have been in prison, wouldn't he? How old was he in 1960? Oh god, yeah. I'm trying to remember the lifespan of Charles Manson now, but I know he was in fucking prison until right before he got to Haight-Ashbury, wasn't he? And he only ever spent 6 years of his life outside prison. Yeah. Yeah, or he handed them the wig stuffed full of drugs. Yeah. Here's your wig. It's like Joe Sebring coming, yeah, I've just come to cut your hair. Snip, 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 snip. Oh, and here's that cocaine you ordered. Yeah. He sold wigs on commission so he could wander around Hollywood making connections and selling weed. I want to know more about the fucking shop he worked in and why and who employed him and all this sort of shit. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. Histrionic and narcissistic tendencies. And you could actually, there's footage of him in his parole hearing showing repressed hostility as well. And this was from the 80s, so it shows he never got better. Right? Because the guy who's turned up as a witness, who assessed him, and is saying, yeah, he's a sociopath and he shows signs of repressed hostility. As soon as the guy says repressed hostility, Tex goes, oh, starts drawing something. You couldn't give a more textbook example of repressed hostility than Tex doing that at that moment. He's totally unable to control himself. He's not fit to be released ever. Poor sod. Well, I say poor sod. Don't feel too sorry for him after what he did. Yeah. Yeah. So he had to be Steve McQueen's hairdresser. Yeah. Because his hair was so important to him. Yeah, it wasn't the fucking cocaine that the guy was bringing him. Yeah, well, I've heard that in Hollywood they write it into their riders. Jack Nicholson writes it into the rider when he does a film. They call it popcorn, right? They say, and I want 6 boxes of popcorn a day, and that means you got to give me 6 grams of cocaine a day, right? And that's what their riders are. And the rock stars used to do it as well. You know what a rider is? Like when they say we won't come to your thing and do this unless you give us this, this, and this. That's the rider, right? And Jack Nicholson's rider apparently demands 6 boxes of or back when he did films like The Shining, he demanded 6 boxes of popcorn a day, which is 6 grams of cocaine. And you can actually fucking find there's a version of The Shining, a DVD you can get where you see the documentary that Kubrick's wife made. And at one point, she almost walks in on Jack Nicholson doing cocaine, and he bollocks her. He says, "Oh, don't just walk in on me filming. You could have caught me doing business." Right, and you can see he was better. Oh my god, yeah, you nearly got me doing cocaine there. Was what he was telling her, yeah. Yeah. Right, so I mean the studios were picking up the bill for his coke habit, and then they can just pay the mafia suppliers directly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the kind of thing they do. And the CIA hiding behind loads of fronts, man. There's so many fucking companies that were set up that were just the CIA running front companies so they could fucking test LSD on people and shit. The 60s was an absolute nightmare. They tell us it was the decade of peace and love. It wasn't. It was the fucking decade of human experimentation and mob violence. Horrible stuff. Yeah, very fucking disturbing what really went on in the 60s, mate. Yeah, when you look into it. So when I was a kid, I used to think, oh, I wish I'd been alive in the 60s. It looked so much fun because all they show you is the psychedelic flower children looking happy, don't they? Then you look into what it was really like. Actually, no, it was a horrible time to be alive for women. Ew. When what guy got outed in the 80s? You mean Tex? I don't know. Who do you mean? Who do you mean got outed in the 80s? And what do you mean by outed? Do you mean outed as gay or outed as lying or what? What do you mean by? Oh yeah, well, tell me what you mean. Mm-hmm. Oh, if I could, the stuff he says in his psychiatry report. Watch that bloody Well, if you watch the video I do about the Belladonna trip, I read out what he said in his psychiatry report about the amount of drugs he was doing. Because when the doctors finished talking to him about the Belladonna, he suddenly wheels off a whole other list of all the drugs he was doing. And he was taking everything, basically. He didn't like downers. Basically, he describes all the downers he didn't like, but he liked the uppers, everything that was an upper or everything that was a deliriant hallucinogen. He took loads off, basically. Yeah. Outed as in funding movies. What do you mean, Jack Nicholson? You mean Jack Nicholson? Yeah, because fucking he's been out for all sorts of sinister shit, hasn't he? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. They didn't even have the women's liberation movement, really. And suddenly women was expected to want to have sex with a bloke when they just met him. Otherwise, they was uptight, right? So imagine how many women got raped. It's horrible, isn't it? Right, they called it the sexual revolution, right? But actually, fucking women just got pressured into doing stuff because they was frigid or uptight if they wouldn't do it. That was what really went on. Horrible time to be a woman. Not a good time to be a woman. Robert Evans. What, he was the one that's outed as funding movies with drug money and putting a hit on somebody? Everyone and their brother knows Evans was in on wiping out Roy Radin. I don't know these names, but I'll put them up on the screen because people watching it probably know. Yeah. Oh, yes, now I know who Robert Evans is. Of course I know who Robert Evans is. Yes. The movie guy. They're all bent as hell. Oh, God. I used to like Jack Nicholson until I found out what a sinister bastard he was, I tell you that. Bloody hell. He was up to his neck in everything. Every Hollywood scandal that was there, fucking Jack Nicholson's in the background going, you know, he was there for everything, wasn't he? It's crazy. It was his house that Roman Polanski raped that 13-year-old girl at as well. That was Jack Nicholson's house. And he's the one that got Jack Nicholson to come back to Hollywood anyway, to film Chinatown, the film Chinatown. That's why Roman Polanski was even in America at that time anyway. He didn't want to come back to America because he was scared. Because he thought that he was a target at CLA Drive or whatever, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Well, he was given a license to do it, wasn't he? He was paid to do it. He was paid to cover up everything. That's very clear. Once you look into this case, you can see exactly what Vincent Bugliosi was doing. And he was paid very well, wasn't he? He was a very rich dude. Well, he made a lot of money off the Helter Skelter book. Apparently, it's the best-selling true crime book ever or some shit, isn't it? He made a lot of money just off that. But he also got a lot of money from somewhere else as well, didn't he? He seemed much richer than someone who was just a prosecutor, doesn't he? Yeah, there's a PDF. I've got the PDF in my bloody files. I share a Dropbox link with all my Manson stuff in, and there's a book called The Bugliosi Story that tells you everything that he did and what a dodgy bastard he was, basically. And a lot of it's mentioned in Chaos. The fact he got obsessed with the milkman. He thought the milkman was having an affair with his wife and went crazy over the milkman and thought one of his kids was the milkman's son and wanted to try and get the milkman's DNA and all this sort of shit. And he was just totally paranoid it was his kid. And he had a mistress who he already had one baby with, and she got pregnant again, and he told her to have an abortion, and because she was Catholic, she refused to have an abortion, so he beat her till she had a miscarriage. That's what Vincent Bugliosi was really like. And I don't think he ever got sentenced to jail for that either. Probably never even got arrested for that. Yeah, and her story was leaked to the press before the trial even happened, which should have thrown the whole thing into fucking God. The whole trial should have just been halted and started again so many times. Yeah, that's it. The truth can't come out. Well, now it's so many years later, though. It's so many years later. Everyone that was involved has got to be dead. Surely they can let the fucking truth come out now, the bastards. Come on. We won't link it to your modern crime family. Just let the truth come out, please. Because this is disgusting that they've lied about this for so long. And these people's deaths were made a mockery of by the lies, basically, you know. It's horrible. Right, what else is anyone saying? Prime Green, Remembering the 60s by Robert Stone. The speaker said her husband was a deputy and had been in the house. He said it looked like a fag murder, and the deputy's wife. But yeah, that's an interesting comment, isn't it? Yeah, because yeah, there was a lot of homosexuality that had to be covered up because Charles Manson was bisexual and actually slept with a lot of famous people. And they didn't want it coming out that they'd slept with Charles Manson. And who the hell did Tex sleep with? We don't even know about that, do we? We don't even know who Tex had slept with. And Tex was even, you know, in terms of who he killed, was worse than Charles Manson to have been associated with, wasn't he, in the end? And Charles Watson himself would not want it coming out that he was ever at all bisexual, because imagine what the Texans would just totally disown him, wouldn't they? His own parents probably would totally have just washed their hands of him if they found out that he did that with men. Yeah, that's it. And Charles Manson was supposed to be involved with supplying girls for porn and stuff like that. So God knows who these girls made porn with. There's a rumor that there's a porn film of Susan with Jay Sebring, I've heard. But that's just a rumor. We can never bloody substantiate these things, can I? Can they? Can we? Yeah, and well, bloody Charlie. Well, technically it's the mob he worked for, isn't it? Because the mafia is just the Italian crime family, isn't it? The mob is just the general criminal underworld. But do the mob and the mafia work together? Of course they probably do. Or they allow each other to have certain areas of the city or whatever they must do, mustn't they? I've got to put that up on the screen. Why not? What did you make her do, Sam? Dirty bastard. Oh, I smoked my cigarette already. This is crazy. Well, I've actually been going nearly 3 hours now. So yeah, does anyone want me to carry on talking? Come on. If not, yeah, because I should bloody stop now. I'm tired and drunk. I'll just show you the bookmarks again. Look. Ooh. And that's, yeah, the one that's got Charles Manson's face in the cover. You get these free when you buy the British edition of the book. But in the end, hopefully, he will make these available just to buy. And that's the British edition of the book. The new cover. I like the new cover better, actually. And the man who designed this cover is in the pictures of the event. And I'm really sorry, I can't remember your name if you're watching this, right? But no, the guy that designed the cover was at the event. And he's also done the comic magazine. Ow! Fuck, sorry, my cat's just stuck his claws in my So that's the back cover. But yeah, you can see. And all this writing, the writing is actually Charles Manson's handwriting. That's a letter from Charles Manson, I think, that's been blended in with it. It's a very nice cover. Yeah. Mob and mafia, different mobs. So there's an Italian mob and because the mafia are a family, aren't they, as I understand it? But the mobs, there's also the Italian mob, so and all the different mobs. There's a little bit extra in the new book. There's a little bit more about the British connections to the thing. And we all went to the Bruce Davis Scientology house because there's this house that Bruce Davis is supposed to have stayed at. Because it's said that Bruce Davis travelled to England with the drugs they stole from Cielo Drive and sold them in England. And there was this house that we managed to find that he's supposed to have stayed in that belonged to Scientologists at the time in the 60s. And it's in this town. Oh, what's the town called? I've forgotten what the town's called. But there's a big Scientology compound in the town. We went and found, right? It's in the same town where there's the mansion house that L. Ron Hubbard stayed at when he was in England. There's a big Scientology compound in this town. Right, and there's like one place where they've got their mansion, and then there's another whole road that looks like it could all be. It says it's a private road. We were lucky to drive up there. We could see them following us as well, right? The Scientologists bloody come as soon as you try and enter their place, they come out and start saying, you know. But yeah, we went and we actually got into it. We walked into the place. We had to batter through loads of undergrowth and we had to fight our way, but we did eventually get into the house. And there's film of it all, but it's just being edited together at the moment. So you will see it eventually. But I filmed quite a bit down, just using my phone. I filmed a bit downstairs. Sorry, my cat's just jumped on something in the kitchen. And I filmed the downstairs of the house, but I wasn't brave enough to walk up the stairs because the ceiling looked so bad. I was worried I'd fall through the floorboards. But all the guys went upstairs, and someone did film the upstairs of the house. So there's footage of that as well. And so, yeah, there's plenty of footage of it all. And as we were trying to get in, because at first we thought we weren't even going to be able to get to the house because there's so much overgrowth around it. But we did eventually manage to get to it and get inside it. And eventually you're going to see the movies of all that. Nicholas has got them at the moment. And Terry, the Belgian guy that filmed upstairs, he told us at the time it was going to be a while before he could get the films to Nicholas. So we're just waiting for all that to be edited together, basically. But yeah, we'll show you the day we went to the Bruce Davis Scientology here. Interesting experience. And I won't spoil it, but I found something quite creepy. Yeah, that I film. Yeah, I film in detail. Oh, yeah, it was a strange house. Very strange house. It felt very weird as well. We all felt it. Well, everyone that was sensitive to this sort of thing felt it. It was a very weird feeling place. And we know the Scientologists actually stopped using it. We're not. I'm not sure exactly when, but so like the stuff that's left over from the 80s probably isn't from the Scientologists. But yeah, there was a load of creepy stuff in the house, like stuff left behind. All the kitchen appliances were still there. Yeah, very weird place it was. And it's just derelict now, and it's quite easy to get into it. Though we were probably trespassing, but we'd just say, "Oh, we're doing urban exploration for our YouTube channels or whatever." Yeah, and it's the house that Bruce Davis is meant to have stayed at. And several of the guys there said they were going to send him pictures and ask if he remembered his time there, because there was a couple of people there that write to Bruce. So that will be interesting to hear if when they send him pictures of the place, he responds with, "Yeah, I remember that place," or not. He's probably going to deny it. He's not going to admit that he was ever there, is he? But yeah. Looks like the bottom floor. There's like a kitchen. When we first got in, you're in a kitchen, and then there's like a middle room which had a fireplace in it, still had the grate in it, and then in the next room there was another fireplace with a gas fire in it. And it looked like the place had been squatted in like years after it had been abandoned because someone had stuck bubble wrap over the windows and stuff like that. So as if people were still trying to live in there. You know what squatters are? I don't know what the word for that is in America, but people that move into abandoned properties and live there illegally. It looked like that had been happening, yeah. Yeah. That was it. Well, it was the 60s, wasn't it? Everyone was into everything at the time. But yeah, it very much seems that Charles Manson was bisexual. And, well, he was probably more gay than bisexual because, think about it, most of his life he spent in prison. So he didn't have access to women a lot of the time, did he? He only had 6 years of access to women in his whole adult life. Probably was more into blokes, really, wasn't he? Who has actually read the new Shrek book? I have. God, and it's a tough read. There's so many. You think it looks big, right? Oh, I don't even want to open this one. Let me find my other copy because I'm trying to keep this one in mint condition. Where is it? Right, this is it. Because this one's already got a bent cover. Someone's already bent the cover on it, so it's not mint anymore. But look at the size of the print, right? Right. Every page has columns like that with tiny print like that, because if you printed it full print then the book would be ridiculously large, wouldn't it? Because it's already huge. I mean, look at that. Look how thick it is. And it's quite heavy, right? And so he's had to do it with the columns on the pages, and the print is tiny, but it's quite a tough read. It took me about a month, and I'm quite a fast reader. It took me about a month to read the whole thing. And it's the kind of book where you can't memorize it all in one go. You've got to keep referring back to it. There's so much information in it. It's like a textbook. It's like doing a bloody degree in Charles Manson, reading this book. But it's worth having if you're interested in the case, because Nicholas Schreck has literally dedicated about 30 years of his life to researching all this stuff. And he's gone, him and Zena both, and also him on his own, went and interviewed lots of people, found lots of information. He really dedicated his life to this shit, he really did. And he's not just making stuff up to sell books or anything like that. He's all about actually getting the truth out there. Oh, here's my cat. Let me get on camera. This is Sam, my cat. Sam Smith, fucking hell, yeah, no, my cat is called Sam. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. It's a huge book, and it goes into all sorts. It goes into Charles Manson's religious belief as well, his religious system, which is something that needed covering. Someone needed to bloody actually put it down into writing what his spiritual beliefs were and that. So it goes into all that. And it goes into Nicholas's experience with the case, so it tells you a bit about Nicholas's life as well, and so it doesn't just tell you about the murders, but it also tells you all about his musical career and how he really was recorded by Brian Wilson in Brian Wilson's studio. And at first, everyone really liked him, but now Neil Young is the only person that will say anything positive about his music. But at the time, everyone bloody loved Charles Manson, apparently, and they was all raving about him. And you can find magazine articles where Dennis Wilson is saying, oh, this guy called Charlie lives with me, and he's great, and I love him. He calls himself Jesus and the devil, and all that sort of thing. But everyone changed their tune as soon as the murders happened. But a lot of people actually liked Charles Manson. So it was obviously going to embarrass a lot of people. You know what I mean? So everyone said, oh, no, we didn't like him, really. He spooked us out. Oh, God. But no, actually, before the murders happened, they all loved Charles Manson in Hollywood, apparently. And this is what has been covered up. This is why there has been such a big cover-up, because of, how many people Charles Manson really knew. He slept with Columbo. He was Peter Falk's lover. That blew my mind when I first heard it. You know what I mean? And you try and get people to believe that, right? A lot of people won't believe that, but no, I can fucking believe it. Yeah, because there's that photo of Peter Falk walking into the court with Terry Melcher, and they're both looking nervous as fuck, aren't they? Yeah, because they were coming to watch every day to see if Charles Manson was going to blurt out anything about how gay everyone was, probably. Because at that time, that ruined your life, didn't it? If it came out that you were gay, which is sad. It's a sad thing. It's not a good thing. But yeah, fucking hell. But that's what it was like in those days, wasn't it? For these men who were secretly bisexual, if it came out that they were bisexual, it would ruin their careers, wouldn't it? I mean, imagine if people had found out Peter Falk was into men. Do you think Columbo would have lasted as many years as it did? I doubt it. Yeah. And oh yeah, everyone. Yeah, that's it. Hollywood adored them. Yeah, they adored him. They adored him, but they didn't want to be publicly associated with him once he did naughty stuff. Yeah. Yeah, apparently, yeah, Neil Young is the only person that will say anything positive about him now. Everyone else fucking says, oh, no, I didn't like him really. Oh, he spooked me out. And Susan Atkins knew Mama Cass and Janis Joplin, apparently. Apparently, bloody Mama Cass taught Susan Atkins to make BLT sandwiches. They were friends. They all knew each other. It's crazy. You've got to read these books to find out the bloody truth about these people, right? Susan Atkins knew everyone. Tex lived with Dennis Wilson before Charlie even got there. Tex had lived at CLO Drive. He'd lived in the guest house with Dean Morehouse. It's crazy. The stuff they've covered up. You've got to find it out before these people die, and they're not even left for us to confront them with it. You know, because there are any other surviving killers going to finally tell the truth before they die. Doubt it, but yeah, we can hope. We can hope. Maybe it's looking like Tex might be trying to. So that'll be interesting to see what he finally says, if he does. And I hope he is. I hope he is, and I hope they're looking after him, and I hope he gets to speak his truth. Oh. You see, this is the other thing as well. Did Sharon know Susan? Because yeah, I've never heard this. Because and also the timeline. Sharon would have been in Europe a lot of the time making films. So did Sharon meet Susan? There's evidence that Gibby knew Susan. That Gibby knew all the girls because she met them in Haight-Ashbury beforehand as well, right? There's actually considerable evidence that Gibby knew the girls. Gibby knew Susan. But yeah, Sharon probably did meet Susan and the girls at parties because they were all over the Hollywood scene. They were Manson and his girls. They rolled them out at parties. Went, look at these girls. Because Charles Manson was amazing at jamming lyrics, apparently. That was what impressed people, was he would sit there and he would just jam some lyrics and blow everyone's mind or whatever. Yeah, that was what people loved about Charles Manson. But yeah, but then they all denied it as soon as the murders happened and said, oh no, we hated him really. He scared us. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's supposed to be Joanna Pettit, isn't it? Joanna Pettit, the actress Joanna Pettit. And she was supposed to be going to Joanna Pettit's house that night, but she decided not to go. I think it was Joanna Pettit. Yeah, because Gibby and her mother worked at the Haight-Ashbury clinic, didn't they? And Susan, all the girls were treated at the Haight-Ashbury clinic. So she very possibly met them. And there's also some other link. One of the girls worked at a library in the Haight-Ashbury area that Gibby was involved in. And Gibby had funded a concert that Bobby played at, right? So she probably was at the concert and was supporting the concert and everything. Yeah. So there's quite a lot of evidence that Gibby knew them. He's making music all the time, Sam. He's probably recording some right now. Because he is actually a musician as well as an actor. Yeah, fucking hell. People don't realise Charles Manson's not all Nicholas Shrek does. He's done a lot with his life. And he's not that bad a musician, right? Don't slag off his music. He's good. He plays the keyboards and he's a singer. And don't you say he's a bad singer. I think he sounds good, right? He's in pitch. He is in pitch. People say, oh, all right, don't start on Nicholas's music. Nicholas's music is all right. No, and look into his past, right? He's from a musical theatre background, right? He does know music. He's not a fucking charlatan. He does know music. He obviously had some kind of piano lessons. And his parents were into musical theatre. And some of the Radio Werewolf stuff he wrote sounds like musical theatre as well. He obviously comes from a musical theatre background. Yeah, there's the other thing about Angela Lansbury as well. But she, at least to her credit, she did put her kids out and move them to Ireland when she realised what was going on, didn't she? But yeah, because she wrote a letter, right? Angela Lansbury famously wrote a letter for her daughter Dee Dee to carry to say she was free to travel with Charles Manson's ministry. Because yeah, he fooled everyone in Hollywood. Everyone in Hollywood seemed to be convinced he was some kind of evangelical minister and just let their kids run off with him. It being Angela Lansbury, fucking Angela Lansbury, bloody Murder She Wrote woman. Wrote a letter so her daughter could go and hang out with Charles Manson. Until she saw how messed up on drugs her daughter was getting, and then she took both her and her son to Ireland to get them clean. So at least she did come in and support her kids when they needed it, because a lot of Hollywood stars didn't do that. They just let their kids fucking go. At least in her defense, Angela Lansbury did try to help her kids when they got ill. And she did. She successfully did. All her kids got better. I looked into it. Yeah, all her kids got better. She did heal them of the heroin addiction. Though her son, it took a long time. Her son was bad on the heroin by the sound of things. It took a long time for him to quit. But in the end, he did all right. Yeah, we'll do for alcohol. Yeah. No, if for alcohol, it's not a good place to take your kids. But she was trying to get her kids off heroin, wasn't she? So yeah, not so easy to find heroin in the middle of nowhere in Ireland. That was probably her logic, wasn't it? Yeah, she tried, but it wasn't alcohol she was trying to get them off. It was heroin, wasn't it? Yeah, and yeah. And when she wrote the letter, it was probably because she really trusted Charles Manson. Charles Manson charmed her and came across like an evangelical minister to them, because he was acting like an evangelical minister. He probably learned how to from Dean Morehouse and all that sort of shit, didn't he? They genuinely believed he was some kind of evangelical and just let their kids go with him. Yeah, at least she did. Yeah, but she's never. Well, isn't she dead now? Didn't she die? But she never fucking finally spoke out about it, did she? There. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Oh, I'm not going to say it, but no, I know a lot of heroin addicts, yeah, and fucking a lot of people mix alcohol with heroin because it increases the effect and all that sort of shit. Yeah, it's a sad thing, heroin addiction. And yeah, so people that are addicted to heroin are often addicted to alcohol as well. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what they said to that's what he said to the parents. Yeah, she's going to be a nun to me. Yeah, she'll just be a nun. Yeah. And Angela Lansbury apparently wrote a note for her daughter to show the police if the police tried to say, "Why are you a minor hanging with this man?" She had a signed note from her mum to say, "I'm allowed to hang with this man." Yeah. And how old was she? Wasn't she 14, Dee Dee? She was young, very young. In fact, in his psychiatry report, I'm sure that Tex mentions meeting Dee Dee Lansbury around Dennis Wilson's house. Because he starts talking about he was impressed by how Charlie charmed the daughters of movie stars or something like that in his psychiatry report. Yeah. No. There's loads of evidence. Her mum did as well. Ina, or whatever her mum was called. Her and Gibby did work at the fucking Haight-Ashbury clinic. She did lots of philanthropic stuff. She was a good woman, though she was obviously into drugs as well, right? She did do a lot of nice stuff. She funded JFK's She was on the campaign trail with JFK when he got shot, right? She was helping JFK's campaign. And she did all sorts of good stuff as well. She deserves praise for the good stuff she did. She worked at the Haight-Ashbury Clinic, and she wouldn't have got paid for that, so she'd have just done that off her own back. Yeah, just Dee Dee Lansbury. I mean, yeah, she was very young. I'm pretty sure she was about 13 or 14. Oh, I've got to go to the bathroom. I'll put something up on the screen for you to stare at, and I'll just go to the bathroom quickly. There's all it. Robert Kennedy. No, I'm sure I read it was John Kennedy. She was on the campaign trail with JFK. The one where he actually got shot. She was helping support his campaign then. I'd heard, or I read somewhere. Yeah, because I researched her. I researched all the stuff she did, and she did do good stuff as well. She deserves to be remembered for that. Oh, and the most horrible thing is if you Google a picture of her, even with safe search on, the first picture that comes up is the one of Ron Slabs showing her. Oh, it's horrible. And she deserves to be remembered for more than being one of the Manson victims. She did try and do good stuff as well. Yeah, check that out. How many volumes of the bloody trial are missing around? And I'm going to lock the keyboard. If the cat jumps on the if the thing ends, it's because the cat's jumped on the keyboard and somehow hit the off button. I'll be back in a second. This is Leslie's trial. The second trial. Oh, look, he's jumped on it already. No, come on, get off the computer. There you go. Right, I'll be back in a second. Get that off because you're not that one. No, but check that out. There's loads of her second trial documents are missing. The transcripts. This is from cielodrive.com. I'll put the link in my group and in the description to this video. Look, volume 1's missing. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13's missing. 14, 15. Then it skips all the way to 27. 28, 29, 30's missing. And Keith Dittman, this guy, is one of the psychiatrists that assessed Tex as well. Volume 32's missing. 33, 34 is missing. 35, 36, 37. 37, then it skips right to 43, then to 46. So 44 and 45 are missing. See, loads of it's missing. So what do they not want us to see about our second trial, eh? Very strange. Was Sharon as well? Yeah, because I had found that Gibby was, and she was going to his things. Yeah, and she was actually doing stuff for his campaign when he actually got shot. I heard. Oh, sorry, sir. Yeah, in the police report, there's lots of stuff from her shrink saying she was wanting to leave Frykowski as well. She was getting ready to leave him. Oh, what a shame she didn't leave him sooner, eh? Sharon was fascinated. So Sharon knew Bobby. So see, Gibby knew Bobby because Gibby funded a show that he played at. Because he was actually, I think, out of all the musicians, actually, he was the most talented. Sorry, Charlie. It's sad, you know, what happened to him, really, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, and it's weird that he never sliced the men's faces. Yeah, and that's one thing I noticed, right? All the victims of Tex Watson, all the women have a slice to their face. Every woman that he killed, he sliced their faces. And the psychiatrists point out that he really resented his mother because his mother used to, approve his girlfriends when he was a teenager. So wouldn't let him see certain girls, told him you can't see that girl. You know, she was very controlling of him. She was a smother, right? And so he ran away from her. He went to Texas University first, then he went to California. And he obviously got really, really rebelled. It was a psychiatrist who pulled that bit out of his right, which bit? What did I say? The stuff about Dennis Wilson's house, you mean? Oh, I can't remember. I've got to go through it all again, right? I've got notes, right? I'll show you. Let me just show you this. This is the size of Tex's actual psychiatry report. This is back-to-back pages. People don't realise because it's a PDF, right? Right, and this notebook here, from fucking Texas psychiatry report. All this section of this fucking notebook is all my notes that I've written about so telling me what page to go to see what psychiatrist said. Well, I've written oh god, this many pages of notes about the psychiatry report. So yeah, I will find it for you again, Sam. I'll find it and I'll show you. But there's a bit where he says something about when they're asking him about how did you feel about Charles Manson and all that, he said, "Oh, I was wowed by the way he charmed the daughters of movie stars." Because he met him around Dennis Wilson's house and he saw him getting in with the... Yeah. We all need researchers rehab. Yeah, that's it. So much research on the Charles Manson case. No one's even paying me for this. Joel Fort. No, it wasn't Joel Fort. Joel Fort was the one that was hired by Bugliosi. I showed you a bit about him. Now, all Joel Fort says, Joel Fort doesn't really interview him too much about Dennis Wilson's house, I don't think, if I think about it. It might be Joel Fort, though. He might be right. Shit, but no. Joel Fort mainly got him to coerced it, sort of goaded him into saying nasty things. Because that's where Bugliosi gets the quote that he said, "Oh, they were all like chickens with their heads cut off as they were running around." Right, but there's bloody interviews with Bugliosi where he says, "Oh yes," he said to one of his psychiatrists that they were like chickens with their heads cut off running around, right? But that was the psychiatrist that Bugliosi hired to goad him into saying things like that. If you look at the way he talked to the other psychiatrists about murders, he didn't make funny jokes or boast about it. He was sad. So the guy Joel Fort probably encouraged him to laugh about it or whatever. That's what made him say that. Yeah. Tex Casby, help, yeah. I can't stop reading about him. It's terrible. I haven't written to him yet. Oh, God. No, I bet, well, what would he send me back? A load of pamphlets about his ministry, probably, wouldn't he, bless him? And what the hell would I say to him? Because the first thing I'm going to say is, why are you lying so much, Tex? Why don't you tell the truth? And so he's not going to respond to me, is he? Well, it looks like you did. You did a little bit because he responds to you. Look, Delinda on her channel has done videos where she talks about all her letters from Charles Watson. And it looks like, yeah, he has found a friend in you, hasn't he? And you found a friend in him in a weird way, yeah. But look at Delinda's channel to hear her story about why she's friends with Tex, because it's interesting. And it's not what you think. She's not got what they call hybristophilia, which means the woman falls in love with the serial killer that's in prison because she's sexually aroused by that. That's not what Delinda's doing, right? No, Delinda doesn't fancy Tex at all. Because everyone thinks that about Delinda. Everyone says that. Oh, she's in love with Tex. No, she's not. She's not at all. Oh, you want it for his handwriting, yeah. Yeah, well, any piece of paper that he's touched, isn't it? Anything he's touched. Yeah. But no, it's strange. I've thought about writing to him and just seeing what he says, but I doubt he'll give any. Well, he won't answer straight questions about the murders, will he? Of course he won't. Why would he at this point in his life? He's dying by the sound of things. His health ain't very good, from what I keep seeing. He's not well. At least he didn't get COVID. Some of them didn't. Leslie get COVID? I remember reading Leslie had it, but survived. Yeah. Because it ran around the prisons, didn't it? Yeah, yeah. And they just fucking let them die, probably. So I sent him really. Yeah, but the responses you've got from him are really interesting. People should go and look at the videos. And the stuff you read out one of his pamphlets, the Dead Man Walking pamphlet. Because he confesses at one point in that, doesn't he? He says, I was telling the lawyers this was all because of me. That's his confession, right? It wasn't Charles Manson. It was all because of him. Yeah, he actually confesses. Yeah, in one line of that fucking pamphlet. Look at Delinda's videos, right? When you write to him, he sends you the fucking pamphlets of his ministry. What, is there a video of Joel Fort interviewing Manson? Yeah, that'll be interesting. Yeah, because Joel Fort, right? I showed you that Google search. Just type psychiatrist Joel Fort into Google and you'll see all the shit that comes up about him. He testified in hundreds of cases. The Patty Hearst trial they talk about. Yeah. Well, he was probably getting Dee Dee Lansbury to run back to her mum and say, "Oh, mummy, you can have some more money." And she was rich, wasn't she? So she said, "Okay, darling." This is how. Yeah, apparently he had a lot of bloody secret women that lived in houses that didn't live on the ranch that were funding him. And in the Manson file, Nicholas manages to trace one and talk about her. But she died at some time in the 70s. She OD'd on something, so she's not alive anymore. But apparently there were lots of women that were in love with Charlie and gave him money and everything. And they lived in houses, right? So and they've obviously denied everything now and we'll never find out who they were. And none of the bloody family are going to talk about who they were, are they? But apparently Charlie was in bed with a lot of rich women. And they used to give him money easily. Because they loved him so much, because he was so charming. The bit where Tex mentions Dee Dee. I'll find it, Sam. I will find it. Yeah. I don't know if he specifically says Dee Dee. I'm sure he mentions the name Dee Dee, though. There's a bit when he's saying, because he's saying, what did you like about Charles Manson, right? And he said, oh, I was impressed by the way he charmed the daughters of movie stars. And I think he meant Dee Dee Lansbury, maybe. Yeah. And that's the kind of thing Tex says, isn't it? When you ask him about the past. Yeah, because I've seen the response from him. I don't want to look at the past. I want to just concentrate on the future. Because that's the only way he can stay sane in the situation he's in. Imagine having to live with what he did. Because a sociopath can feel some guilt and empathy. So he probably does feel bad about what he did. He's not a complete psycho. So he does suffer. And he doesn't like to look back at it, obviously, because it distresses him probably to know what he did. 8 people, if you include the baby, dead at his hand. And what he did to Sharon Tate, man, imagine if he can remember that. I bet he can. Oh. Yeah, no, bloody hell. Awful. I don't feel that sorry for him because he is the killer, but bloody hell. Must be slightly hard for him, isn't it? You got to have some empathy for a human being, even if they are a killer. Yes, Sam, I will try and find that. I will find it. I'm pretty sure it's not Joel Fort he was talking to. Someone suggested it was Joel Fort. It's another one. Might even be Keith Dittman, the one I was talking about that they got to assess Leslie at her trial. But the crazy thing about him is, right, there's a whole passage in the trial transcript where they get him to read out all his qualifications. And it basically comes out he has no qualification to assess criminals at all, right? He did a lot of stuff at different hospitals and different places and worked with veterans and stuff like that, but nowhere did he ever work with criminals, right? So a psychiatrist like him had no place in the court. And neither did Joel Fort, if you look into Joel Fort, right? And Joel Fort testified at hundreds of trials in his life, right? Look him up, right? And you look at his qualifications. He had no qualifications to work with criminals. He wasn't a forensic psychiatrist. He had no place in a courtroom. But in America, they use these psychiatrists in court because you guys don't understand the insanity defense and these things. You need to become more aware because you're being screwed over. They're lying to you about loads of shit by using the inappropriate psychiatrist to assess the person, and so you hear bullshit about what's wrong with them and all that. Well, me and Delinda watch his website, right? And he has made a bizarre statement about I'm in protective custody. I may end up back in court. Pray for me, or something like that, right? So that suggests like he's saying, I'm talking and they're trying to kill me, but yeah, that maybe that is what he's saying. I don't know. So maybe something is going to happen with Tex, but I don't know. That's on his website, Abounding Love Ministries. You can read it. I think it's the last update. Yeah, this is the other thing. Tell where the bodies are buried for proper burial. Yeah. And all this because that's the thing about none of these Manson murderers have ever told the truth about what really happened, right? And so how can their remorse be real if they're not even telling us the truth about what they did? Patricia Krenwinkel's never said it. Leslie's never said it. Tex has never said it. Maybe Tex is trying to. Yes, because also in his 2020 parole hearing, I read that for the first time he admitted that he can't fully remember what happened, right? So he's admitting that he was told what to say. He can't fully remember. And that does actually check out, right? Because he was brain damaged and fucking psychotic and everything at the time. He probably doesn't really have a reliable memory of exactly what happened. And the psychiatrist at the time exploited that and told him what to say. And because he was the only one that was declared insane at the time, he's the only one that's got a leg to stand on. He can say, look, I was insane at the time and they put all this on me. He's the only one that's got a leg to stand on. Because Krenwinkel and Leslie Van Houten at the time of their trial were not declared insane. They were declared sane by Joel Fort, right? I'll go into this, right? Joel Fort totally bullshitted the court. And, right, Joel Fort is a psychopharmacologist, right? So he's an expert in drugs, and he misled the court about drug tolerance, right? I'll show you this. It's in Texas Psychiatry Report. This is why, when you look him up, he's not credited for the Manson case. Because if you look at what he said in the Manson case, he fucking misled the court about drug tolerance. I'll show you this in another screen. Yeah. They are not letting him back in court. Why are they not letting him? He don't say. And there's several he wrote that to, and it's on his website. Calling on prayers of protection, and that is on his website. I've seen that. Yeah, he's calling for prayers of protection. And prayers he gets back in the courtroom, right? See, this could be him trying to tell us. I'm trying to tell the truth now. So hopefully he does. Hopefully he does, and he really is trying. And even if they won't let him in court, he can write a statement and give it to his children to publish after he's dead or something, can't he? There's something he can do. It does look like he's trying to do something now. Not that he can ever put right what he did. He said, what he did was so heinous, but at least he can fucking tell the truth about why it really happened before he dies. Because he's the last one that's likely to. I don't believe Leslie even really knew the fucking true motive. I think she just went along for the ride. She probably doesn't even fucking know what the true motive for it all was, but Krenwinkel will. Krenwinkel bloody knows why they did that at CLA Drive, and she's never said it either. So I don't have so much sympathy for her, because what, you're still lying all these years about why you did it. So you can't be that remorseful, can you, if you won't even tell the truth about why you did it? He's removed as a pastor. When did he get removed as a pastor? That's a fucking cruel blow. The mail was halted, so what, he couldn't receive mail or send mail? And so now there's a new address. See, they're dicking about with him, aren't they? Yeah, see, they don't like what people are writing to him. I haven't written to him yet. Is it because they're scared I'm going to write to him? Has someone fucking seen my videos where I've said I won't write to him? Oh my god. Probably not. I just overthink things. Don't worry about me. Like I'm in trouble passing on something from squeaking. Oh, tell us more. What's that? But this is an interesting comment as well. Kasabian needs to tell the truth as well. Well, Kasabian deserves to go to fucking prison for what she did, doesn't she? But didn't she get some kind of immunity deal, right? So even now, if they came out and said it was all her, she still couldn't be prosecuted for these crimes again. She got the fucking double jeopardy thing or whatever. So no matter what happens now, Linda can't be done for the crimes. I know, I heard something crazy like that. Linda Kasabian can't be prosecuted again because of the deal that she got. But she could still tell the truth. For the prison. So they're not even giving him bloody visitors. Yeah, can I give you a wrench from in here? Let me check. I might have to go to YouTube to do that. Let me have a look. No, I can only put you in timeout or block you from here. So, right, I've got to go to the stream to do that. Right, I'll try and give you a wrench. Because I need bloody analyst. Yeah, don't worry, Beckham. I'm not even tired. I'm not even tired. I stay up all night. It's only 2:40 here. Our clocks went back as well. It's not as late as normal. I don't mind streaming for ages. If there's people still wanting to talk to me, I'll stream for hours. I don't mind. Where is it? Here it is. How do I give you a wrench? Come on. That's it. Right. You should have a wrench now, Beckham. It should be showing up. I'm going to make you a moderator as well, Linda. Where are you? There you go. So now you can kick people out the chat if they're pissing you off. No, but seriously, right? If the porn bots show up in the chat, right, delete them. That's all I need you to do. And obviously, I've not had anyone come and start really attacking us yet. But if someone ever comes and is giving me lots of hassle, and I can't ban them from in here, then just do that. That's all. Give us all a wrench. I don't like to do that. I don't, right, because I've seen channels where this happens and it gets crazy, right? If you make it sorry. If you give everyone moderation status, in the end it can get crazy, right? So I have to be careful who I give wrenches to. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you just give everyone a wrench, then it suddenly, the fucking weird dynamic can develop in the chat. If everyone can ban everyone, and it gets a bit weird. Yeah. That's it. We're the ones that really fucking went and researched the shit about the Jimson weed, mate. Yeah. Yeah, I used to work night shifts, so my sleeping pattern is all screwed up. I find it hard to sleep at night sometimes. Anyway, and it is not a weeknight, it's Saturday night, isn't it? And because of the job I do now, I don't have to get to work until 3:30 in the afternoon. So it doesn't, and I only work 5 days a week. So I clean the school. So it's like I don't even have to wake up until 10 or 11 in the morning if I don't want to. So I can sleep whenever I want. It's not so bad. I don't know you. There's been people commenting, yeah, because I'm also a lot of us come from Facebook groups, right? But if you just found me on YouTube, because there's people been commenting saying that they like my streams. I'm glad that you've arrived here while I'm actually live. I'm going to do this now. My regular slot will be on a Saturday night, midnight UK time, which falls between about 5 and 10 in the evening in America, depending on which time zone you live in. Apparently, yeah, because there's so many time zones in America. Yeah. This is my cat, Sam, isn't it? Look at you. I asked Tex what it was like next season. It starts growing in my garden here. He got some weird old soul connection to old Stabby. Old Runny Stabby as well. He was a truck runner, wasn't he? Good for chasing these. God, sorry, we should joke about it. No, sorry, it's horrible. Yeah. Somehow I'm connected to the year 1979. It's only 7:45 p.m. Yeah, bloody. For me now, it's 2:44, but the clocks went back tonight, so I've lost an hour somewhere. Yeah, it would actually be later, but don't worry, I'm fine. If I was tired, I would stop the stream and go. As long as if people still want to talk to me, then I'll keep streaming. Yeah, and I could always bloody cut the end off these streams if it goes to bollocks at the end, sort of thing. I can just cut the end off and just leave the good bit. But I think we've actually discussed relevant stuff, so I'll leave all this up. Text fell in love with me, not the other way around. Well, it's probably, doesn't get many women that write to him, I imagine, does he? It's probably a lot of blokes that write to him, isn't it? But no, he's always had fans, hasn't he? Because apparently at his court case, there was a girlfriend that was sat in the dock smiling at him the whole time when he was in court for his trial. But she left him when she found out he'd become an evangelical Christian. And then he married a woman that was an evangelical Christian, didn't he? Yeah. I charmed the devil himself. Did you see what I found about the Jimson weed as well, Delinda? A nickname for it is the devil's lettuce. So the devil ate the devil's lettuce. It's known as the devil's trumpet and the devil's lettuce, apparently. Can he get access to YouTube? This is what I want to know, because I don't think they can in prison, can they? They're not supposed to be able to access the internet. There's no way he could be watching this. I've wondered that. But the ones in prison can't be watching YouTube, can they? I'm sure, unless there's someone that's informing them what's being said about them on YouTube or somehow relaying it to them. Like, I don't know. But there's a Facebook page for Bobby, and you can actually get a response for Bobby from Bobby. But obviously it's someone that's communicating with him in prison and then getting the response back from Bobby. So it's not Bobby actually running the Facebook page. Yeah, that would be interesting to see what he wrote. Because, he was into all the hallucinogens, wasn't he? And this one now, Jimson weed, it's more commonly known as Datura, right? If you look up Datura trip reports on YouTube, you'll find all these nightmare trips that these kids have had. And they call it, it's actually, in my bloody video about it, I actually find someone on the drug forum who confirms it, that it is called Datura. And so the thing that the kids are taking and having the bad trips on and selling these terrible trip reports now is Jimson weed, the same thing that Tex ate. And I'm bloody telling people everywhere, don't fucking take it, right? It's not a trip. You're not tripping. You're dying. Your body is dying because you've poisoned yourself. That's why you're tripping out. It's not like a normal hallucinogenic drug. Don't do it. That's what I'm saying to people. Something about Bobby, yeah. He does seem like... I mean, I feel because he was only, 18 or 19 when he committed the crimes, and I get the feeling that he was just peer pressured into it, trying to impress bikers and that. But, yeah, like you say, and apparently, there's something Nicholas has got to tell me, and he can't say, I won't even talk about it because it's a private thing. But no, there's disturbing stuff about Bobby to this day. And have you seen his artwork? The artwork he does that looks like kiddie porn and that. There is something, because sort of you try and give him the benefit of the doubt because he was so young when it happened. And it does look like he was just peer pressured by bikers and shit, you know, and so he just was trying to impress bikers. But then you look into more about him, and he was Kenneth Anger's a dodgy dude. He was a lover of Kenneth Anger. And he recorded music for Kenneth Anger's film while he was in prison, Lucifer Rising. Right, that's on YouTube, right? The film Lucifer Rising. The guitar music on that's Bobby Beausoleil playing. And he recorded that while he was in prison for murder. And Kenneth Anger, the guy who made that film, was bloody Bobby's lover, right? Bobby lived with Kenneth Anger. And he ran away from Kenneth Anger when they had a falling out, and that's how he ended up meeting the Manson family. Honestly, all this shit about Bobby, he's a strange guy. And it's like, oh, you sort of think, oh, you were so young, have you changed? But actually, there's stuff about him that suggests he hasn't changed. He is just a weird, creepy dude. Very intelligent man, though. I've read statements that he wrote and stuff like that. And his music, I like his music. But no, should he be let out of prison? Fucking probably not. Actually, I used to say yes. I used to say, why can't you let Bobby Beausoleil out? If you let Michael Alig out, why can't you let Bobby Beausoleil out? But now I look at him and I think, no, there's something wrong about you. Michael Alig actually wasn't a nasty man, right? And he was not actually done for murder. He was done for manslaughter with an element of self-defense. And it wasn't him that struck the first blow on the man that was, right? When it happened, right? The guy was strangling Michael Alig, and it was his friend that first hit him. And then they panicked and carried on killing him, right? What happened to Michael Alig? That's totally changing the subject now. Michael Alig is the party monster. And he got out of prison, but he sadly died of an overdose a couple of years ago, so he didn't do well out of prison. But he did 20 years in prison for what he did, and they let him out. So why can't? And I used to say, why not let Bobby out? But now I look more at Bobby and I think, actually, no, you are still a dodgy bastard, aren't you? I've heard that as well. Yeah, he develops keyboards, and he is a good guitarist. I like his guitar work. I think he was good. Sad that he got involved with these people so young and ended up fucking his life up, isn't it? Kenneth Anger was full of shit, Delinda, right? Fucking talk to Nicholas about Kenneth Anger, right? Nicholas, right? Well, Xena, you know, Xena Shrek, Xena's wife. I didn't know this until I started talking to Nicholas, right? Kenneth Anger was Xena Shrek's godfather, right? And she was called Xena LaVey, obviously, when she was a child, wasn't she? She doesn't like the name anymore, but yeah, right. When she was Xena LaVey, Kenneth Anger was her godfather, right? He was very close to Xena, who was married to Nicholas. Right, so Nicholas actually personally knew Kenneth Anger very well, and Kenneth Anger was full of shit, right? He didn't fucking curse people. He told lies about Jimmy Page. He said that Jimmy Page screwed him over when Jimmy Page didn't. Jimmy Page actually paid for the equipment that he edited Lucifer Rising on, and didn't just leave him living at Boleskine House, which is Aleister Crowley's old house, which was a derelict ruin, right? He actually put him up in a flat in London. And Kenneth Anger claimed that Jimmy Page was not generous with him. Jimmy Page gave him loads of money, right? He lied totally about, and he lied about, he probably lied about, yeah, I heard that he fucking lost the tapes himself. No, that was it, right? He couldn't afford to get them. He sent them to be developed at the lab, and he couldn't afford to get them from the lab. Right, so when people were asking him, where's the master tapes for this film then, Kenneth, he started saying, Bobby Beausoleil stole them, right? But really, the truth was, he was just such a fucking deadbeat, he couldn't afford to get them back from the lab. So it took him ages to get the money. That's the truth of the matter. No one stole the tapes to Lucifer Rising and all that shit. Well, how could Bobby have done it? Bobby was in jail, right, when he recovered. You know what I mean? Like, no one stole the tapes to Lucifer Rising. Kenneth Anger was just a nutter. He was full of shit. I've got to interview Nicholas one day on this channel and get him to tell me all this personally. Yeah, Kenneth Anger, he was just a nutter, Delinda, right? Nicholas has told me all about him. He was bipolar, right? He just used to bloody flip out. Yeah, well, a lot of people probably have used his music. Yeah. What song did Lady Gaga use? What did Lady Gaga use him for? Because she's a bit of a weirdo as well. Yeah, she probably writes to him. Michael Olig. Sorry, yeah, Michael Olig, the party monster. If you look him up, he's famous, and what the murder that he committed was particularly horrible because they tried to conceal the guy's body and denied it, but in the end they found his body washed up in the river, and that was what was so bad about it, because if it was actually self-defense, the man was trying to kill Oleg when they killed him, and if they had just called the cops then and sorted it out then they could have, it would have been a lot less unpleasant for them. But they stupidly tried to dispose of his body, and it made it look worse than what had actually happened. But in court, he was only convicted of. Everyone says Michael Olig was a murderer, right? Look at what happened. He was actually convicted of manslaughter with an element of self-defense, because there was evidence that Angel, the man he killed, had gone around saying, "I'm going to go and kill Michael Olig because he owes me money," because they were drug dealers, they were heroin dealers, and fucking Angel thought that Olig owed him money for heroin, and Olig was saying, "No, I'm not going to pay you." And so Angel just walked in. And if you look at you can actually find footage of Angel and Michael sat together, and Angel was much bigger than Michael Olig, right? So if Angel had walked in and started strangling him, Michael Olig had no chance. And apparently it was Michael Olig's friend who was in the flat that actually first started attacking him with the hammer. It was a mess. Oh, it's horrible. Yeah, they did. They chopped him up. That's the worst thing. Yeah, they cut his legs off. But but after they cut his legs off, they got tired of it. They found it was harder to dismember someone than they thought. And they put him into a TV box, the box that a big flat screen TV comes in, and then they went and dumped him in the river. And his body was found in the river in this TV box with the legs separated from the torso. Yeah, he dismembered the body and threw it in the river. That is true. Yeah, that's it. Angel was about to kill him, right? And it was his mate ran up behind Angel and hit him with the hammer. And then once he was unconscious on the floor, they freaked out and went, "Oh my god!" Carried on hitting him. Apparently, poured Drano down his throat. That's the one. And then the Drano kept coming out, so they stuck him in his mouth. Horrible what they did. God. But that was all drug crimes as well. It was all related to drugs. They were on drugs as they did it. That was what. Oh. So I'm thinking of making this channel all about true crimes that are related to drugs after we've finished covering the Manson case. So there's loads of them. The Acid King, look up who the Acid King was, the teenage boy that killed his friend who was tripping on acid a ridiculous amount, and therapist didn't even notice it, and he went crazy and killed his friend. And then he didn't even get tried. He committed suicide in his cell before he even got tried. Did you meet him and speak to him? Yeah, because I communicated with him a bit, I think, in the comments of his YouTube channel, but I didn't really talk to him much. And then he died, didn't he? Sadly, he OD'd. Yeah, but no, there's actually a video on his channel. His channel is called The Pew. It's still there. And Ernie Glam still sometimes posts to it, but all his videos are still up there. And there's videos he's recorded where he talks about, right, the Party Monster, the film The Party Monster, and how untrue it all is. Right, and he talks about how Macaulay Culkin was actually sent to stay with Michael Olig to learn to act like him. And then when Macaulay Culkin was making the film, they kept saying to him, "No, exaggerate it more. And Macaulay Culkin was going, "But that's not how Michael would say it. I live with Michael." And they made Macaulay Culkin do things more flamboyant than Michael Olig would have done it. And he said he got a phone call. Yeah, Michael Olig, this is the funniest story. He says, right, he got a phone call from the fucking producers of this film saying, "Michael, we read that you injected him with Drano, but we can't get the Drano to go up the needle. How did you get the Drano to go up the needle?" Michael Olig said, "We never injected him with Drano." Where did you hear that? That never fucking happened. No, they poured the Drano down his throat. It was the horrible truth. Yeah. But yeah, but the movie directors were throwing in shit that never even happened and all that. Yeah, Michael Olig actually talked about it on his YouTube channel. Yes, this is the Acid King. This is the Acid King. Yeah. No, but that is apparently there are transcripts saying, yeah, that was the kid's last words. That was the kid's last words was he, and apparently as he was killing him, he was saying, "Say you love Satan," and it's really harrowing because it shows how young they all were because they were all just kids. Apparently he was going, "Say you love Satan," and the boy wouldn't say it. He was going, "No, I love my mom. I love my mom." Oh, it's horrible. Yeah. And as he killed him, it's horrible. It's a really harrowing case, and that's another drug-related murder. Yeah. Yes, it's weird. They were trying to dismember him. It looks like, wasn't it? Wasn't one of his arms separated? They found that one of his arms had been separated, but the rest of him wasn't dismembered. But they found marks like they had tried to dismember him, but they gave up. Poor Shorty Shay. Yeah, his murder is pretty horrible as well. And just another one that doesn't get talked about enough. Another victim of the Manson family. Because everyone only ever wants to talk about Sharon. And that's not the only reason I talk about CLO Drive. It's because CLO Drive is the one where it shows you so clearly that they lied. It's not that I don't care about the other victims. Oh, we've got to look it up. We've got to look it up, Don. Yeah, because that case was interesting because Ricky actually killed himself in the cell, or supposedly killed himself. He ended up dead in his cell before he could be tried. Yeah. Something to, yeah, it was a weird case. It was a weird case, but the kid Ricky was the one that was on a lot of acid. He was the one that was called the acid kid. He had loads of acid all the time, and he was dealing acid to his friends. And yeah, sometime they was out in the woods, and they'd all just went nuts on LSD by the sound of things. The bones were just staying there. What, was he not buried then? Did they find the bones on the surface? Because apparently Clem told them where to find the body, didn't they? Didn't he? Because when they asked Charles Manson, a woman, because I've read this in Helter Skelter, the woman that knew Shorty Shay went and confronted Charles Manson in jail, said, "Where's Shorty? Tell me where he is." And he said, "You'll never find him." To the woman that tried to find out where the bones were. But then apparently Clem did lead them to where he was, where his body was. That's where they found the remains. The cops hung him. Was it in a jail cell or was it in prison though? I thought it was in prison that he died. Yeah, and apparently he was an arrogant kid, and he ran around selling fucking acid to all the other kids, so the cops must have hated him, And he had been in therapy, right? And they had failed to notice he was on so much acid, which is crazy, right? Because acid, it's really obvious if a kid is on acid, right? They should have fucking spotted that from a mile away. So it was incredibly neglectful. But I also remember reading that he did go to some kind of rehab program for a little while, but obviously they just fucking let him go. Very, very strange case. This is the Acid King. I'll cover him one day. Yeah, because he's famous because we're in the shot where he's walking into court. He's wearing an AC/DC t-shirt, isn't he? So AC/DC got us a shirt over this murders as well. What? He was in the county jail still when he's supposed to have hung himself. Yeah. No, look, this is my cat. Sat right here licking himself. I hope the mic isn't picking it up. Yes, he was somewhere in a hillside, wasn't he? Yeah, and I think it was Clem that actually finally told them where he was, and they found him because of Clem, didn't they? This is probably why Clem got fucking released, because he did tell them where Shorty was. Because all the others had refused to admit it. Holy shit, that's even worse, isn't it? Yeah. They told all the neighbourhood kids to come and look at the body. Yeah, the most harrowing thing about it, though, that I remember from reading about this case was as they were killing the kid. The kid he was saying, "Say you love Satan," and the kid wouldn't say it. The kid would just say, "No, I love my mum." Because they was already about, I think the kid was about, they were at 17, 16, weren't they? Little kids, really. It's fucking horrible. But yeah, is that true though? Is that really true? Did someone make that up? Because it was during the Satanic Panic. Were they just trying to make it look like it was a satanic crime when it actually wasn't? So maybe you're right. Maybe that was just added to it. Oh shit! Don't want to knock my pumpkins off. Wait a sec. Oh, I lost my tea light. Wait a minute. There we go. Luckily, they're not real candles. They're only LED ones, so it won't set me sofa on fire. Don't worry. But that happens anyway. That happens anyway when you've rotted away. Your connective tissue fucking breaks up. I thought they could see only one arm was actually severed before he was dead. They found that, yeah, because there was rumours that his entire body was dismembered. But I remember reading that actually only one of his arms had actually been cut off before he was dead. They found that from his autopsy, but I don't know. Yeah, because you can do an autopsy just on bones, and they did do that. And from what they was able to work out, he wasn't completely dismembered. Only one of his arms was removed. Was what I read. Because yeah, I've read crazy rumours about what happened to Shorty Shay. I hope that he just bloody was stabbed to death and died quickly. But I've heard worse things about what they're supposed to have done to Shorty Shay. And that was all because they thought he was a snitch. When really there was 5 undercover police officers at any one time on Spahn Ranch. There didn't need to be a snitch, the stupid bastards. They thought they were criminal geniuses, didn't know there was an undercover cop right next to them all day. Silly little pricks. And they murdered Shorty Shay for that. Murdered a man. And he was a really interesting bloke as well. There's articles about him. He was a stunt man. And there's pictures of him lining up to do stunts. I've seen pictures of him lining up to do the thing where he's about to throw himself across a table and shit like that. Yeah, that was it. The hand. One hand. It was something like that. Yeah, only part of him had actually been dismembered. Yeah, it wasn't like he wasn't really sliced to bits like they said he was. But there were hack marks to his bones and that, so it looked like they maybe had started trying to, but gave up. Yeah, good night, Shannon. I'll be going to bed soon. But as long as people are still talking to me, I'll talk to you. Yeah, it was sad. Well, all the victims were sad. All of them were sad. I mean, I think what happened to Gary Hinman is really harrowing. I read out part of what Leslie said happened to him. And she wasn't even there, so she knew fuck all about what actually happened to him. But but she was telling you part of it, But 3 days it went on for. They didn't just kill him quickly. They were at his house, working him over, trying to get money out of him. And his last words were begging to be taken to a hospital and shit like that. It's a very harrowing case. And they were his friends as well. Bobby and Gary were supposed to have been friends. He did that to his own friend. And Charlie. Charlie apparently knew him, and they were supposed to be friends, and Charlie walked in and slashed him on the face. Were they really fucking these loyal, nice, hippie friends that people think that they were? No, they weren't. Well, people that idolise them think they were, but no, fucking, you shouldn't idolise these people. They were not nice people. Look at what they did. Right. Shorty was also racially motivated. There's not much stuff like that about racism in the family. Why, what had Shorty done? I thought Shorty was a white man. Was he mixed race or something? Or was it because he associated with black people or something that they didn't like it? Because I know they had weird views about race mixing. Did he have a black girlfriend or something like that? I don't know. But Shorty had beat the hell out of Larry Bailey. Chained Larry Bailey at Spahn naked. Because Charlie sent him over to be eyes and ears on Shorty for him. Shorty found out, so beat the fuck out of him. All right, so there was like some kind of hostility. Ah, right. So it was because Shorty was married to a black woman, maybe. Yeah, because Charlie and Squeaky both made weird statements about, I don't like race mixing. They said something about why is John Lennon with Yoko Ono, because they don't like the race mixing and stuff like that, Yeah, and there was two biker gangs as well. Look into how criminally and violent biker gangs in the 1960s behaved. right? It was all about, they were all trying to impress bikers, and yeah, it was. And Bobby, this is why Bobby did what he did. Bobby was trying to impress bikers. Because it was the mescaline that he bought from Gary that they said was bad. He was the middleman between them and a bikie, and it was the Straight Satans, wasn't it? He went and supplied the mescaline to the Straight Satans, and then they had a bad reaction to it, and this is what resulted in him going back and doing what he did to Gary Hinman. The bad thing about that is as well, right? Was it just because the mescaline was so good, it was too strong, and it made the bikers sick, so they assumed it was bad, when actually it was really good? And did Gary Hinman die over nothing? That's what as soon as I heard, right, how did it make them ill? They said it made them sick. So what did you mean? It made them vomit, right? Which is what sick means in English, right? And if in English, you know, and I know in American English, saying it made them sick can mean a lot of things. It can mean all kinds of illness, can't it? But if you say it made me sick in English, it just means it made me vomit, right? So immediately when I heard that the mescaline made them sick, right? Mescaline, look it up. If you take pure mescaline, one side effect of it is you're gonna throw up, right? It makes you sick. Did those bikers just not know what they were taking, and they took too much of it, so it did make them throw up really violently and give them stomach cramps? And then of course it's going to have made them hallucinate wildly, because it is a fucking heavy deliriant hallucinogen. And did they think it was bad when really it was actually good, and they just OD'd on it? And then did Gary Hinman die for nothing? Poor sod. It's not hard to believe Hinman made bad shit. That's why there was so much violence in those days, from destined to chemists. But the fucking, I don't know how hard it is, because, right, all you have to do to make mescaline is fucking dry out peyote. It's not a fucking complicated thing. The peyote cactus, the shit from the middle of the peyote cactus, you dry it out and then you've got mescaline, right? It's not a heavy chemical process, right? It's unlikely it was bad. It's unlikely the shit was bad. It's more likely that the bikers just didn't know what they were doing and they OD'd on it. Because that's literally what mescaline is, right? If you go out to the desert and you eat the raw peyote, that's raw, right? If you're taking mescaline, that means someone's taken the peyote cactus and dried it out, and fucking you've taken the. So it's even more concentrated than if you ate the raw peyote. That's what mescaline is. A lot of people don't seem to realise that, because they was given acid that's had a mescaline-like high and were told that it was mescaline. So people actually took acid and thought that was mescaline. That ain't mescaline. Mescaline is a fucking hardcore peyote cactus deliriant hallucinogen. It's not a psychedelic like LSD or magic mushrooms. It's a deliriant. If you watch my fucking Belladonna video, I read out an article explaining to you what all these different hallucinogens are. Mescaline's a heavy one. If they had a bad trip, it was probably because they took too much and they didn't know what they were doing. They thought it would be like taking acid, but it's not like taking acid. Yeah. Yeah. I bet fucking, I'm glad to hear that someone fucking noticed it at the time, right? I'm sure that is what happened, right? I think that they just fucking didn't know what they were doing and they took it too fast. And that made them throw up really violently. They had a bad reaction to it because, yeah, if you're throwing up really violently, that does give you stomach cramps. Bikers were more into speed, weren't they? Generally, the bike gangs controlled the speed. The Hells Angels did get involved with the Merry Pranksters as well, didn't they? If you read the Electric Kool-Aid acid test, the Hells Angels came along and met Ken Kesey and all that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, well, they're not a very famous biker gang, are they? This is the only time I've ever heard of them, to be honest, right? They were quite a small bike gang, weren't they? You don't hear anything else about the Straight Satans other than the ones that hung around on Spine 1. They were not the scariest biker gang in the world. Sorry, please don't come and murder me, straight Satans, if your chapters still exist. There was another gang as well, Delinda. What was the other one called? There was fucking the Straight Satans, and then there was another one. I heard that there were two biker gangs that hang around at Spahn Ranch. Were they fighting for power? Yeah, I've heard this as well. He was possibly some kind of informant. The non-percent clubs were only sold bad drugs. They disrupted the market. Yeah, but did they not know how to tell bad masculine because they'd never taken mescaline before? And it was just really good, and they actually OD'd on it. Satan Slaves, that's the name. Yeah. Straight Satans or slaves, what a racist gang. Oh, I bet they were, yeah. Well, it was just the way society was going at that point, wasn't it? There was bloody lots of racial tension. And it's fucking tragic. It's fucking tragic that it divided people the way it did. And the government were fucking forcing it, weren't they? They were trying to make the fucking Black Panthers look bad, and they were trying to separate the blacks. Oh, it's evil. It's evil what happened. Your own bloody government. Fucking well, it happened in the UK as well. Our own government fucking created all this fucking tension to try and control us. Those violence which brings police attention. It's all bad shit, don't they? That was the attitude of everyone. Yeah, and is this something to do with why they went up to Silo Drive and killed them? Because was this bad MDA? And there's the Billy Doyle incident in Mama Cass's garden. The buggering of Billy Doyle, as they say, was because he supplied bad drugs, apparently, innit? Yeah, he does seem to think that, doesn't he? If you read the police report, I've done a video where I read the whole thing out. I'll do a shorter video though where I just read out little bits of it, and I'll read out the shit about, but he goes to, he was talking to the guys from Canada. He was thinking he was going to corner the market for this new drug. MDA wasn't actually that new though. If you look into MDA, it was actually fucking developed in the 20s. It was just used by psychiatrists for years. It only became on the market as a psychedelic drug in the 60s basically, but apparently therapists used to prescribe it. Sex therapists used to give people MDA to help them, have a better sex life if their people couldn't do it with each other or whatever. Charlie says in a video that both says his wife lost her baby because, well, why was she taking drugs while she was pregnant anyway? And also just throwing up that much could have caused a miscarriage anyway. It doesn't mean the drugs were bad. It just means she OD'd on them. Yeah. Sorry if I don't have sympathy for the pregnant woman, but why was she taking drugs with bikers if she was pregnant anyway? Sorry, but that's my opinion. Sharon Tate didn't do drugs, mate. She was fucking clean, right? Her autopsy report fucking showed she was clean, and she refused to even have a glass of wine. And they say a pregnant woman can drink one glass of wine. She wouldn't even drink the wine, apparently. Wasn't there some BS story about Gary's van being known as a narc? Well, there's loads of random rumours about Gary Hinman, isn't there? But it's to cover up shit as well, because fucking he tells you in the Manson file, right? This is another mind-blowing fact from the Manson file, right? Charlie really met Dennis Wilson at Gary Hinman's house because they'd both gone around there to buy some drugs, right? That was how they really met. The story of the fucking girls picking him up as a hitchhiker and all that shit is all fucking bollocks, right? They really met at Gary Hinman's house. So this is another thing that they had to fucking cover up, you know. Oh, this is so much. Because Gary Hinman was a drug dealer. He sold drugs to everyone. And was he really a narc? Who fucking knows? I doubt it, because he sold drugs himself. Why would he be if he was a fucking drug dealer? He might have fucking they had him by the balls. They was gonna send him to jail unless he gave information about people or something like that, maybe. But I doubt that he was actually a fucking narcotics officer, mate. Why would he be selling all these drugs to Dennis Wilson and Charles Manson and Bobby Beausoleil and all that? It doesn't seem right, does it? Yeah. This shit all shows they weren't criminal geniuses, does it, right? So Bobby Beausoleil's in the car that he stole off the murder victim with the murder weapon that he killed the victim with, and he just falls asleep in the car with the murder weapon in the car he's stolen off the man he murdered. And then the police arrest him in the guy's stolen car with the murder weapon that he killed him with. Not exactly criminal geniuses, were these kids, really? Fucking hell. Or was he set up? Was it a setup? Yeah, fucking. But no, but that's still. He still fell asleep in a car with a bloody knife that he knew was stolen off a murder victim. So if he was set up, fucking. It does seem weird, doesn't it? It does seem weird, but that is apparently how they arrested him. He was asleep in the car. And they said the police walked up to the car to see what was going on, and I don't know if they didn't find Gary Hinman's body for ages, did they? Gary Hinman's body was just left lying there for ages, apparently, because Bobby went back. And there's this story about Bobby said he could hear the maggots. Oh. And he went back to steal more. And is this when he stole the car that he was in? I don't know. But he was driving around in his murder victim's car with the knife that he used to kill the murder victim. So it wasn't exactly very clever. Yeah, but it does sound so fucking obvious, doesn't it? It makes you think, what, did someone fucking, after he'd thrown the knife away, return it to the car? So he'd be caught with it. I thought that as well, but yeah, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, he still had to go because, they took the cars in his bus to try and give the bikers the money, didn't they? Yeah, they were trying to steal property that was worth the value of their masculine or whatever. And then, the bikers didn't want the fucking cars. And there was a bus, wasn't there, apparently, a yellow bus or some shit. It was all crazy. It was all absolutely crazy. He was running around hanging guns there. Well, I just read out at the beginning of this stream, right? If you go back and watch it on fucking playback, I read out, right? It's Leslie. Leslie told a whole load of bullshit at her trial. Leslie tried to say she was at Gary Hinman's house when she wasn't. And she said that she witnessed Bobby leave and Susan kill Hinman. Right, so there was lots of shit going on to try and get Bobby off. And at her first trial, Leslie even denied that Charlie drove them over to the LaBianca's house, and everyone knows that he bloody did. Did he go into witness protection? Probably, didn't he? And he spoke in court, didn't he? So he probably had to go into fucking witness protection, didn't he? And that's a completely different name. or whatever now. That's why no one knows if he's dead or alive. He went into hiding because he fucking testified against fucking everyone. But he was. He sat in court and fucking spoke about everyone. Interesting stuff about the arms trade there. Yeah. And they got raided, didn't they? They took a load of guns off them. The amount of guns they took was fucking insane as well. They had a lot of guns on that ranch for some reason. And it's shocking, yeah. And because of some kind of mistake on the date of the warrant or something there to let everyone go. I think something fucking weird went on there, mate. That was weird. Yeah. I mean, why didn't Charlie go back to prison after that? For God's sake, come on. Yeah, it was stolen arms dealers, yeah. The ones that make untraceable guns with no serial numbers and shit like that. They're scuzbags, aren't they? Yeah. Record. Danny DiCarlo. Wasn't that bloody Terry Melcher? Wasn't everyone in love? Yeah, and she was 14 years old, by the way, guys. Yeah, this is Dean Morehouse's daughter. And Terry Melcher, the Beach Boys A&R guy, whatever the fuck he was having a big affair with a 14-year-old girl. So it was Danny DiCarlo, but something. Yeah, this is the other thing as well. The whole thing is weird as hell. This is the one thing that Tom O'Neill points out that is actually interesting. So why the fuck was Charlie not getting sent back to prison at this point, right? They very clearly knew who he was. Look at the photos of them arresting him, man. They were brutal with him. They knew who he was. He took Ruth. What, Danny DiCarlo ran off with Ruth? Holy shit, yeah. Because does she talk? Does she ever give interviews? Because she's still alive, isn't she? She must be. But she probably wants to forget about all this shit. She doesn't want to remember it, yeah, because she seems to have got passed around by her father. Because her father, Dean Morehouse, actually went to prison in the end for child sex offences, didn't he? Yeah, exactly. She's a 14-year-old girl in those photos. Just sick fucks. Don't talk about her like that, innit? Yeah. Yeah. Well, property, if you become property, that means you're the girlfriend of a biker, doesn't it? I think they meant Danny DiCarlo. Danny DiCarlo ran off with Ruth. What you mean the girls? Yeah, because girls were traded like currency. This is what we mean by the pimping that went on around here, right? Biker gangs did. They just took women. That's how it fucking went. This is what 1%ers are like. Or what they were like then, sorry. Now biker gangs don't fucking like this shit. I know the Hells Angels definitely are trying to distance themselves from this sort of shit. But this is what they were like in the 60s is what I mean, yeah. Oh, come on. Her dad was fucking letting anyone near her. He's a sick fuck. They were all sick fucks. Passing around young women. Why was all these women that Charles Manson hung around with so young as well? Why does no one ever talk about that? Why did he only pick such young women? Anyone ever thought about that? Yeah. Ooh. Beckham found DiCarlo. Well, he knew Dean Morehouse was a pervert as well. He lived with him, right? Fucking, you shouldn't stick up for Charlie. Charlie was just as into it as all the other men were. Otherwise, why did he hang around with all these young women? Why wasn't he picking women his own age? Think about it, Dennis. Think about it. He picked young girls because they're easy to manipulate. Dean M., I know that he went to prison in the end for child sex offences, I think sometime in the 80s. And Tex was living with Dean Morehouse at the Cielo Drive guest house. This is the weird stuff about Dean Morehouse, and he really was an evangelical pastor. So that seems to be where Charlie maybe learned to present himself so well, like an evangelical pastor. But also Charlie is, if you look into his family history, he always knew of evangelical Christianity, and he knew the Bible well. He actually could quote scripture, because when he was in bloody prison, well, they give you the Bible, isn't there? And apparently he was impressed by how Patricia Krenwinkel could quote the scriptures as well. Because, yeah, when he lived with his aunts, when Charlie lived with his aunts, they used to get him to memorize scripture, which was a thing you made children do in them days. And apparently Charlie and Patricia Krenwinkel used to say different Bible verses to, or they could just say the name of the chapter and the verse, and each one would be able to remember it because they had learned scripture. Hmm. Yeah, how old was Diane Lake though? Right? Fucking, why was she even in a situation where she was able to have sex with Dennis Wilson, who was a man? It was, how old was he at that point? He would have been in his late 20s. Right? It's all fucking sinister, right? Yeah, of course, a young girl's going to try and have sex with a rock star, but isn't it fucking a bit sinister that he was open to that? You know? Yeah, and yeah, but this is another good point, Dennis. Yeah, I've got to give you that, right? In the 60s, everything got weird. Everything got weird. This sort of stuff became acceptable. It was a very sick time, right? Yes, I've heard this. I've heard that fucking Krenwinkel was one of the first girls to get to his house, wasn't she? It was Krenwinkel and someone else that he picked up. Yeah. Ella Jo. Ella Jo. I've not heard that name yet. I can't remember the name of the other girl, but it was Krenwinkel and Ella Jo that he picked up, and then they let Charlie into the house or whatever, innit? Yeah, definitely. I'm not denying that. Yeah, I'm not saying that fucking Dennis Wilson was pure and true until he met Charlie. No, Dennis Wilson did everything. Yeah. Yeah, and Terry Melcher. Yeah, they all were after little girls. There's a bloody interview with Sharon Tate, isn't there, where she's sitting there and she idly says to the reporter, "Oh yes, my ex-boyfriend Jay Sebring rang me up, told me he's with a 13-year-old." I said, "That's very immature." And the press just published that at the time, and no one questioned it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he had 15-year-old girlfriends. The woman he was married to that left him and drove him nuts, and he was diving into the lake to get to their boat that had sunk, right? She was only about 18 or 19 when he married her, and he was in his 40s. He was a creepy dude, right? He was into young girls, obviously. Yeah. He never got over young girls, even when he got older. Yeah. Yeah, well, there's like I just said, there was that fucking. There is a magazine article where at the end she suddenly goes, "Oh, my friend JC, my ex JC, rang me up and said he's with a 13-year-old." I said that's very immature. When I was 13, I still wanted my pajamas and my dolls. That's very strange. And JC Bring said, "Oh no, she's very mature." Well, so this is how it goes, right? Sharon Tate actually just said that to a journalist, and it got reported, and no one even commented at the time. And she's talking about Jay Sebring, the really famous hairstylist of the stars, and fucking no one gave a shit at the time. But that's it. He was the hottest one of the Beach Boys, wasn't he? He was the good-looking one and the only one that could surf. And the rest of them seemed very square, didn't they? If you look at them, Dennis Wilson was the one that seemed cool. So he would be the one that the young girls flocked to, wouldn't he? Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's it. He obviously got sick of it, didn't he? And he walked away, and they moved to the ranch and tried to start a fucking commune that was separate from everything. Yeah. Yeah, because I think even he didn't like how fucking perverted it got in Hollywood. He thought it was fucking a bit sick and wanted to leave away. What was it? There was a party that they went to. Who was it? There was a group that they went to, and the Manson family left, said they were too weird for us, and it was fucking who? What party was that? Where did I hear that? Yeah, yeah. Bobby ran away from his old gay lover to fucking join Spahn Ranch. Yeah. And there is an interview from the early 80s where he was fucked up and drunk, and he just started saying to the journalist about, he just had a homosexual experience, and then he starts talking about Charlie. Yeah. So he was just spilling it out before he died. I've never heard that. I know she had a lavender June buggy because we found the pictures of it. Yeah. And the lavender June buggy is mentioned in the police report. Someone was saying they were concerned about this lavender June buggy that was always in the area. And Mama Cass had a lavender June buggy. But I know he had Tex making the June buggies, didn't he? Because Tex did know mechanics from his dad's fucking garage. His dad owned a petrol station and garage, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah, and in the 60s, that was what it was like, wasn't it, as well? Even more so than it is in this day and age. Is that in Chaos? I can't remember reading that. Because he's going to write another book, isn't he? And he's posting stuff from his Instagram about what's going to be in this book all the time, isn't he? Yeah, it was an SF ring. Yeah. But Tex was a good mechanic, though, wasn't he? He knew mechanics, so they used Tex a lot. That was probably why Charlie wanted Tex around, because he didn't like Tex much. If you fucking listen to what Charlie said about Tex, called him a mama's boy and a rumpkin and didn't really like him. I think he only kept him around because he could do the bloody cars. My English accent, I forget these things. Yeah, they're totally different to how you pronounce it. Yeah. Speaking of Elvis, there's that mad interview that Charlie gives, and everyone goes, "Oh no, he must be talking bollocks," where he says, "I met Sharon Tate at Elvis's house." And everyone goes, "Oh no, he can't be telling the truth there, right?" But fucking Elvis had a lot of houses, I'm sure. He wasn't talking about Graceland's. And apparently it was some beach house in California that they were playing a card game at. So Elvis wasn't even there. He was at a card game with Dennis Wilson and all the others. And he did meet Sharon Tate at Elvis's house. You get someone else to fucking believe that. Yes, I've heard this as well. Yeah, Elvis was by, and there's a man that's always with him, right? There's photos of this guy that's always with him, his lifelong friend, and you see them riding on a motorbike together behind each other, and that. Yeah, there is considerable evidence that Elvis had a boyfriend, a long-term boyfriend. There's a man that's always with him, right? On the other crazy thing is as well, do you know Elvis had a twin? There's loads of weird facts about Elvis. Elvis had a twin that died in the womb. He was meant to have a twin. And he talked about his twin. Because the baby, the baby, they named him obviously, yeah, and so he knew his brother's name. Sorry, that was about Elvis. I was talking about car theft, yes, but I think some of them said that because they were on speed. Well, they were just good thieves, weren't they? That's why he hired them. They were a good little gang of thieves. Well, Charlie was the car theft one, wasn't he? That was the first thing he was ever nicked for, was stealing cars. So he probably showed them how to fucking start the cars and get into the cars and all that shit, didn't he? He was like Fagin, teaching his little gang of pickpockets. You know Oliver Twist, the book Oliver Twist and the movie Oliver Twist and all that, yeah? Fucking there was Fagin's gang in that. They were like Fagin's gang, but in fucking Chatsworth in America in the 60s. Yeah, I think the Manson met Folger at Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic. Oh, there's a bloody weird, mind-blowing bit of information that's from this book that says there was an undercover FBI agent that saw Charles Manson, Abigail Folger, and Shorty Shea all eating a dinner together in Haight-Ashbury. Whether the fuck that's true or not, who knows, right? But no, I think it's definitely possible because she worked in the Haight-Ashbury clinic, and Charlie and the girls they used to have to go to get treated for STDs, didn't they? Yeah. Well, they say Dennis Wilson paid for them to be treated for STDs. But why would you do that when there were free clinics? Well, obviously where Dennis Wilson lived was nowhere near Haight-Ashbury, was it? But where in California there must have been free clinics. Why would Dennis Wilson pay for them to have their STD treatment? But yeah, they would have had lots of reason to go to the Haight-Ashbury clinic because they might have been having problems with drugs. They might have had sexually transmitted diseases, and that was the sort of thing that the Haight-Ashbury clinic treated. You know, so it is totally possible that they all met at the fucking Haight-Ashbury clinic. Yeah. Excellent letter to Squeaky from Mary Bruner about her and Tex. June buggies, dope in Death Valley. I think I've seen that. I think I've seen that quote. I think I've just seen that from the book. Yeah. Yeah, because there's letters. There was a bloody letter Sandy's sister wrote or something like that I've read where they give away a weird amount. Yeah, that was in the Manson file, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's a fucking letter from Sandy's sister that gives away loads of weird information about what was going on. Yeah, because she's writing to one of her friends about what her sister's telling her she's doing. So what Sandy had told her that she was doing, and yeah, a load of weird stuff comes out in that as well. Got to get the Manson file, guys. God, oh my God, I've been going over 4 hours. Nearly 5 hours. I'm gonna have to cut this stream down. Well, I probably won't actually. I'll just leave the whole thing up because sometimes people leave them on in the background while they're working or whatever. So like people do listen to the whole thing. Right, anyone else gets as well? So I should bloody end it now. I've just realised I've been going for more than 4 hours. So what, has anyone got anything else good to raise before I end it? I've got to end it. Yeah, I can't believe I've only just noticed how long I've been going. Because the clocks went back whilst this show was in progress. I've lost an hour and I've just realised it's... Oh, good. Yeah, that's it. People do. So I worry about these long streams because I think, oh, well, people watch all of it and hear everything. But actually people do, apparently. They sit and they listen to the whole thing. So you will hear what we're saying because I've got so many great people in my chat who know so much about the case. And so I'm constantly showing things that they're saying and all that sort of thing, you know. It's worth listening. Yeah. And hopefully we'll get more information all the time. You know, new information will start coming out No, it is. It's coming out all the time because it's been more than 50 years. After 50 years, the official secrets shit fucking doesn't apply anymore, does it? So stuff is getting leaked. The FBI released the second FBI report about a year after the first one. But it says 1 of 2, so they're not going to release anything else about Charles Manson now. That's all they're going to release. Yeah. And people tried to say, oh, it was acceptable in Europe where he came from, right? It's like, no, it's not. It's not, right? Even in France where he lived, though there wasn't an age of consent for many years. There is an age of consent there now. I think it's 14, but for many years there wasn't an age of consent in France. But that wasn't so creepy old men could sleep with little girls. It was so fucking, teenagers didn't get prosecuted for experimenting with each other or whatever. They were just very open-minded about children, not children, but young people who were growing up just being allowed to do what they wanted. That's what the thing in France is all about. It wasn't to encourage paedophiles. So it's not true that it was acceptable where Roman Polanski came from, and that's why he slept with the 14-year-olds or whatever. No, he was a paedophile, mate. He was a total paedophile. Still is a paedophile. Yeah, Beckham. It's crazy. Yeah, right. For many years, there was no age of consent in France. And they only brought in 14, oh God, about a decade ago because it got so scandalous. Yeah. Well, in England, where I live, it's 16. Which is low, isn't it? Compared to 18, which is what it is in most parts of America, isn't it? Yeah. He is total shit heap. Why is he still fucking not in prison? Yeah. This is the other fucking weird thing about Elvis as well. Yeah, he started dating her when she was underage. Claimed he didn't have sex with her, but apparently confided to his manager he wanted to groom a woman to be the perfect wife. That's why he picked such a young girl. They were all fucking creepers. They were all fucking... This was how it was in the 60s. This is the disturbing thing about the 60s. Everyone was doing it. Look into Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison used to shag young girls as well. They all did. They were all into it. Everyone was doing it. 16, yeah, it is. They don't even have to have your parents' permission at 16, yeah. Well, technically, the girl has to be 17. She has to be over 16. But no one gets prosecuted for sleeping with a 16-year-old. Yeah, he's just died, hasn't he? Yeah, fucking. And that was legal in the state where he was. Yeah. At least he married her. Yeah, he married her when she was 30. This is it. That was how it was in the fucking 60s. Men could do whatever they wanted to a girl who was any age they wanted. Dirty bastards. Damn, do you mean Jerry Lee Lewis? Yeah, because I've heard this, that he got caught in later situations, in his life, because he tried to say, it's just legal where I lived, I didn't know it was wrong or whatever. But then later in life, he kept getting caught with young girls, so it's like, oh yeah, really, Jerry? Yeah. 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I grew up in the 60s. Well, I grew up in the fucking 80s and 90s, yeah, and the attitude to it was very relaxed then even. Oh, Jim Morrison. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Jim Morrison. Yeah, Jim Morrison was caught with a girl in a hotel, but his lawyer Max Finks made it go away. And if you read his book, the biography called No One Here Gets Out Alive, he apparently one day walked into the room and boasted to the band that he had just butt fucked a 14-year-old. That's the way Jim Morrison spoke about girls. Yeah. Yep. And this is the other thing as well. Jim Morrison's dad was the guy who was on the ship that fucking fired the first missile. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's true. Especially the British bands. Jesus Christ, right? Fucking Led Zeppelin's cancelled. The Who's cancelled. How many more bands? Yeah, David Bowie's cancelled. Who else? Fucking hell. So many of them. So many of them. It was just apparently, yeah, in them days, they just got away with it. God, who else? There's so many rumours. Yeah, but no, they always fucking banging little girls, the filthy bastards. But you can't let it kill the music. They still make great music, man. They shouldn't kill the music. They went for boys. What, you talking about the Who? Yeah. Pete Townsend. Looking to Pete Townsend. Wrote loads of weird songs that sound like that are blatantly about child sexual abuse. Obviously, the film Tommy, there's that Fiddle About song, isn't there? And he wrote another song that sounds like it's about abusing little boys as well. Yeah. And he claimed he was just trying to express his distress over the fact he was sexually abused when he wrote all these songs. Yeah, and when he was caught with the child porn, he said that he was researching for his autobiography, which has never appeared. Right, there's books that he was supposed to have been fucking writing when he was looking at this child porn. It's never happened. You think he was a snitch? See, why do you think he was a snitch? Because I don't believe that he was still in with his dad. I believe he hated his dad. Is this because of the military connection to him? You think he was a snitch? I don't think it was that so much. And he was really just a fucking mess. If you fucking look into what he was like, yeah, right, he wasn't. You know, the photographers fucking photographed him at flattering moments. He didn't always look like that. Yeah, he was fucking just lying around fucked up. And it used to embarrass the other musicians how fucked up he'd get as well. That was the thing why they didn't like Jim Morrison. Yeah, he had a flat in Laurel Canyon. He says that in one of his bloody pamphlets, because I watched Delinda's video last night. She reads out his pamphlets. And he says that he had a flat in Laurel Canyon at one point, which is where Jim Morrison, Zappa, fucking everyone was living at the time, isn't it? Joni Mitchell, all those musicians. Crosby, Stills and Nash and everyone. They were all in Laurel Canyon, weren't they? The log cabin. Frank Zappa had the log cabin. Apparently fucking Lady Gaga owns the log cabin now, which is a weird twist, isn't it? Bloody hell. But the log cabin was opposite the house where Jim Morrison lived, from what I've heard. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you because we've got to write a book about this bastard, guys. Right. We're fucking let's write the text file. we'll do it as a fucking group effort. You think he was tight with his dad? I see. I look at it and I think no. I think he was trying to rebel against his dad. I don't believe he was. And there's interviews with his dad. Like there is a fucking interview with his dad from the 80s where he's talking about how he couldn't get over the fact that he didn't want to get a real job because he wouldn't join the Navy because his dad wanted him to join the Navy and he wouldn't join the Navy. And there's pictures of his dad walking him around a Navy ship and getting him to look up the thing they fire the missiles out of, you know, the fucking bomb chute, whatever they call it, and that. Yeah, there's pictures of it. And his dad wanted him to join the Navy and he rebelled. And he said in an interview they were dead, didn't he? So I don't believe that he was tight with his dad, and his dad was off He was in fucking Vietnam anyway during all this time, wasn't he? His dad wasn't even fucking there. I think his dad might have been embarrassed enough by him that he had something happen to him. But that's all. That's all. I don't think that he was actually under the influence of his dad. I think he was rebelling against his dad. That's just my opinion. A lot of people think that he was some kind of narc, don't they? Yeah, but fucking I don't believe he was. Yeah, it does look very, very staged, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing at this time as well. Yeah, it would do fucking probably still today if they can get near the rock stars. All sorts of girls throw themselves at the rock stars. This is the other thing as well, because of the Official Secrets Act. I don't know if you've ever known anyone who's in the Navy, right? But I live right by Portsmouth, so fucking I know quite a lot about people that are in the Navy. I've had friends who are in the Navy, right? During a war, right, you're not even allowed to know what the ship your family is on is called, right? So, right, Jim Morrison cannot have known what his dad was doing at the time, right? Because of the official secrets and all that. For security purposes, his own family wouldn't have even known the name of the ship he was on or where he was, right? There's no way that Jim Morrison could have known anything about what his dad was doing at the time. Look into it, because of official secrets, right? Even if it's your dad or your husband, right? You're not told what the name. If during a war, you're not told what the name of the ship he's on is. You're not told where he is. There's no way Jim Morrison could have known anything about what his dad was doing. What was that? If CIA was involved in anything at CLO, it was the fact Folger and the daughter of somebody like Tate were holding with people like Bukowski. Yes, yeah, well, bloody Abigail Folger's dad was probably one of the richest dudes in America at the time. I don't know if you look at the bloody amount of wealth all these different families had. But yeah. And Sharon Tate was from a military family, right? Look into Sharon Tate. She didn't grow up in America. She grew up on army bases in Italy and France. Right? She was more European than she was American. They were American army bases, so she grew up around American people. That's why she had the American accent. But she was actually more European than American. She spent more time in Europe in her life, in her childhood, than she did in America. Do you mean Jim Morrison? Because I've never heard that he was anything to do with athletics. He just like writing poetry and shit, doesn't he? Yeah, someone's already said it, but I'll say it again. Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's now confirmed, right? He was the commander in charge of the ship, Otis. He gave the command to fire the first missile. That blew my mind when I heard it. Yeah, but fucking it was fucking Jim Morrison's dad that started the Vietnam War. But there is no way Jim Morrison could have known that at the time, because the families weren't allowed to know the location of your ship if there's a war going on or whatever, right? There's no way that Jim Morrison could have known that. That's kind of exaggerated as well, right? Is Beckham still here? Beckham could sort of correct this. Right, Tate's dad, he was in the military, but the title colonel and all this sort of shit doesn't mean as much as people think it means. And not everyone just because he was in military intelligence didn't mean he would have had access to the case. He still would have had to go through all the usual channels. He actually set up his own private detective, didn't he, to find out more. And he went in undercover himself, apparently. He dressed as a hippie and went round. How much does it cost at the moment? A fucking insane amount, mate. It cost me about fucking £15 per pouch. I can't complain. It's killing me. That's why they charge us so much. To try and get us to stop buying it. I am going to give up smoking, I will. Oh, they totally were done. No, they really were. That is confirmed. They were lurking in the shadows, right? I don't believe that they directly manipulated the Manson family. directly, but everyone was being manipulated by the CIA. Everyone that was taking the psychedelics, right? Timothy Leary was fucking working for the CIA. All these people, right? It's all been proved now, right? They can fucking prove it, right? The CIA was actually distributing the LSD. Mental. And in the UK. It happened in the UK as well. They actually commissioned the Moody Blues to write Timothy Leary's Dead, the song Timothy Leary's Dead. Our military intelligence fucking commissioned the guy from the Moody Blues to write the song to promote Timothy Leary. How many ounces? Oh shit, they don't say it. They don't give us it in ounces anymore. It's fucking 30 grams, I think. Fucking hell, yeah, I think this is 30 grams. Yeah. This is nearly empty now. That lasts me a few days though. I don't smoke too much. Yeah, they were doing a lot to try and disrupt like student groups that were protesting against the war and all this sort of shit. There was a thing called Operation Chaos. Look up Operation Chaos. Right, that was where they sent undercover agents into universities to join all the political groups and try and cause disruption so that the political groups wouldn't get anywhere. So they were messing with the Black Panthers. They were messing with every fucking political group. They'd sent in undercover operatives to try and fuck everything up. It was crazy. No, they weren't. They didn't like it. Fucking, they didn't even want to be called hippies. They called themselves slippies, and they did that instead of doing that, didn't they? And all that. Yeah, they weren't fucking into the radicals and all that sort of shit. Yeah. Investigating radicals. They were going in to just disrupt things. They were just going in to cause trouble, to make people argue, right? So the political group couldn't get any further. They were sending in what they call provocateurs. People to go in and just cause trouble so that the groups would fight amongst themselves and not get anywhere. That sort of thing is what they were doing. That's possibly what Reeve Whitson was, right? I think that's what Reeve Whitson probably fucking was. Yeah, well, a lot of people say this, that it was something to do with Folger. I've thought that as well. In the past, I've thought, were they watching them because Folger was involved? Because her dad's so fucking rich, and she was involved in politics. She was involved with the Kennedys. She was involved with a lot of stuff. Come on. That's the one, yeah. That was fucking Ross's best line, yeah. They needed money, and no one wanted to get a job. So what the fuck does he do? He gets hooked up with ants and straight Satans and drug dealers. Yeah, that's it, yeah. And fuck knows who else, yeah. So instead of getting a job, they went and sold drugs. Basically, was what they did. I don't know, he was just a lifelong criminal. That was what he did with his life, right? He was looked after by the mob when he was in prison. And so when he came out, he worked for the mob. That was his job. That was just what he did. That was crime. You know, that was what Charles Manson was. He was a lifelong criminal. That's it. Most of the crime he wasn't involved in. Yeah, he just fucking took a back seat. Yeah, because he knew about going back to prison and criminal charges and that. So he just didn't want to get involved in a lot of shit. He only got involved with the CeeLo Drive thing because he knew it was going to come back on him. That was the first thing he said to Susan when she came back and said, "I've killed for you, Charlie." And excuse the C word, but I'm quoting Charles Manson. He said, "No, you haven't, you dumb cunt. You've sent me back to prison." That was what Charlie said to Susan when she said, "I've killed for you, Charlie." What's the point of being a hippie if you have to work? Yeah, they tell you that you just lie around in the fields going, yay, all day, yeah. How does anyone make any money then? You gotta sell drugs. Yes, this is exactly what I think the kids did, right? And in the end, it terrified Charles Manson what they fucking did. He realized how much he'd fucking told them too much, and yeah, and they failed miserably because what they did was a fucking mess. It was a mess, wasn't it? It's a good point as well, though, yeah, because apparently he was always being funded by mysterious women that loved him and that, and we don't know enough about who these women were. But no, he did just fucking mooch off people because he was charming and cute looking as well. He was when he was younger, right? He wasn't a bad looking man. Not that I've ever had a crush on him, but I can see why the girls liked him, right? I can see how he charmed women and how they thought he was cute and would give him money if they had the money and he charmed them, he'd give them it, wouldn't he? Yeah, yeah. So he did just take a lot of money off people for nothing, not even for drugs. Yeah, that is a point, though. Yeah, yeah. Mooching, that's the thing, because he gave them some kind of service, didn't he? Obviously gave them good company or whatever. Yeah, they liked him. He gave them the gift of the gab or whatever. Yeah, was it technically totally mooching? And he was shagging them, wasn't he? He was having sex with them. Apparently he was a really great lover. That was probably what they paid him for. He was like a bloody gigolo or whatever you call it. He was turning like a jockey. They say he was a good goer, though. Yeah, he was a good lover, apparently. Plus, Charlie was a hobo. He was good at surviving without money. Yeah, he would have known how to survive without money. He knew how to go and get the food out the garbage, didn't he? And just steal a car if he needed to get somewhere and abandon it. That sort of thing. You know, that's how Charles Manson could live without any money if he wanted to. But he seemed to be getting money from somewhere. That's the other thing that I wonder. Why did he always have all this LSD that he was giving people? Where was he getting all this LSD from? Makes me wonder, was the CIA? Because if you look into it, right, the CIA did send out loads of people as LSD distributors. Right, so were the fucking CIA actually giving Charlie this LSD? That's what I've always wondered. Where was he getting all this acid that he always had from? The CIA, not the bikers. What, he was getting the acid from the CIA, not bikers? Probably, yeah, yeah. This is what I think, though. But no, if you look into it, this could all be proven as well. This is not just a conspiracy theory anymore. They've actually released the information, right? The CIA bought the big fucking bulk lot from Zandos of LSD. And there was the dude they nicknamed the Johnny Appleseed of LSD, who went all around America distributing it. They set up the Merry Pranksters. The Merry Pranksters were fucking also set up by the CIA to go around distributing the LSD, or they just had a big vat of fucking orange squash with LSD in it, didn't they? The Kool-Aid acid, yeah, yeah. So they were all fucking, the CIA was distributing the acid. So it's interesting that Charles Manson had all this acid all the time, isn't it? Yeah, well, you can always get enough money just to buy yourself a bit to eat, can't you, or whatever, or just enough money to get by. If you're a beggar, or, you know, or you're willing to do, like, short work for people, you know, cash in hand work or whatever, there's always a way you can get by. People do. Come on, go away. That's it. Yeah, from Johnny West. And William Sargent, right? Look up Dr. William Sargent, right? He was the British one. A lot of people don't know about him, right? There was fucking William Sargent who taught Jolly on West all he knew. If you look into him, right? He studied trauma. He studied men that had just come back from the D-Day landings and were having PTSD. And he realised then that men who had just been traumatised were really impressionable. And then suddenly everything that he does goes classified. And he started working for military intelligence. And then Jolly on West starts up and MK Ultra starts up. So, oh, this is a bit crazy, isn't it? Yeah. Dee Dee Lansbury. She fucking might have done. She might have done. They were giving it out to celebrities and celebrities' kids. It's fucking possible. They reckon Rosemary LaBianca was a LSD dealer. She was fencing large amounts of LSD because a large amount of LSD is just a little bottle of water. There's an interview from years ago with Nicholas where he talks about Charles Manson getting released. So, yeah, I've never asked him about it. Oh, he's happy to answer questions and that, honestly. In his group, Abraxas Circle, on Facebook. It's supposed to be only for people that are going to buy the Manson file or have read the Manson file, but I'm sure he'll let you in, even if you have. I know, and he's very willing to talk about the any questions you've got. Yeah, what was the arrangement? Yeah, because that is a fascinating one, yeah. Because there's stuff as well that when he wrote the second Manson file, he couldn't reveal the sources yet because they weren't dead. But in the second file, he tells you who told him all this shit and that. Yeah, so there's more stuff gets revealed in the new one if you've only read the second one. So yeah, it gets updated. It all gets updated in the new one and all that. Yeah. I was asking about that. I should get him on here for an interview. I've always thought this channel's so small, what's the point? But if there's enough of you that would be interested, I could get him on here one night to answer your questions. You would do it. Charlie wasn't included to get out of jail free card, but that's the arrangement. Oh, that's interesting. This is about that, yeah, because Nicholas now denies there was ever any get out of jail free card. So it's interesting to find out that Nicholas actually said something that alludes to that at some point. Yeah, I'll have to ask him about that. Because he now doesn't think that there was anything like that going on. He says, no. Get out of jail stuff, just conjecture. Well, the get out of jail free card is just the fact, why the fuck didn't Charles Manson ever get sent back to prison? No matter how many probation violations he committed. Right, Nicholas pointed out a really good point to me about A. Smith as well, who was his probation officer. A. Smith was only his probation officer while he was in Haight-Ashbury. Right, as soon as he left that area, he wasn't A. Smith's probation client anymore. So it's who the fuck was his probation officer when he moved to California? Because he was on probation. He must have had to report to a probation officer. So what the hell was going on, right? Why did he get away with everything? Because there's statutory rape charges. You can find reports of him being reported for statutory rape. You can find him. Well, if I can look at the Spine Ranch raid, right? Look at the photos of how they arrested him. They clearly knew who he was, mate. Yeah. It's very bizarre. Why didn't he ever go to jail? Yeah, it's not conjecture if it's historically proven, is it? Yeah. But that is just that's the one weird thing that Tom O'Neill taps on that is weird. It's like, why did Charlie get out of jail? Right up until this point, right? Why did they not arrest him until fucking this happened? And there were supposed to be undercover cops on Spahn Ranch the whole time, right? So undercover cops must have known immediately that it was them that killed the people at CLA Drive. Why did it take them, 4 or 5 months to bust them? Fucking very weird. It's like they didn't want that CLA Drive crime solved. They wanted people to think that it was just a mystery, some Holly weirdness going on. Yeah. Yeah, because of the hands, yeah. See, I'm both though. I'm both because I do believe there was the drug deals that went wrong, but it's also odd that yeah, and CLO was under surveillance. Yeah, that's fucking obvious from the FBI report, right? Because they tell you that they was monitoring the drugs being shipped back there. So Of course they was monitoring it, because you don't see everything in the FBI report. You only see little bits. Someone's told me this, right? And someone said, yeah, no, this means that they had the house under surveillance, right? The fact that they was watching this, right? This means they were watching the house the whole time. Yeah, and I've also heard the LaBianca's house was under surveillance, right? Because this wasn't the first time they'd been broken into as well, right? They were fearing for their lives. Right, so apparently all these murders happened at Cielo Drive while the police were watching it, or the FBI were watching it, and they didn't do anything to stop the murders. And then it happened again the next night at the LaBianca's house. The LaBianca's house was being watched as well, and they didn't do anything to stop the murders. So yeah, it does all seem very sick and strange, doesn't it? It is like they wanted these murders to happen for some reason. And I don't believe the theory that the CIA orchestrated it all to kill the counterculture or anything. But there was definitely something weird going on there. I mean, why the hell did this happen like this? Yeah, it's what it is. It's just fucking, it's strange. It's so strange. Why? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why? Because if you look at his record before this, anytime he broke his probation, he was sent straight back to prison when he was younger. So why suddenly in the 60s does he get away with everything? And people have said, oh, everything just got more relaxed back then, right? The probation officers all got cool and dropped acid or whatever, and fucking to everyone just got away with everything. But no, it doesn't. I don't think it's that. Yeah, and people have said, yeah, it's just these probation officers were incompetent and they didn't, report in properly or whatever. But it's too much. It's too weird. Why the hell did Charlie not get locked up again? It's like they wanted him to run wild. Like they set him off, sent him out there. But I don't believe they intended the murders to happen. I think they wanted him to just be like another version of the Merry Pranksters. Like a darker version of the Merry Pranksters. That's why they gave him the black bus. And they had the psychedelic painted bus. But it all went wrong, and so they had to cover it up, that they was ever involved with him. Which is why it's so hard to find any information about all this shit. This is just my thoughts from when I've sat and thought about this all night, though. We can't bloody prove any of this. But it's very, very strange, right? There's a bloody video. They call it MK Ultra Reunion Party. The guy's called Gnostic Media. His channel's on YouTube. And it's a video of all the people, all the LSD researchers. Timothy Leary's there. All the other guys, I can't name them all, but they're all the famous LSD researchers. The dude who's known as the Johnny Appleseed of LSD, the one that distributed all the LSD, is there. And they're all just sat there reminiscing about when they did all this with the LSD. It's crazy. It was recorded sometime in the late 70s, so after Leary's out of prison and all that. But yeah, but it's all of them all sat around just admitting to it. And it's fucking surreal to watch it, because until I saw it, I sort of thought, no, this must be exaggerated. But then I actually saw the video of Timothy Leary sat next to the guy from the CIA like it's his best mate, going, oh, yeah. Like, oh, my God, he really was a CIA agent. I can't believe it. Because everyone believed in Timothy Leary. Fucking horrible what Timothy Leary did to us. Actually, the big name people. Yeah, that's it. The penetrators. Yeah, so that's it, yeah, because he was one of the big... Well, he worked for the mob. The cops know who works for the mob. It's all fucking bent, isn't it? Yeah, so maybe they were just giving him a license because they knew he was, who he was. Yeah, but that's another point as well. He was getting arrested and booked. And was he always giving them a real name? He might have been faking his name. But he had fingerprints, didn't he? And obviously, and they would have had his fingerprints on file. I know it was harder to find. Back in them days, it weren't a computer system, was it? It was hard to compare fingerprints. They had to go through millions of records. But yeah, it's extremely unlikely he managed to blag them that he wasn't Charles Manson every time he got arrested, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's like, come on. Because this is why they all had the fake names as well, because they used to give the cops fake names. Because everyone says the fact all the girls had the fake names was Charles Manson trying to take their personality away or whatever. But no, the real reason they all had fake names was because they was all on probation or whatever. There was warrants out for their arrest. So they walked around going, "Hey, Sadie." "Oh yeah, okay, Katie," when they was out in public, because if they said their real names, then they might get arrested. That was what it was all about, really. It wasn't like really that they was brainwashed into losing their personalities or whatever. Yeah, the DAs and the parole officers, yeah. Because it was those people that should have cracked down on him. Yeah, the police are just the police. They're literally just there to arrest you. They're not there to enforce anything more than the arrest. It's the whatever you call the DAs, the district attorneys, the prosecution service, whatever you call the prosecution service, and the parole officers that should have been doing something about this. Yeah. I don't know, because I know he lived at Wilson's for a little while, didn't he? But that house, the house on Sunset Strip that Charlie moved into, Dennis Wilson abandoned, didn't he? So where did Dennis Wilson move after that? Did he still know Dennis Wilson's address, and was he still using it? Because the house that they actually all lived in, the famous house, in the end, Dennis Wilson just walked away and abandoned it, didn't he? And left the family there, and then they ran away. That's how the story goes. Because, yeah, the guy was coming around to say, "Where's my rent?" And they was like, "Oh, shit, we can't pay your rent." And they ran away. Was what I heard about what happened with the house there. In the end, Charlie and Dennis fell out. And Dennis couldn't handle Charlie's personality, and he was not a fighter. He couldn't stand up to Charlie, so he just walked away from the situation because he didn't like conflict. So he just walked out of the house and left Charlie there with the girls. And then when the landlord finally came to evict them, they all just had to leave. So Dennis Wilson didn't have that address after that, obviously, did he? So then he, but there's loads of evidence that he continued to see Dennis Wilson, and Dennis Wilson came to the ranch and everything, and so maybe he was using Dennis Wilson's address. He was still friendly with Dennis Wilson right up until the crimes happened, though. And they try and cover that up. They try and make out that he never saw Dennis Wilson again after all that. But no, they was all still friends. And Terry Melcher they were just about to record an album with him. Right up until Bernard Crowe gets shot. Everything was going well. They were going to make the family jams, right? And then suddenly Charlie shoots Bernard Crowe and he becomes persona non grata and no one wants to talk to him anymore. That's when Charlie's career went downhill. So that was caused by Tex, wasn't it? Really? That was actually Tex's fault. Tex ruined Charlie's career. So also one arrest report which I used that address, the Sunset Boulevard one. Because Dennis Wilson didn't actually have that address for ages, but he could have just, the only address he could think of was that number, so he wrote that number down because he was just given a fake address when he got arrested, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, it was a lover spat. Literally, they was apparently having a really intense affair, and in the end, Dennis couldn't handle Charlie. He was too intense, so he ran away. Yeah, everyone was really friendly. If you look into it, everyone loved Charlie right up until Bernard Crowe gets shot, and then he suddenly becomes persona non grata. Well, no, so people were starting to be freaked out by him and didn't necessarily like them hanging around or whatever. But no, they never actually, they was going to make an album called The Family Jams, and they had already taken the cover photos. And I'm not sure exactly which of the girls were going to be the singers, but yeah, they'll sing, yeah. And I think some of the blokes were going to be singers, and it sounded like it was going to be some kind of folk rocky thing that they were going to do. Charlie Manson playing his guitar, and apparently people loved his music. Everyone slags off his music now, says he wasn't talented. They didn't like his music. They fucking loved his music, apparently, right up until Bernard Crowe. Yeah. I've never heard that. Wait, you mean the one at Cielo Drive, the maid from Cielo Drive? I've never heard anything weird about it. Winifred Chapman, her name was, wasn't she? Do you mean the one at Cielo Drive? No, I've never heard anything about her being trans or anything like that. All I've heard is she was just the maid. And she didn't even actually walk into the house. She saw the blood on the door and just ran away screaming, "Blood, blood, murders," and then the police came in. I fall in love with Charlie's music. I haven't really given it that much of a listen. I should give it more of a listen. But I remember it didn't blow my mind when I heard it. Well, I'm very cynical. I was raised in a very heavy guitar virtuoso environment. So yeah, Charles Manson. His guitar technique would not impress my ears. I'm sorry. And I didn't only hear electric guitars, I heard folk guitarists as well, right? And so I know what a fancy folk guitarist plays like. Sorry, Charlie. He obviously didn't have classical training. He just had some guitar lessons in prison. See, I'm his toughest critic as well. Yeah, I'm probably really, really harsh. I did like the song Garbage People. Get Your Game Girl is creepy as fuck, though. I don't like the song Get Your Game Girl. I'm sorry. That is creepy. Bloody Guns N' Roses covered that, didn't they? And they had to withdraw the album because all the money was going to go to Wojtek Frykowski's son or something, yeah. Yeah, I've got to listen to more of his music. I haven't really given it a chance, to be honest. I should listen to more of what he actually sang. Because he was good. He deserved to be fucking recognised as good. And Neil Young is the only person that will say anything positive about his music now, apparently. It was his lyrics. It was the way he wrote lyrics that blew everyone's mind by the sound of things. Not his guitar ability as such, but the lyrics that he wrote. And at the time, there was people like Dylan who was doing the same thing with their lyrics. Yeah. So he deserved a chance to have got famous, didn't he? It's so sad it all ended so fucking badly for all of them, really, isn't it? Hogan was a proper melcher. Was fucking. She was living in Cielo Drive, wasn't she? Before the Polanskis got it, because it was her that put the Christmas lights up that were by the pool. I've heard. Yeah, and their relationship, because he was really because Candice Bergen got jealous of Melcher's relationship with Ruth Ann Morehouse, apparently, who was a 14-year-old girl. But that was acceptable back in the 60s, apparently. So, yeah, she just said, oh, no. I mean, if I found out my boyfriend had cheated on me with a 14-year-old, I'd fucking headbutt him. You know what I mean? But no, Candice Bergen just went, oh, okay. Because it was the 60s. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they'll do. Michelle Phillips as well. Michelle Phillips knows a lot. John Phillips probably knew a lot, but he just wasted himself on drugs and died, didn't he? Mama Cass died a mysterious early death. Was it really accidental, or was it because she knew too much about CLA Drive and was not going to keep quiet about it? Awful situation. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, and I really don't know who that was influenced by, though. Right? So honestly, my dad's a fucking guitar nutter, right? I've heard of fucking so many different guitarists and guitar playing styles and that. He was influenced by someone. He wasn't that original, right? This is what I thought as soon as I heard Charles Manson, right? No, he learned that off someone else. He that wasn't. Yeah, he sounds influenced by Captain Beefheart as well, and he apparently did actually get to jam with Captain Beefheart at one time, and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, but yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know if he invented it specifically, the percussive playing style, but I know what you mean. Yeah, the way that he would. Because he wasn't quite folk, was he? He wasn't quite folk. It's interesting guitar style he had. He did have a unique style. But no, I don't think that it was really fucking he invented it. He heard it from somewhere else, you know. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Yeah, they wouldn't have told their wives or their girlfriends, because what the wife doesn't know, she can't testify against you in court, can she? Though I know in some parts of America they're not allowed to make a wife testify against her husband, are they? In these weird mafia parts of the country, there's this weird law that you can't make a man's wife testify against her husband. Oh God, there's so much about Frank Zappa that's dark. It's not him, it's his wife, Gail Zappa. Right, look into Gail Zappa. Gail Zappa ran the GTOs. That was all the underage groupies. It was her, not Frank, that was doing all that. That's all I say. Look at Gail Zappa, not Frank Zappa. But Frank Zappa obviously saw what was going on and didn't do nothing to stop it. But yeah. Gail Zappa was fucking CIA as well, right? Great. Look into Gail Zappa. Gail Zappa was from a really military family. She had a really high level of security clearance for some reason as well, right? You can find interviews with her where she talks about it, and she admits she had a really high level of security clearance. She had something like space station level fucking security clearance, and she's supposed to have only been the receptionist for her dad at one point in the military. So why did she have that level of security clearance? Yeah, look at Gail Zappa, not Frank, right? It's fucking Gail. She's the one. Yeah, well, maybe it was a kind of early punk sort of thing, yeah, because that was what he was about, wasn't it? It was like, and the song The Garbage People, right? The Garbage People really reminds me of Captain Beefheart, right? It sounds like something he might have jammed with Captain Beefheart originally. Because he apparently did. I mean, Don Van Valet was his real name. He met up with Don Van Valet and they got to jam one night. And the song The Garbage People sounds like something he might have jammed with fucking Captain Beefheart. Yeah. Because they did that in the 60s. They had the fucking houseboys, didn't they? And all this sort of shit. And the houseboy wasn't just there to clean your pool, he was there to suck your dick as well, sort of thing. It was like what was implied, yeah. Sorry, I think wrong one. Right. Melcher did do shit for Charlie, but at the end was a typical phony making promises for his own gain. Yeah, totally. Well, Melcher really had nothing, did he? He was just Doris Day's son. He fucking lived off his mother and went around and hung around with the Beach Boys. And what even fucking was he to the Beach Boys, really? Right? He wasn't their manager. What was he? Was he their promotion guy? Was he the A&R? What did he even work for a record company, right? What was his fucking job, really? What was Terry Melcher really fucking doing? He was just ligging off the Beach Boys. He just hung around with the Beach Boys and fucking made out he was fucking doing something, didn't he? What was he? Was he a producer? Was he a promoter? What did he fucking do? There was a song he wrote called The Garbage People. The Garbage People. I'm sure it is. Oh, Delinda's probably gone. Delinda knows it. I know she does. There was one he did called The Garbage People. And it's talking about, because he used to say that he picked up the people that were cast off on the side of the road, didn't he? That sort of thing. And so he was talking about his friends that were living with him. He called them the garbage people, about the people that go and pick through the garbage. Oh, I can't remember the words to it. No, but there is a song he did called The Garbage People, and it refers to how he picked up the people that were garbage. He was a producer, right? Fucking, what musical qualifications did he fucking have? What instrument could he play? Was he an arranger? Fucking doubt it. But no, but because he was the one that said he wanted Charlie's band, so he must have had some kind of ears. But it was actually Brian Wilson that recorded everyone and did everything, wasn't it? He was a producer. Well, the producer just means he funds everything, basically, right? So he fucking goes out and gets the money for them to fund the next thing or whatever. And he knew that, because the Beach Boys sound was actually dying, wasn't it? At the end of the 60s, right? The Beach Boys were going out of fashion. So he was trying to find the next best thing, wasn't he? Yeah. He produced and engineered a lot of... So he was an engineer as well. Because that means he must have known something about recording music then. Yeah, because producer means he basically fucking finds the funding for you to do everything, doesn't it? And yeah. But engineer suggests that he knew how to run fucking recording decks and shit like that, yeah. Yeah, does anyone know this? Because I don't know enough about his music, right? What songs did he steal? Close to me as a cover. Well, what other stuff did he take from people? He did do a lot of his own compositions. He was quite good at jamming his own lyrics, wasn't he? So maybe he really didn't actually steal songs off people. People stole songs off him, didn't they? Because that was his beef. He sold the Beach Boys a song and they changed the words. And he maybe didn't understand that they can do that. If you sell them the rights to the song, they can just use the chord sequence and change the words completely if they want. But maybe he didn't understand that. But he was offended when they changed the words, wasn't he? Yeah. Yeah, but if you sell a song to someone, they don't have to use the words. They can just use the chord sequence. They can totally change the arrangement. They can do anything they want. But maybe Charlie didn't understand that and got pissed off because they changed the lyrics. They only changed the lyrics slightly as well, apparently, to make it sound like it was about a relationship between a man and a woman. They changed the lyrics ever so slightly, but it pissed off Charlie that they changed the lyrics. And what was the song called? The song was called "Cease to Exist" or something like that, wasn't it? Or they changed the title. That's the Manson song that the Beach Boys recorded. Is the "Cease to Exist" song. Yeah, well, the fact they all apparently loved his music and then turned around and said, "Oh no, you're terrible," and fucking denied his music, it would offend me. It is offensive, but he also didn't understand the business. If he thought that if you sell someone a song, they can't change the lyrics, right? He didn't understand the business if he thought that was how it works. He didn't understand the music business. He treated it like it was the prison system. He thought that if you did something for someone, they did something back to you, right? But that's not how the music business works. That's the one. That's the one. Yes. Right. I can't remember. I think the original title was "Never Learn Not to Love." That was what Charles Manson had called it. And then when the Beach Boys did it, they changed the word slightly and called it "Cease to Exist" or something like that, didn't they? Yeah. This is what pissed off Charles Manson. Yeah. But unfortunately, if you sell people one of your songs, they can do whatever they want to it, right? They own it now. And Charlie maybe didn't realize that. Oh, other way round. Sorry, right. So it was right. So fucking Charlie had called it "Cease to Exist," and they turned it to "Never Learn Not to Love." Yeah. But yeah, the Beach Boys really released a song that was written by Charles Manson. And yeah, presumably it was at the time. Yeah, because I've read what Charles Manson's story in the Manson file was about the song. He wrote the song because he realized that Dennis was upset because his brothers, they didn't express love. Like if he went into the recording studio with his brothers and tried to hug them, they went, "Oh no, get off us, Dennis." You know what I mean? They didn't like it, right? And so Charles Manson tried to write a song to encourage brotherly love between them all. But then when they got it, they didn't like it, and so they made it sound like it was about a relationship between a man and a woman, and that was what pissed off Charlie, apparently. So the song that he wrote for them was to try and make them all love each other more as brothers, not get in a gay way, just as brothers, but they didn't like it. So they changed it to make it sound like it was about trying to pull a girl somehow. And that was what upset Charlie. is what it says in the Manson file. And Nicholas Schreck extensively interviewed Charlie about everything in his fucking life. So, yeah, if anyone knows, it's Nicholas Schreck. Yeah. Oh my God, I've been going for 5.5 hours. I've got to end it, guys. This is ridiculous, right? Thank you for all coming, though. And everyone that's stayed and has been watching. And even if you haven't chatted, if you're listening, thank you. It's fine, yeah. And I will leave this up. When it goes up, I'll edit it in the morning. So the crappy bit at the beginning is chopped off. But that's all that will go. I'll leave the whole thing up. Okay, yeah, I've got to end it now, guys. I've been going for 5 hours. It's mad. Been good talking to you all, though. It's interesting, isn't it? Okay. Good night, everyone. I've got to end it now. Good night. Yeah, happy Halloween to everyone. Yeah. Yeah, and like I say, thank you everyone for coming and staying, or even if you haven't chatted, even if you're just listening, thank you. Good night, everyone. Bye.